Hello everyone. Today, I have a new story for you all, and I'll call it All My Heart for the Stand-In. This story is about Sui-chen, who becomes a stand-in for someone. But after the real person returns, the story takes a turn that he never expected. How will Pei-sui and our Sui-chen end up together? I hope everyone follows along. Let's dive in. The story opens at the Gu family home. Right now, our Sui-chen is arguing with the homeowner. The homeowner's name is Gu Honsho. Gu Honsho has kept the heroine as a stand-in for someone else. You know your place, right? You're just a stand-in for Pei-sui. You have no right to touch his things. After that, Gu Honsho got really angry and started yelling. Sui-chen was in tears. I didn't mean to, really. I was wrong. I'll be more careful from now on. He ordered Sui-chen not to touch his things again. Then suddenly, someone walked in. This person is Gu Honsho's younger brother. The younger brother of the homeowner. I have good news to share. Tomorrow, Pei-sui will be returning to China. Gu Honsho's face lit up with a smile. Really? That's great. I'll throw a grand welcome party. Sui-chen was crying and asked, What about me? Gu Honsho was deep in thought about what to do with this stand-in once his beloved returned. This is definitely going to be a big deal. Then Gu Honsho's brother spoke up, saying that the real one is coming back, so why aren't you packing up? Are you really going to stay here? And our Sui-chen grabbed Gu Honsho's arm and asked, We signed a 2-year contract, didn't we? It's only been 1 year. My mother is still recovering. Are you really going to make me leave? Gu Honsho thought about how he could let him go. How could he be alone in this city? Plus, Sui-chen loves me so much, so he told his brother that he would stay for the full 2 years of the contract before leaving. He also told his brother to make sure Pei-sui never finds out about this contract. Pei-sui is his beloved, the real one. His brother said he understood. After that, they parted ways. Once Gu Honsho left, Sui-chen smiled brightly. In conclusion, the heroine isn't really crying, she's just great at faking tears. She became a representative for others to help pay for her mother's expensive medical bills, so she signed a contract to be their representative. Let me tell you, for the past year, she has been working so hard to make everyone understand that she truly loves Gu Honsho. Now, she can trick everyone into believing it. While she was picking up the pieces of the vase, she thought to herself that Pei-sui has such great taste. No wonder so many people admire him. She wondered how someone so noble could have anything in common with her. Suddenly, she received a phone call and answered it. The caller was discussing the stocks that Sui-chen had predicted. He mentioned that the stocks had a 60% chance of growth. This is it, we're going to succeed. Sui-chen said confidently. I want 100% success. I believe you can do it this time, Shen Yuan. Then they started talking about the young master of the Pei family, who is Gu Honsho's first love. His friends were very worried, fearing that this first love might treat Sui-chen poorly. But we were prepared for it. Don't worry about me, I know what to do. If you have free time, go handle your work. The scene cuts to nighttime. Sui-chen was trying to take care of Gu Honsho, bringing him black tea and looking nervous about mentioning Pei-sui. Seeing this, Pei-sui asked if he was upset about what happened in the afternoon. Sui-chen switched into actor mode. I'm fine. When Gu Honsho saw that, he approached her, gently stroking her cheek and saying that today's incident was his fault. Tomorrow at the party. There are things that shouldn't be said, so don't say them. You know that, right? You're just my assistant, nothing more. Do you understand? She looked sad and replied, Yes, I understand. Then Gu Honsho dismissed Sui-chen. No need to prepare snacks today. After Sui-chen turned his back, she thought to herself that she couldn't abandon this job. Gu Honsho was easy to persuade and generous with money. The scene cuts to the next day when Gu Honsho prepared yellow flowers to welcome Pei Sui. When he saw Pei Sui, he waved his hands excitedly. Everyone who saw him praised him, saying he looked very elegant, almost like a different person. Hey, that's right. Gu Honsho hurriedly handed the flowers to her and said that there was a welcome party for Pei Sui today. He looked at Gu Honsho from head to toe, feeling flustered, wondering if he was acting inappropriately. Why was he looking at him like that? He asked if there was something wrong and if he was dressed inappropriately. Pei Sui replied that he hadn't seen him in a long time, so he was just looking a bit. He mentioned that he graduated from abroad and wanted to come back to develop the country a bit. Honestly, this time, I want to come back because of you. When Gu Honsho heard this, he thought that Pei Sui must have a crush on him. He was willing to accept his love, right? He opened the door for Pei Sui to get in the car and sat in the driver's seat. It seemed that Gu Honsho was now the one driving. After they set off, her white-haired gaze seemed strange. It was as if she was staring at the other party. The scene cuts to the party where Sui-chen was choosing snacks. There were whispers about Sui-chen being a representative, but he didn't pay any attention. He was happily eating snacks when someone informed him that Pei Sui was about to arrive. You know what to do, right? Don't say anything bad in front of him. You're just a representative, understand? Sui-chen acted dramatically, looking sad and saying he understood, not needing any reminders. He wouldn't cause trouble for Gu Honsho. You can rest assured. In his heart, Sui-chen thought that this kid was already 18 but still acted spoiled and mouthy. During this time, Pei Sui and Gu Honsho walked in, and everyone was excited, rushing to greet Pei Sui. Sui-chen went into drama mode, looking sad throughout the event. His younger brother praised him, saying, "No matter how much you love my brother, you can't imitate Pei Sui in everything, you know. My brother never thought of touching you. Do you know why?" Sui-chen thought to himself, was it because your brother was too weak? I mean, in bed. Then Gu Honsho's younger brother whispered, because you're just a fake, unworthy. While Pei Sui was greeting everyone, his gaze fell on Sui-chen. At that moment, Pei Sui started to sweat until Gu Honsho approached and asked if he was okay. Pei Sui replied that he was fine. Everyone started asking when they would get married. Pei Sui said he wasn't thinking about having a partner yet. The brown-haired guy who approached pointed out Sui-chen to Pei Sui. He said that guy over there was very shameless and liked to imitate others. The brown-haired guy called Sui-chen over to greet Pei Sui. She thought to herself that this guy was definitely going to cause trouble. It was time for his performance. Working to earn money is really not easy. She turned to Gu Honsho with a sad face and said, "Gu Honsho, it's me." The brown-haired guy pushed Sui-chen forward, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is Sui-chen, currently staying at the Gu family home." She greeted him, "Hello, I'm Sui-chen, the personal assistant of Gu Honsho." When Pei Sui saw him, his eyes lit up, and he wiped his hands clean before reaching out to shake Sui-chen's hand. "Hello, Pei Sui." "Hey, Pei Sui." While holding hands, she thought that he must have touched her hand intentionally, as if he wanted to stroke it. She thought that as long as she wasn't fired, it was fine to act like this, especially since his company needed a lot of cash flow right now. When Gu Honsho saw that the situation wasn't looking good, he quickly told Sui-chen to go to the company to get some documents. He stared intently until she said, "I understand, I'll go get it right now." After turning around, she secretly smiled. Yay! Today seems like my role is ending, so I should reward myself with some shrimp. But suddenly, Pei Sui called out, "Wait a minute. Today's my welcome party. I hope everyone will. No one leaves the party early, okay?" Gu Honsho immediately said that there was no need to get the documents anymore and that he should stay here until the party ended. Then she excused herself to sit at the table. Pei Sui kept staring at Gu Honsho until he turned around and asked why she was staring like that. She asked why he was staring so much. So she asked Gu Hongzhou. You haven't changed your mind, have you? Gu Hongzhou thought to himself that Pei Sui was definitely testing his feelings. The two of them walked and talked together. My white-haired friend asked, I don't know if I'm imagining things, but are you interested in that person with the surname Su? Gu Hongzhou replied that she was just a personal assistant, and the most important person in his heart was Pei Sui. My white-haired friend said, well, that's good. My little brother asked, oh. I don't know if I'm imagining things, but are you interested in that person with the surname Su? Gu Hongzhou said that he was just a personal assistant, but the most important person in his heart is Pei Sui. My little brother with the white hair said that too. The scene then cut to Sui Chen, who was chatting with a friend. The friend teased him, saying it was great that he decided to come to this event to see a live performance by a model. He was really lucky. You performed so well, did you know? I thought you had really fallen for Gu Hongzhou. The friend told Sui Chen to turn around because he was sitting behind him. This was Shen Yuan, Sui Chen's partner. The friend warned him that Pei Sui was coming back this time and would definitely want to possess Gu Hongzhou, so he needed to be careful. Suddenly, Sui Chen heard the sound of a camera shutter. He turned to look and saw Pei Sui acting all flustered. Sui Chen thought, is he secretly taking pictures of me? What is he doing? Is he taking pictures of the model? What a crazy thing. Or did I look really bad at that moment? So he thought he would use the photos to blackmail him, right? Then Sui Chen accidentally spilled cake on his shirt, so he walked to the bathroom, and Pei Sui followed him in. Once inside the bathroom, Pei Sui came in too. Finally, I can be alone with you. When Sui Chen heard Pei Sui call his name like that, he asked again, what did you just call me? He was confused about why Gu Hongzhou's first love wanted to meet him and why he wanted to be alone with him. He didn't understand at all. Pei Sui walked closer with a sad expression. You really don't remember me? Sui Chen truly couldn't remember who this person was. My white-haired friend came in and said, if you don't remember, it's okay. As long as I remember you, that's enough. Sui Chen recalled that Gu Hongzhou had said Pei Sui had attended the same school as him, but he couldn't remember Pei Sui's face at all. Pei Sui looked sad, and Sui Chen thought that Pei Sui's face resembled a little stray dog that no one wanted to adopt. So he asked, what is your purpose? Pei Sui looked sad and asked, do you really like Gu Hongzhou? Sui Chen thought he had to keep performing. She switched into acting mode. No, I'm just a personal assistant. We don't have a relationship beyond that, so please don't misunderstand, okay? Then Pei Sui said that he knew everything, that Sui Chen was staying at the Gu family home, and he knew the agreement between the two of them. He knew everything. Sui Chen was shocked and asked, you know everything? Sui Chen realized that this person had been watching him since he was abroad. Definitely. Why are you so dedicated to a bad guy like that? Pei Sui reached out and grabbed Sui Chen's hand. Sui Chen pulled his hand away. Pei Sui then asked, do you like him that much? Why are you avoiding me? Sui Chen was confused, wondering why he didn't seem like what others said. He didn't look cold at all, not even a little. So Pei Sui had to ask, do you really like him that much? Why are you avoiding me? Sui Chen was confused, wondering why his personality was so different from what others said. He didn't seem cold at all, not even a bit. Sui Chen has entered performance mode. Yes, I really love Gu Hongzhou, but deep down, I think I love his money. Pei Sui's expression turned gloomy. Sui Chen placed a hand on his shoulder and said, don't worry, because in Gu Hongzhou's heart, there's only you. I'll take my leave now. Sui Chen thought that he had finally escaped, but no, Pei Sui had grabbed his hand. Gu Hongzhou is not good for you at all. He likes to bully you and doesn't care for you. He doesn't deserve your feelings. Gu Hongzhou is too timing, he isn't serious about you, you know. You have no right to receive love from you at all. Sui Chen was confused, thinking, what is this guy talking about? I can't continue like this. How am I supposed to perform now? Sui-chen thought, could this be a new plan to eliminate enemies? My little brother is white, he said, Gu Honsho attacking him is not good. You deserve love from you. If I were the one by Sui-chen's side, I would cherish you and never make you sad, not even a little. I will always be by your side and never leave. Alright, everyone, it's time to reveal the truth. Little Pei-sui likes Sui-chen. That's right. Little Pei-sui is Pei-sui. Then I will just call Pei-sui, Pei-sui. The little one was confused, thinking, did this first love come to confess to the wrong person? Why are you saying this to him? Sui-chen asked, what is your purpose? Why play this silly game with me? Am I not wasting my time? You know. Then Sui-chen stumbled on a mop and fell. Pei-sui quickly jumped to catch him, causing both of them to fall together. Suddenly, someone opened the bathroom door. Sui-chen told Pei-sui to get up because there were people coming. But Pei-sui hugged Sui-chen and said, don't be afraid. The person who entered the bathroom is someone who dislikes you very much. They came to gossip about you in the bathroom, saying you should hurry in and out because they want to see your face, Sui-chen. They want to see your gloomy expression. While they were in the bathroom, they were talking to their friends, saying, young Master Pei, from a noble family, how can he take such a lowly Sui-chen as a representative if not for his face? He doesn't even deserve to stand here, not even worthy to wipe young Master Pei's shoes. Hearing this, Pei-sui quickly covered Sui-chen's ears and said, don't listen. Sui-chen was confused, thinking, what is this person trying to do to me? Pei-sui covered Sui-chen's ears, making Sui-chen blush. Then those people walked out. Sui-chen quickly pushed Pei-sui away. Pei-sui hurriedly followed and grabbed Sui-chen's arm. Sui-chen shook him off and asked, what do you want? Pei-sui then pulled something out of his pocket. I've liked you for a long time. I've been watching you all along. I know what you like and what you hate. I went abroad to study and started my own company. All of this is to be by your side, to be worthy enough to pursue you. I didn't come back to see Gu Honsho, I came back for you. Someone like Gu Honsho is not worthy of you. Just be willing, and I can take you away from the Gu family immediately. Will you come with me? Sui-chen thought hard, what is he up to? Is he trying to trick me into letting my guard down and then deal with me later? But Sui-chen also thought that the promise between him and Gu Honsho was still valid. He just had to keep acting and not cause any trouble. The conclusion was that he had to pretend. And he had to pretend that he loved Gu Honsho the most. I must apologize, but the one I love is Gu Honsho. So, I will pretend not to know or see what happened today. Please don't tell Gu Honsho about this. If he finds out, he will be very sad. Then Sui-chen walked out. Pei-sui held onto the gift tightly and said, you only love Gu Honsho, huh? The scene cuts to the party where Gu Honsho approached Pei-sui. Pei-sui, why have you been gone so long? Are you feeling unwell? Pei-sui replied that he was fine. But I do have something on my mind because there's no one at home. If I go back to the Pei family, it will be too lonely. When Gu Honsho heard this, he immediately understood what Pei-sui meant and said, you can stay at the Gu family home for now. Pei-sui was excited and happy. Let's go. Really? I can really stay at the Gu family house, right? I won't be bothering you too much, will I? Gu Honsho said it wouldn't be a bother at all. But I can picture Sui-chen crying. For you, you can stay whenever you want, as you please. You, then. You're not a guest in the Gu family, you know? Pei-sui thought to herself that she would repay them handsomely. Thank you for giving me the chance to be close to Sui-chen. Gu Honsho walked away and thought to herself that she must be crazy because just now she was thinking about Sui-chen's face representing Su-su, and she remembered when Sui-chen first moved into the Gu family house. She thought that Sui-chen was so bright back then, so different from now. Sui-chen is also quite the performer, huh? When Gu Honsho returned from work, Sui-chen would always bring him porridge. Gu Honsho felt annoyed that Sui-chen just obeyed and bowed her head to him in everything. He didn't like it at all when Sui-chen acted that way. Teacher Harn came in to greet Sui-chen, asking where she had been. She replied that she had gone to the bathroom, and Teacher Harn ordered her to prepare the guest room for Pei Sui because Pei Sui would be staying at the house for a long time. At that moment, Sui-chen was quite shocked. What? She couldn't show the right expression about how she should feel. So she asked Gu Harn why he had to stay at our house. Couldn't he just stay at his own? Gu Harn told her that it was his house, not Sui-chen's, and she had no right to discuss this with him. It was his decision. Besides, if Pei Sui had to stay alone in the house, she couldn't possibly feel at ease. Sui-chen thought that she wasn't afraid of getting caught, right? The agreement they made 2 years ago wasn't over yet, and now he wanted to bring his lover to live in the house. Wasn't he afraid that the truth would come out? He told her to behave well while at home and to know her place as just an assistant, not to overstep her boundaries. She replied that she understood. Sui-chen's friends noticed that something was up. They asked her what was going on, as it seemed like there was trouble. So she told them, and her friends warned her that something was definitely off, so she should be careful. The scene then cut to the Gu family house. When Pei Sui arrived, he introduced himself to Sui-chen, saying, "From now on, I will be staying in this house. Please take care of me, Sui-chen. From now on, I will call you Sui-chen." Sui-chen put on a smile and said, "Sure." Gu Honsho then said that if there was anything he needed, he should let him know. Pei Sui thought to himself, "What could I possibly need? Because what I want the most is in the Gu family, and what Pei Sui wants is that heroine." Sui-chen came over to say that the guest room was ready. "Your room is on the 3rd floor. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." Then Gu Honsho would take Pei Sui to see the room. After Gu Honsho and Pei Sui walked away, they started talking. "Why isn't Sui-chen coming out yet? Why does she have to stay here?" Gu Honsho's younger sibling then said. "Well, he's really bold, isn't he? He's clinging to my brother like a tick. No matter how much I push, he won't budge. So those guys are looking for a way to get rid of Sui-chen." When they arrived at the room where Pei Sui was supposed to sleep, suddenly Pei Sui disappeared. No one knew where she went, and everyone thought she might have gotten lost or gone to the bathroom. The scene cuts to Sui-chen, who is changing clothes. Suddenly, he hears the door open, and the one who enters is Pei Sui. Sui-chen is startled. He quickly grabs a shirt to cover himself. "Hey, why don't you go check your own room? This is my room." Pei Sui is being all sweet. "I just wanted to see Sui-chen's room. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Besides, if it weren't for Sui-chen, I wouldn't be here at all." Our heroine then asks, "So you're here because of him, right?" Pei Sui replies that actually, Gu Honsho was the one who suggested it. "Don't judge him too quickly, he's not the kind of person you think. If Gu Honsho really cared about you, he wouldn't have brought me to this house. But I'm really thankful to him. This gives me a chance to be close to Sui-chen." Sui-chen thinks that what Pei Sui said is all true. Gu Honsho doesn't really like him, and he doesn't like Gu Honsho either, it's just an act. But from other people's perspective, it seems like Gu Honsho is hurting someone who loves him. The younger one thinks about how to respond. It looks like this kid really cares about his feelings. And during that moment, Gu Honsho walks over to Pei Sui and asks if she's lost and why she's here. Pei Sui plays it cool and says that if she has to live in this house, she should introduce herself to Sui-chen. The lackeys of Lu Han say that there's something to see here. "Watch out, that guy's bad luck might stick to you." Pei Sui says confidently that she's lucky and won't be afraid of something like this. Sui-chen quickly interrupts before things escalate, saying, "Everyone, we've all had a tiring day. Let's go rest. Gu Honjo then tells everyone to disperse and take a break. After everyone leaves, Gu Honjo comes in to talk to Suichen. He asks Suichen if he said anything inappropriate while squeezing Suichen's chin. He tells Suichen not to cause any trouble, and Suichen assures him, "You can rest easy, I won't say anything." He even pretends to tear up. When Gu Honjo sees this, he smiles with satisfaction, thinking that this beautiful flower is now firmly in his grasp. It's definitely harmless to him. When Suichen sees Gu Honjo's gaze, he quickly makes an exit because that look is quite creepy. Gu Honjo then loses interest and walks away, thinking that he doesn't want to let go of his toy just yet. After Gu Honjo leaves the room, Pei Sui sneaks a look. Once she sees that the coast is clear, she rushes over to Suichen, climbs onto his bed, and bites his ear. What is Pei Sui trying to do? Meanwhile, Pei Sui thinks that Suichen is really a good person, good-looking, and has a great personality, but he pretends not to shine. Pei Sui is completely obsessed, praising Suichen endlessly. "I'm the only one who knows how much he sparkles," and Pei Sui remembers Suichen's face as a child. Suichen wakes up because he feels someone touching him. When he wakes up, he's shocked. "When I woke up, I was shocked. Because I saw Pei Sui lying on the bed. I was shocked, and not only that, I kicked Pei Sui off the bed." The heroine started complaining about how she got onto his bed. Pei Sui looked gloomy and said that she really likes Suichen. "I couldn't hold back. So I wanted to meet him." Suichen told her that he didn't remember Pei Sui. "Can you stop bothering me already? No matter what you say, I won't believe you." Pei Sui looked even more gloomy. "Suichen, since you don't want to leave the Gu family, then I'll stay with you." The younger sister rushed to Suichen and said she wanted to hug him. No matter how much Suichen pushed her away, Pei Sui quickly hugged him and rubbed her face against him until Suichen couldn't take it anymore. Then he slapped Pei Sui's cheek. Suichen scolded her, saying that it was too much. But Pei Sui didn't listen to the scolding at all. She just stared at Suichen's shoulder. Plus, she leaned her face close to the hand that Suichen was pointing with, while also licking Suichen's fingers. "Did it hurt when you slapped me earlier, Suichen?" Pei Sui asked, blushing. "Are you a dog or something? Why do you like licking other people's hands like this?" Suichen replied immediately. He said he would only be Suichen's dog and would only lick his owner's hand. Suichen told her to stop looking at him like that, he wouldn't fall for it. Pei Sui said she wanted to sleep with him and promised to leave the room before everyone woke up and not let anyone know about this. Suichen said that couldn't happen. "You know how I feel about Gu Honjo. I can't accept your feelings. So, you should give up on me." Pei Sui was still being clingy. Suichen said, "I will never sleep on the bed. I can sleep and just look at you from down here. Don't push me away, okay? No one here is close to me at all. How am I supposed to stay?" The younger sister kept being clingy until Suichen finally agreed. "Fine, you can stay, but there's one condition, you must not let anyone know about this." "Absolutely. And if I don't give you permission, you can't come up on the bed or touch me like you did earlier. No licking either, understand?" Pei Sui smiled so wide her eyes turned into little ovals. "Yes, yes. I will obey all of Suichen's orders." When Suichen saw that look in her eyes, he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Why did he have to meet such a clingy person? What kind of karma did he bring upon himself? Then the two of them separated to sleep. But while Suichen closed his eyes, he felt like there was a little dog staring at him. When he opened his eyes, he saw Pei Sui sitting there, not taking her eyes off him, so Suichen had to turn away. But Pei Sui just wouldn't go to sleep, so the heroine got up and started throwing pillows and blankets at both of them. So they ended up sleeping together that night. Pei Sui was really, really happy. When she woke up in the morning, she quickly tiptoed to cover Suichen with a blanket, gave him a kiss on the head, and then walked out of the room. When Sui-chen woke up, he immediately realized that Pei-sui had covered him with a blanket because usually, when he woke up in the morning, the heroine wouldn't use a blanket. Then, when he looked at the bedside table, he saw a gift that Pei-sui had intended to give him. Along with a card attached, the card wrote that when Sui-chen sleeps, he looks really cute. Sui-chen felt flustered, but what exactly did she want? When Sui-chen got dressed and came down to make breakfast, he saw that Pei-sui had already prepared food just for him, and she was even flirting with him. I made this food just for you, Sui-chen. I specially prepared it for you. Sui-chen felt completely flustered. The scene cut to everyone coming down to eat, and everyone was praising how delicious the steak was, saying it tasted like a 5-star hotel. But suddenly, Gu Honjo asked Sui-chen why the food today didn't taste very good. It must be intentional teasing for sure. When Gu Honjo heard that, he became flustered. Sui-chen couldn't hold back his laughter. Until Gu Honjo turned to scold him, asking if it was that funny. Sui-chen couldn't stop laughing. Gu Honjo's lackey spoke up, saying, Sui-chen, you're so shameless. He's come back like this. And still has the nerve to be in the Gu family. It's not that he doesn't know his own status. Let me tell you something. A ugly duckling is still an ugly duckling. How can it become a beautiful swan? When Pei-sui heard that, her eyes turned fierce. When Pei-sui heard that, she couldn't take her eyes off him. Until Gu Honjo had to intervene. So they all ended up eating. After Sui-chen ate the steak that Pei-sui made, he thought, this is the meat I like. The steak is cooked medium with black pepper sauce. How did she know what I like? Sui-chen turned to look at Pei-sui. Our heroine was staring at him intensely, not blinking at all, and then she winked at him. Just then, Gu Honjo received a phone call and had to rush to the company. Gu Honjo's younger brother asked Pei-sui if she wanted to go anywhere, he would take her. But Pei-sui said she wanted to stay home and didn't want to go anywhere today. So the lackeys went out to have fun. After they left. But Pei-sui said he wanted to stay home and didn't want to go anywhere today, so the little minions went out to have fun. After they left. Pei-sui immediately made a stern face and thought to herself, why does Sui-chen have to serve these people? Once they left, Sui-chen quickly teased Pei-sui about her acting skills. You're amazing. It's a shame you aren't an actress. When Pei-sui saw Sui-chen holding a plate, she hurried to help. Come on, let me hold it. I'll help. Sui-chen gently pushed Pei-sui's hands away, and she looked sad, wondering why he wouldn't let her help. Sui-chen thought there was no need to be nice to those people. They don't even treat you well. Sui-chen relaxed on the couch, thinking that everything he was doing was for his salary. Pei-sui placed her hand on Sui-chen's shoulder and said that his matters were her matters too. If those kids bullied Sui-chen again, she would handle it herself. She made a fierce expression, and Sui-chen thought about how quickly Pei-sui changed her demeanor. He told her not to interfere, as he didn't like others making decisions for him. Pei-sui's mood improved. Fine, if that's what Sui-chen says, then so be it. Sui-chen ordered Pei-sui to wash the dishes and wipe the table, doing everything for him. Pei-sui didn't complain at all and was even happy that Sui-chen relied on her. After finishing the housework, Pei-sui sat down to massage Sui-chen's legs. Sui-chen recalled all the insults he had received, but when he looked at Pei-sui, he felt satisfaction knowing he had beaten those people. The perfect person they admired was now sitting there massaging his legs and even wanted to be his servant. It was better than good. Pei-sui hugged the heroine's legs. After doing all this, is there a reward? The heroine gently rubbed Pei-sui's head. Very good, you're great. So, what reward do you want? Sui-chen played with Pei-sui's heart, pressing his forehead against hers. When Pei Sui saw this, she felt emboldened and said she wanted to kiss Sui-chen. The hero immediately refused. Sui-chen thought that Pei Sui's acting skills were incredible, even he, who acted every day for a year, couldn't keep up with her. Sui-chen almost softened to Pei Sui. Luckily, he managed to restrain himself. Sui-chen pushed Pei Sui away. I don't believe your words. Don't look at me like that again, understand? Pei Sui was clearly upset and grabbed Sui-chen's arm, straddling him. Pei Sui was determined to get what she wanted and quickly closed the distance, biting Sui-chen's neck. Don't hate me. Sui-chen didn't listen and slapped Pei Sui's cheek. What do you really want? If you have a problem, go get it treated. Don't act crazy here, understand? Pei Sui still smiled, saying as long as Sui-chen didn't hate her, she would do anything. Why is Sui-chen so delicious? When Sui-chen heard that, he blushed deeply. His face turned completely red. He told Pei Sui to leave already. Don't come near me, understand? Just then, the butler walked in, having heard the commotion. He was accompanied by Gu Honjo's younger brother. Gu Honjo's younger brother noticed something was off and quickly asked what was happening. Is something wrong? But both of them denied it, saying nothing was going on. However, Gu Honjo's younger brother noticed the strange atmosphere and that Sui-chen's cheeks were still red. Sui-chen excused himself, and Gu Honjo's younger brother rushed to ask if Sui-chen was okay. Sui-chen thought of his face and smiled. Of course, it's fine. How could it not be okay in the Gu family? Once Sui-chen entered the room, he looked in the mirror and saw marks on his neck. He thought to himself that it was nothing, just like being bitten by a dog. It was just like a real dog biting Sui-chen. He thought about his first love, Gu Honjo, and wondered why he had fallen for him. Okay, staying at the Gu family home can't be that bad. When Sui-chen entered the room, he looked in the mirror and saw marks on his neck. He thought it wasn't a big deal, just like being bitten by a dog. It was just like a real dog biting Sui-chen, he thought to himself. The first love that Gu Honjo kissed. How could he fall in love with me? Or is it because he really wants Gu Honjo? So he's trying to trick me? To make me trust him like that? But this method is really strange. Late at night, Pei Sui came into Sui-chen's room. He set up a bed for himself to sleep on. Sui-chen sat cross-legged and asked, "Why are you coming to sleep with me? I prepared the bedroom nicely. But you come back to lay on the floor like this." Pei Sui said, "Well, compared to the gold and silver rooms, it can't compare to the room you gave me." Sui-chen turned his face away because if he asked more, he would only make Pei Sui happier. Pei Sui said, "Good night, Sui-chen," and then they went to sleep. Compared to the room that Sui-chen provided, it can't be compared at all. Sui-chen turned away because if asked more, he would only be more pleased. Pei Sui said good night to Sui-chen, and then they all went to sleep. The scene cuts to the next day. Sui-chen went to pick up Gu Honjo who was coming back from work. When Gu Honjo saw that, he slapped Sui-chen on the cheek. "Sui-chen, are you taking care of Pei Sui like that?" Sui-chen tried to explain that he hadn't done anything wrong, so why did he have to be hurt? What did he do wrong? Pei Sui saw Sui-chen like that and couldn't take his eyes off him until Gu Honjo had to drag Sui-chen outside and warned him to know his status. Know your place. Don't think no one knows you're acting disgusting like that. I didn't think you would dare to lay hands on Pei Sui like this. Why? Are you jealous of him? Humph. You should go bow your head and apologize to him, and I won't hold anything against you. The heroine said that she wouldn't go. Why would she go when she hasn't done anything wrong? But when Gu Honjo heard that, he thought to himself that Sui-chen has never gone against him before. So why is Sui-chen going against him now? He then told Sui-chen, "Stand here until you repent." Just when Gu Honjo entered the house, Gu Hanzhou's younger sibling asked where Su-ichen was and why he didn't come together. Gu Hanzhou replied that Su-ichen was outside being punished. When Pei Sui heard that, he got really angry. Gu Hanzhou walked over to Pei Sui. He asked if everything was okay. Pei Sui said it was fine, they were just joking around. Pei Sui was really good at acting. He could still manage to smile. But inside, he was boiling with rage because Gu Hanzhou hurt Su-ichen. However, Pei Sui thought to himself that someone like him would never understand that no matter what Su-ichen did, he would still like him. I like everything about him. Just look at Pei Sui. How could he be so infatuated? After that, Gu Hanzhou excused himself to work. He also called his younger brother to come along. Pei Sui thought about it. What Gu Hanzhou did today, he would get back 100-fold. Don't think that in this life. I will let you be happy. Pei Sui hurried to find Su-ichen. He asked Su-ichen if he was okay. Su-ichen shrugged off his arm. Pei Sui, don't act like this in front of me. Behind my back, you went to tell Gu Hanzhou, right? It's so much fun to do this, isn't it? If you think you're going to make Gu Hanzhou hate me more, you've succeeded. Now you can leave. Pei Sui didn't know what Su-ichen said to Gu Hanzhou. Why would I report him? I think the one who would report is his younger brother. If you don't believe it, you can prove it. Su-ichen said he didn't like it and asked him to stop pretending. If you like Gu Hanzhou, then go care about him. Why meddle with me? Just stay away, I don't want to see your face, got it? Pei Sui tried to hold on to Su-ichen because he didn't want to lose him, so he hugged Su-ichen tightly. As she started to cry, Su-ichen's heart softened when he saw this. He thought to himself, did scolding Pei Sui really make her cry? Or is Pei Sui really going to complain? Pei Sui quickly hugged Su-ichen and said that no matter how much he scolded or hit, he shouldn't chase her away. Su-ichen asked, aren't you afraid someone in the house will see us hugging like this? He thought that if Pei Sui was really acting, it would be too realistic and probably not acting at all. He thought that no matter what, he couldn't let Pei Sui sulk here. If others saw it, it would be a problem. So he told Pei Sui to go inside. He didn't want to create more problems for him. When Pei Sui heard that, he made a sad face. Then he said he would obey and walked away. Su-ichen thought of a younger brother he knew in school. That boy would always promise to listen to Su-ichen too. He thought it was just like that young boy he once helped. Pei Sui shared a story from high school about a kid from a wealthy family who often got bullied at school. After seeing it happen frequently, Su-ichen went to help until that kid started following him everywhere. All he remembered was that the kid's last name was Pei, but he was sure his name wasn't Pei Sui. The scene shifted to Pei Sui, who was talking to his father. The voice on the line said, "You ungrateful son, how long do you think you can keep me locked up? Do you plan to keep me here until I die?" Pei Sui's expression looked quite scary. "Why do you think that? You are my only blood relative, and no one loves you more than I do. But if you don't finish the homework I assign, how can I let you out? If you don't finish it, you won't get full marks and won't be able to eat or sleep. This is what you once told me." Suddenly, it started to rain. And it was pouring heavily, which caught Pei Sui's attention. Suddenly, Gu Hanzhou came to find Pei Sui. Pei Sui asked about Su-ichen, wondering if it was okay for him to be outside like that. Gu Hanzhou replied that he should stand in the rain. That's the punishment. It serves him right. Gu Hanzhou started to walk down the stairs. But at that moment, Pei Sui was extremely displeased. Pei Sui then kicked Gu Hanzhou's leg, causing Gu Hanzhou to fall down the stairs. After he fell, he looked up at Pei Sui. At that moment, Pei Sui smiled. Gu Hanzhou was very shocked, but then Pei Sui quickly asked, "Are you okay? Why did you suddenly fall?" Gu Hanzhou thought to himself that it seemed like he saw a suspicious smile from Pei Sui. Then an ambulance came to pick up Gu Hanzhou. The heroine saw him and wondered what had happened that required an ambulance. But suddenly, a suit was draped over Sui Chen. When he turned around, it was Pei Sui who brought it for him. Pei Sui said, "Whoever made Sui Chen sad will have to face the consequences. I know my limits, but just now he tripped over my own foot. He wasn't looking where he was going, so it's not my fault." Pei Sui seemed to be making excuses, but Sui Chen said, "Do you know what you're doing?" Pei Sui then cuddled up to Sui Chen and said, "I do, but I can't stand seeing him bully you. Even in this heavy rain, he still makes you stand outside. He's really cruel." Sui Chen asked if he could tell him more about this. "Aren't you afraid that he'll report you to Gu Hanzhou?" Pei Sui said she's not afraid. "Everything I have already belongs to Sui Chen. You can do whatever you want with me." Upon hearing that, Sui Chen blushed. "Pei Sui, do you really have feelings for me?" Then Sui Chen sneezed. The little one felt very hot. It seems like he has a fever, so Pei Sui gave Sui Chen an umbrella to hold while carrying him. Our protagonist complained, wondering if he was going crazy again for doing this. Pei Sui carried Sui Chen into his car, with a personal manager driving. When the manager saw Sui Chen, he thought to himself, "So this is the person the boss has been searching for all these years." When Pei Sui saw this, he scolded his subordinate. "Didn't anyone teach you about manners? You shouldn't sneak a peek when your boss is doing something important, got it?" The subordinate thought to himself, "Is this really something important?" Pei Sui took out a handkerchief and tried to wipe. "It's just Sui Chen." Pei Sui thought to himself, "Why has my Sui Chen become someone who can be easily bullied?" He quickly hugged Sui Chen but noticed the kiss mark he left was fading, so he added a new one. Pei Sui thought to himself, "Am I taking advantage of the situation?" Because Sui Chen is unwell, he restrained himself, thinking there would be plenty of time and he could wait for the next opportunity. The next day, Sui Chen woke up because he heard Pei Sui talking on the phone. Pei Sui was on the phone with Gu Hanzhou, telling him he wouldn't be back because he was out of town. When Sui Chen regained consciousness, he hurried to check if his fever had gone down. The heroine thought to herself that lately, she could only think about that young man. She often felt strange when she saw Pei Sui until she asked, "Have we met before?" Pei Sui then replied, "Maybe." Sui Chen asked, "Can you explain more? Why did you say maybe?" But Pei Sui refused, saying he preferred not to talk about it, thinking to himself that the past was very painful. If Sui Chen doesn't remember, he wouldn't want him to remember forever. Without Sui Chen, he would just be a stray dog. Having Sui Chen in his life made it more meaningful. Pei Sui peeled an apple for the heroine to eat, and she lectured him. "Gu Hanzhou took good care of you, so why don't you stay with him? Why do you have to do nice things to please me? Do you enjoy serving me that much?" Pei Sui replied that it had nothing to do with that, he just likes Sui Chen. "I only like Sui Chen." He fed the apple to Sui Chen, but Sui Chen wouldn't eat it until Pei Sui said, "If you don't eat it, I'll just hold it like this." So Sui Chen had to eat it. Pei Sui was so in love that when Sui Chen chewed, he wanted to pick up his phone and take a picture. Sui Chen then asked about Gu Hanzhou, asking what was going on with him. He rested for 2 to 3 days and would be fine. It's a pity the stairs were too short, so that's all he could do. When Sui Chen saw his gaze, she knew this person was very fierce. "If Gu Hanzhou knew that his first love had been waiting for me all this time and you are so cold and ruthless, wouldn't he be heartbroken and disappointed? You don't need to waste your time pursuing me. Because right now, I'm not thinking about leaving Gu Hanzhou." Pei Sui then took his hand and held the heroine's face, and said he would stay with her. "I will be with you." The heroine told him that she and Pei Sui had nothing going on at all. "Do you know why he chose me to represent you?" Pei Sui replied that he knew because when I smile, I look a lot like Sui Chen. Sui-chen said she was out of words, saying how could a first love be like a representative. There are only representatives that resemble the first love. Pei-sui insisted that no, I really resemble Sui-chen. Don't say that you are a representative or anything like that. I don't want to hear it. Pei-sui asked. If it was normal for him to punish you like this. Sui-chen replied that it was. He often vents all his anger on me that he can't express at work. He lets others bully me and never helps me at all. This incident is just a minor punishment. When Pei-sui heard this, she quickly hugged Sui-chen and apologized to him. Sui-chen was confused about why she was apologizing. Pei-sui said she was sorry for being late. The scene flashes back to the past. It's the story of Pei-sui. Pei-sui was hit with a book because his father found a picture of Sui-chen hidden away. Pei-sui was then taken for therapy, which was a conversion therapy center. Pei-sui was treated in a rather painful way until he pretended to be cured to leave that hospital. However, he had a plan in mind. After leaving the therapy center, he went to deal with his father in a way we don't know about and immediately traveled to find Sui-chen, dressed handsomely and holding a rose. Finally, he thought he found you, Pei-sui, but then the story he imagined was not what happened. At that moment, Sui-chen was already with Gu Honshu. Pei-sui felt both jealous and hated Gu Honshu but never thought of getting rid of him because he was afraid Sui-chen would be sad. No matter how long it takes, I will get Sui-chen back from Gu Honshu. The scene cuts back to the present. Now Pei-sui is about to feed Sui-chen, but Gu Honshu calls Sui-chen. He asks why he hasn't visited him in the hospital for so many days. Sui-chen replies that he is also sick and is in the hospital. Gu Honshu doesn't seem to care about Sui-chen. He asks again who allowed him to go. Have you forgotten that you are being punished? Sui-chen says that it is raining heavily. If he stands outside any longer, he will get seriously ill. Pei-sui tries to ask if he is okay. Luckily, the sound didn't leak into the phone, otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Gu Honshu uses all his power to force Sui-chen back within an hour. Sui-chen says that the hospital is very far away, and he won't make it in an hour, but Pei-sui doesn't listen. Don't forget that your father is still in jail and your mother is in the hospital. Your whole family is in my hands, you have no right to refuse my orders, understand? When Sui-chen heard this, his hands trembled. He thought that one day Gu Honshu would pay for this with his own hands. Before hanging up, Gu Honshu said that now Sui-chen is out of town, and he must come to massage him every night like before, understand? When Sui-chen heard this, he hung up and told Pei-sui that he had to go back. Pei-sui said she would go back too, but Sui-chen stopped her. If we go back together now, it would be too obvious. You have to listen to me, if we go back together, others will be suspicious. You can go back in 2 days, okay? Pei-sui made a sad face and said fine, let's do it that way. When they got home, Gu Honshu's younger brother came to greet them. Finally, you are back. Do you know how angry my brother was when he came back and didn't see you? He was very angry. Now Pei-sui is working out of town, so you need to be careful. Gu Honshu's younger brother warned Sui-chen. Now Sui-chen went to see Gu Honshu. Gu Honshu called Sui-chen closer and held his chin. Sui-chen said he was sorry and that he was wrong, while squeezing out tears. Gu Honshu then asked how he was wrong, to explain it. Sui-chen explained while crying, saying he shouldn't have slapped Pei-sui. You shouldn't go out without permission, and you shouldn't argue with me either, Gu Honshu. Just tell me why you won't take care of it. At the hospital, the younger sibling said they were sick, but Gu Honshu replied that if you didn't look like Pei-sui and kept arguing like this, I would have kicked you out already. Lately, you like to argue with me, don't you? You won't listen to me, right? Sui-chen said that if that's really the case, please let me go from the Gu family. Sui-chen asked what that meant. Sui-chen replied that if the real one is back, why would you keep me when you don't want me? Just say it, and I will. I will pack my things and leave immediately. Sui-chen thought that if Gu Honjo really kicked him out, it would mean he didn't break his promise, which would be a relief. Gu Honjo was very angry and asked Sui-chen if he wanted to leave. Right now, I'm helping you check on your father's case and finding a way to help you, but you want to break your promise with me. Is this how you repay me? He pushed Sui-chen down onto the table and reminded him not to forget that your mother is still in the hospital, and it's the Gu family's hospital. Gu family. I can kick you out of the hospital anytime I want. If you think of leaving me, how will you survive in this city? Sui-chen said that he was wrong. He would stay here until the contract was fulfilled. The younger sibling acted very well. Gu Honjo touched Sui-chen, surprising him because Gu Honjo never did this before. Gu Honjo thought to himself while waiting for Pei Sui that he had never touched you before, but in this weak state. It makes me want to bully you. I will keep my purity for Pei Sui. Or should I just follow my desires? Make Sui-chen truly mine. Sui-chen was shocked, wondering why this guy suddenly had feelings. He tried to escape because he really didn't want to do this. Gu Honjo sat down in a chair and asked if he knew what to do. Kneel down. Sui-chen tried to stall and asked if you hated me, right? You only like young Master Pei, don't you? Gu Honjo grabbed Sui-chen's arm and said that now you belong to me. I can do anything as long as you don't tell Pei Sui, he will never know. Sui-chen asked if you didn't feel ashamed doing this. Gu Honjo replied that his heart was with Pei Sui, but his desires were with Sui-chen. The protagonist felt troubled, this guy is truly a bad man. Just then, Pei Sui called, interrupting Gu Honjo, who went to answer the call. Pei Sui called to tell Gu Honjo to pick him up, so Gu Honjo hurried to get Pei Sui. The protagonist thanked Pei Sui for calling at the right time. Before Pei Sui left, he emphasized that Pei Sui must never know about this. After leaving the room, Sui-chen thought this was very strange. In the past year, Gu Honjo had never done anything like this with him. At that moment, Pei Sui messaged Sui-chen. Sui-chen, if I were to. Gu Honjo, would you be sad? The words Pei Sui typed were, I will cut off your head. Sui-chen was shocked. What is Pei Sui planning? It feels like he's not joking, so he quickly typed back to Pei Sui to calm down. Don't mess around, okay? While Sui-chen was stressed, Pei Sui replied that he could be trusted. He wouldn't go to jail, he still wanted to grow old with Sui-chen. Sui-chen thought to himself why Pei Sui was saying such scary things while looking so cute and soft. Sui-chen said not to worry about his parents, he would handle it himself. When Sui-chen heard that, he was stunned because he had never told anyone about this. He quickly asked how he knew. Pei Sui had cameras set up all over that house. He thought that if he told Sui-chen now, he would definitely be scared of him. Better not tell him yet. He typed back to Sui-chen that after returning from abroad, he had someone investigate. He even knew that Sui-chen was with Gu because of a contract. I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me. I'm just worried, so I secretly investigated. Gu Honjo is using your family to threaten you to stay with him, right? Please answer me, I'm almost home to the Gu family. We're together because of a promise. I'm sorry, please don't be mad at me. I'm just worried, so I secretly investigated. Gu Honjo is using your family to threaten you to stay with him, right? Sui-chen, please answer me. I'm almost at the Gu family home. I know that Sui-chen thinks he currently doesn't have enough power to destroy such a large family, but if he has another ally, he might be able to leave Gu Honjo very soon. The person Sui-chen intends to partner with is none other than Pei Sui. He wonders if he can really trust Pei Sui. The scene shifts to Gu Honjo. He is picking up Pei Sui. Sui-chen has also bought something for Gu Honjo. It's something that will make a man unable to perform. Pei Sui thinks that after receiving such a gift, let's see if Gu Honjo will still dare to bully Sui-chen. Gu Honjo invites Pei Sui to his younger sibling's birthday party, and Pei Sui says he will clear his schedule. The truth is, he thinks it's not that important. Wherever Sui-chen is, he will be there too. The scene cuts to their home, where the four of them are sitting down to eat together. While eating, Pei Sui can't help but nudge Sui-chen with his foot, making a teasing face. Sui-chen thinks, what is he doing? What game is he playing? Until Sui-chen's face turns red, he stands up and tells Gu Honjo that he needs to excuse himself because he still has unfinished work. He walks out while glancing back to see Pei Sui's reaction. Pei Sui immediately realizes that Sui-chen is calling for him. 5 minutes later, he rushes to follow Sui-chen under the pretense of needing to go to the bathroom. Pei Sui finds Sui-chen and quickly hugs him, whispering that he wants to kiss him. Pei Sui doesn't wait for Sui-chen's permission. He quickly attacks Sui-chen with kisses on the neck and ear, then whispers to Sui-chen that he is very excited, as if they are secretly dating and doing something naughty. Pei Sui tells Sui-chen to look at him, and Sui-chen replies that he isn't afraid of being caught by others. Are you crazy? Pei Sui continues to tease him. Sui-chen's face is very red. Are you shy? When Sui-chen hears Pei Sui teasing him, he quickly pushes Pei Sui away, saying, "Get lost. You can't take advantage of me, got it?" Pei Sui refuses to back down, saying, "Sure, I will just stay in your heart." Sui-chen starts to waver at Pei Sui's actions, and suddenly Gu Honjo shouts for Sui-chen to go wash the dishes. When Pei Sui hears this, he says, "No need to go. I'll take care of it. You just wait here." Pei Sui insists that the dishes should be washed by Sui-chen so he can practice his household skills. Sui-chen quickly refuses, saying he doesn't want to wash the dishes. But at that moment, Gu Honjo seems very pleased that Pei Sui is handling the household chores, thinking that Pei Sui really wants to be part of the family. So I excused myself to finish some work. After Gu Honjo left, Pei Sui quickly ran to find Sui-chen. "Sui-chen, I missed you so much. Can I have a hug?" He quickly grabs Sui-chen's hand. Sui-chen says, "Can you act normal? You just got home. Can you be normal for just 1 minute?" Pei Sui replies, "Because this is the Gu family, I need to leave my mark on you, Sui-chen." He quickly whispers to Sui-chen, "Do you know what leaving a mark means?" Sui-chen shakes him off and says, "If a problem arises, it will be a problem for you, not for me." Then he walks away to take a shower. Sui-chen isn't careful at all, taking off his clothes in front of Pei Sui until he realizes and turns to Pei Sui, telling him to turn around. "Why are you looking?" Pei Sui's face turns bright red as he moves closer to Sui-chen and asks, "Can I take care of you tonight?" Sui-chen says, "Don't act like this. If you want something, go buy it." Pei Sui pouts and says, "If you want something, just tell me, okay?" Sui-chen replies that he doesn't want anything and walks into the bathroom. After he comes out, Pei Sui rushes to him because he has been waiting outside the bathroom. He quickly grabs a hairdryer and offers to dry Sui-chen's hair. Sui-chen thinks that if that person really wants to do something for him, it would be great because he is also too lazy to dry his hair. Pei Sui compliments Sui-chen, saying he smells really good, and then he gets serious. "I've taken care of your parents, but the Gu family is very powerful, so it might take 2 or 3 months. Right now, I'm sending my people to dismantle the Gu family's power. If you want, try asking questions like, how can Gu Honjo treat Pei Sui so well and not feel guilty about betraying him?" Pei Sui replies, "How can I feel guilty? He took away the most important person to me. I have been very patient, and I won't feel guilty." When Sui-chen sees Pei Sui's expression, he thinks that this vengeance doesn't seem like an act. Sui-chen seriously asks, "What do you really want by doing this?" "I don't want anything from you, nor do I want anything in return. I just want to be controlled by you, Sui-chen, both heart and soul." Sui-chen hugs Pei Sui's legs and says, "You are my one and only. No one can replace you, and you are not a substitute for anyone, you know." Sui-chen tells Pei Sui that at first, he thought Pei Sui wanted to ask him to date. So he speaks directly to Pei Sui, saying not to expect that if he treats him well, he will date him. He has never relied on anyone but himself. Sui-chen thinks to himself that he is currently in Gu Honjo's grasp. If he dares to have feelings for Pei Sui, he will surely die. Pei Sui speaks from the heart, saying that if he can't be Sui-chen's partner, it's okay, he is willing to be Sui-chen's obedient dog. He is willing to help Sui-chen without expecting anything in return, just to stand by Sui-chen's side. Then Pei Sui kisses the heroine's hand. After that, the two of them sleep separately. Sui-chen sleeps on the bed while Pei Sui sleeps below. Sui-chen chats with a friend, asking if they have gathered information on Pei Sui yet. The friend replies, asking why he is being targeted. Then his friend replied that it couldn't be investigated because the main power of the family is abroad, making it impossible for him to dig deeper. Sui-chen said that he didn't harm me at all. He used to be too good, he's not like we thought at all. You know, my friend said he might be tricking us into trusting him and then stab us in the back. So, be careful. My friend also said that even though we can't investigate, he compiled self-defense methods for me. He sent a lot of files, ways to observe if someone is lying or not. Sui-chen thought about what his friend had been doing lately. Why does everything seem so strange? Sui-chen then said that the investigation could start from high school since he studied in China, right? His friend just remembered and decided to look into it. Cut to Pei Sui, who was chatting with someone as well. Sui-chen had to lean in to see who he was talking to. He contacted his subordinate to keep a close eye on the Su family and monitor the Gu family's business, looking for ways to snatch all of the Gu family's projects. He told his subordinate that he would pay without limits, just as long as the Gu family's shares decreased. After Pei Sui finished talking with his subordinate, he turned to Sui-chen. Sui-chen thought to himself to wait a little longer, he would handle everything. When Pei Sui turned around, the heroine threw a pillow at him, asking why he wasn't asleep yet and that the phone light was shining on her. Pei Sui then acted cute towards Sui-chen. The floor feels so cold. I can't sleep. I want to go sleep on the bed with Sui-chen. The heroine threw a blanket at him. Pei Sui thought to himself that Sui-chen was so stubborn but always soft-hearted. If he managed the family issues, would Sui-chen open up to him more? The scene cut to Pei Sui, who was now straddling Sui-chen, calling out for him. Sui-chen was very shy. The heroine hurried to him and said he wanted to make Sui-chen feel comfortable. After he completed his mission, he opened his eyes. In conclusion, it was just Pei Sui's sweet dream about the heroine. When he woke up, Pei Sui's face turned red, it was just a dream. But when he looked under the blanket, he had to quickly take off his pants to wash them, while bringing water to Sui-chen and giving her a kiss on the cheek. A few days later was the birthday celebration for Gu Honjo, which was his 18th birthday. There were many people at the event. As for Pei Sui, he didn't hide his feelings at all. When he saw Sui-chen, he rushed over to hug her. Sui-chen had to scold him, saying how many times he had to tell him not to run over like that. What if others saw? What would happen if it got caught on camera? Pei Sui reassured Sui-chen that he could handle this. Gu Honjo wouldn't be able to see the footage from the surveillance cameras because he checked it before letting him see it. Besides, I always come to Sui-chen like this. Sui-chen has never rejected me even once. Sui-chen quickly pushed Pei Sui away. Sui-chen said she knew. In the adult world, not rejecting means they are rejecting. Pei Sui wouldn't back off, he moved closer to Sui-chen. But in my world, if Sui-chen doesn't reject, it means she agrees. Pei Sui then held Sui-chen's waist and spoke up. Do you know that right now we feel like we are secretly meeting, like a forbidden love? Sui-chen replied that he was talking nonsense and asked who was his secret lover. Suddenly, someone walked by, so Sui-chen quickly pulled Pei Sui closer. But Pei Sui took the chance to kiss Sui-chen's cheek. After kissing her cheek, he covered her mouth. If I do this, then I'm Sui-chen's secret boyfriend, right? You can scold me all you want, this is a big event, and there are many big families here. We can't do this, you know. If others see, it will be a big deal. It's not just me who will have problems, you will lose your reputation too, you know. Pei Sui replied that he knew and didn't care about reputation at all. I only care about Sui-chen. Sui-chen said that even if Pei Sui didn't care, she did. When Pei Sui heard that, he said okay, he would just be a secret boyfriend. If Sui-chen didn't allow him to reveal it, he wouldn't reveal it for sure. Sui-chen shook his hand off and asked when they agreed to be a couple. She looked around the event. She thought to herself that she felt really good being here because she could pull in the big families to invest. Pei Sui held Sui-chen's hand, saying no matter what you think, I will always be by your side. They gazed into each other's eyes sweetly. At that moment, a big family arrived at the event, the Lu family. The two siblings from the Gu family rushed out to welcome them. Someone got out of the car holding a gift for Gu Hanzhou's younger brother. The one who got out was the youngest of the Lu family, while the older one was named Lu Mingfo. The scene then flashed back to an hour earlier when the Lu family was talking in the car. Ming, let's call you the big brother and the little brother. The little brother said that he hasn't gone to the Gu family for many days, you know why? Because he is annoyed with Sui-chen. His big brother was confused about who he was talking about, so he explained that it was the person who looks like Pei Sui. The one who crawled onto the bed of the big brother from the Gu family. When the big brother heard this, he said that there was no need to take it seriously, it's just a toy for the rich. He thought to himself that no one could replace Pei Sui, only Gu Hanzhou is foolish enough to find someone to replace Pei Sui, his little brother. He narrated the story of Sui-chen scene by scene, but it was all bad. I really don't understand how Brother Gu can tolerate someone like that. Why did he dare to bring him into the Gu family? His brother asked. So, do you like Gu Hanzhou or something? The younger one said, how can I like him? Brother, where are you thinking? I just can't stand watching Brother Gu being used by that person. The younger one then expressed concern about Pei Sui. How can Pei Sui live in Gu Hanzhou's house when he has to see Sui-chen every day? How can that be happy? The younger one teased his brother, saying he knew that Brother Pei Sui. I think you still have a chance because Pei Sui isn't that close to Brother Gu Hanzhou. His older brother said, little one, don't pretend to know so much. Instead of meddling in my affairs, why not take care of yourself? The younger one pouted and said that with an older brother around, having a little problem is no big deal. After all, the older brother always takes care of things. The driver thought to himself that if the younger one wasn't so spoiled, he wouldn't be so self-centered. Always causing problems for others to solve. Everyone dotes on the little one, but if there were a real son, everyone in the family would probably pay him the utmost attention. In the end, this little one was adopted. Because the real little one in the house had died. When the little one died, the older brother cried out, saying it was his fault for not taking care of him well enough. He took the little one in and cared for him well to make up for the pain he had suffered. In summary, the Lu family was a family that had lost their youngest son, so they adopted a child into the family. They tried to do good to atone for not taking care of the little one and their own child, which led to them spoiling this little one too much. They even named this little one to rhyme with the name of their deceased child, Gu Hanzhou, and the older brother of the Lu family came to greet them. Sui-chen thought to himself that this must be the one Gu Hanzhou had to yield to. The two seemed to be considerate and fearful of each other. Sui-chen also knew that the older brother of the Lu family was also eyeing Pei Sui. He turned to glare at Pei Sui, saying, you look just like a fox spirit, clearly charming. Pei Sui hurried over to Sui-chen, and Sui-chen had to stop him. Don't come near me like this, you know. Everyone from the big family is here. Pei Sui said, okay, I understand. Just give me 2 more minutes. 2 minutes don't exist. Time has already flown by, I don't even know how many minutes have passed. By the time Suichen managed to escape, Suichen was sitting down to eat cake at the table. He greeted his friend. Are you here yet? Why are you so late? His friend told him that he had arrived and was at the door. Suddenly, Peisui sat down next to him, and he quickly pushed him away, saying to keep his distance. Why was he even here? Peisui looked sad and said that if someone called, he would definitely go. I won't disturb Suichen, of course. In his heart, Peisui liked how cold Suichen looked. It was really handsome and he liked it a lot. Then Suichen's friend arrived. Suichen turned to look as his friend was about to give a birthday gift to the birthday boy, and everyone came to congratulate him. This year, Peisui's friend made a huge profit. The guest asked about the company president, wondering who he was and if he wasn't attending the event. No one had ever seen his face, it was too mysterious. Suichen's friend said that the president was busy, so he couldn't make an appearance right now. Gu Honjo came out to welcome Suichen's friends. Suichen's friend then presented a car key worth 50 million. Everyone at the event was wide-eyed because they wanted one too. But in the meantime, the older brother of the Lu family came in to greet Suichen's friend, handing over a business card as if the two wanted to do business with Suichen's friend. So he wanted to meet the president of the company. But Suichen's friend said that their president was not available. But Suichen's friend said that our chairman is busy. If I have free time, I will contact you immediately. After Suichen finished speaking, Gu Honjo came over to greet Brother Lu. No matter what I do, you want to take everything from me, right? You even mentioned Peisui. So the two of them ended up arguing about Peisui, and Suichen's friend had to step away and text Suichen. What should I do? Should I go and stop them? Or should I just listen quietly? Suichen then said. Just stand there and watch, that's enough. Suichen's friend asked. I can't see you right now. Where are you? Suichen replied that he was with Peisui. Suichen's friend was shocked. Why are you sitting together? Suichen then asked Peisui if the eldest son of the Lu family and Gu Honjo were arguing about him, and if he wouldn't go and stop them. Peisui straightforwardly replied, I think it's good, isn't it? If they end up hurting each other while arguing, Suichen's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, how does he know I want that to happen? Peisui then held Suichen's hand and said to him, if I can help you escape from the Gu family, will I be rewarded? Suichen didn't just stand by. He touched Peisui as if responding back. He said, Let's see if the only heir of the Pei family has that capability. Peisui blushed. He then said, understood, that's great. It seems like Suichen is starting to trust me, and then he walked away. Suichen went to grab some snacks, but then the younger brother of the Lu family came over and teased him for not wearing branded clothes, saying he probably only knew how to crawl into bed. Suichen thought to himself, what did I do to deserve this? Why does he like to pick on me so much? He then asked if Suichen had prepared any gifts. Suichen thought to himself, I gave him a sports car, and what did you give me? Why would he dare to give you that? The pink-haired brother said, what do you expect from him? He doesn't have that much money. Do you think I want a gift from him? But the pink-haired brother stood in front of Suichen and even helped to speak up for him. This guy is actually pretty decent. Suichen thought to himself that among all the people in the Gu family who were nice to him, besides Peisui, it was this pink-haired brother. Even though he talks back a bit, his actions have protected me many times, so he truly deserves a sports car from me. The pink-haired brother dragged that guy away, and now Peisui walked over to Brother Wei. When Brother Wei saw him, he was very happy, and they greeted each other. It's the younger brother with the pink hair. Even though he can be a bit of a smart mouth, his actions have protected me many times, so he truly deserves a sports car from me. The pink-haired younger brother dragged that guy away. Now Pei-sui has walked over to Brother Wei, and when Brother Wei saw him, he was very happy. They greeted each other. Pei-sui sweetly said again that he had wanted to meet in person after discussing work online for so long. Nice to meet you, Glasses. I'm so happy to hear that. Oh, it's such an honor. I heard you've been staying at the Gu family home lately. If there's anything inconvenient, just let me know. Pei-sui also said that it's really convenient there. There are a lot of people, and it's lively. At that moment, those little bullies were picking on Sui-chen again. Pei-sui saw it too. But at that time, he couldn't help out, really. They were ganging up on Sui-chen pretty badly. When Glasses saw that, he said that Pei-sui was just a representative. He would handle it himself. If he knew his own status, he would have left the Gu family a long time ago. Hearing that, Pei-sui was really scared that he would do something to Sui-chen. She was so scared she was sweating and said, "Thank you very much, but I hope this is just a friendly conversation. No threats or harm, okay?" Glasses replied that he wouldn't harm anyone, but a little intimidation is nothing to worry about. Pei-sui then said that she was afraid Glasses would do something to Sui-chen. So, Glasses walked over to Sui-chen, who was performing. "You are Sui-chen, right?" Sui-chen thanked Glasses for coming to help. Glasses immediately said he wasn't there to help. He just didn't want anyone bothering him while he was talking to Sui-chen. So, he chased those guys away. Sui-chen then said he would take his leave. He wouldn't disturb them anymore. But Glasses held Sui-chen back. After that, he looked at Sui-chen, thinking that the mole under his eye looked just like Pei-sui's. Even though they didn't look exactly alike, he felt an odd familiarity. So, Glasses asked, Sui-chen asked what he really wanted to say. Glasses replied that he could help Sui-chen escape from the Gu family. Would he accept? Sui-chen realized that this guy had ulterior motives. The eldest brother of the Lu family said that there was nothing wrong with it. "I can give you money and even a job. Is there anything else you're unhappy about?" Sui-chen thought to himself that the eldest brother of the Lu family was more annoying than Gu Honsho. Sui-chen replied that he wouldn't accept the offer. He had agreed to stay with the Gu family because his issues with Gu Honsho had nothing to do with him. Glasses asked why he would stay here if he knew that once he got married, he would become his mistress. Would he still be here? "I'm offering you a good solution. When that time comes, everything will be much worse." Sui-chen frowned and thought to himself that rich people always think for themselves. Did he even ask if Pei-sui would marry him? Of course, Pei-sui would only want to marry Sui-chen. So, he handed a business card to Sui-chen in case he changed his mind. If he did, he could contact him. He didn't just hand it over, he threw it at Sui-chen, who thought to himself that he acted like he was a beggar. Sui-chen ripped it up, thinking who would want that. Now, they were sitting at the table eating. In summary, the eldest brother of the Lu family gave land to Gu Honsho's younger brother. They were really rich. Sui-chen and Pei-sui secretly held hands. Sui-chen just ripped it apart, thinking who would want it anyway. Now they are sitting down to eat at the table. In conclusion, the older brother of the Lu family gave land to the younger brother of Gu Honsho. That's really rich. Sui-chen and Pei-sui secretly held hands. Sui-chen thought to herself, why won't this little brat stop poking my hand? So, the pink-haired girl asked Sui-chen if something was wrong, wondering why her face was so red. Sui-chen replied that it was just because there were so many people, making her feel a bit awkward. Then, Teacher Han chimed in, saying if she felt awkward, she should just go off by herself. "Don't embarrass me, you little brats," they said, all because they were sitting close to Pei Sui. It's only natural to feel awkward when you're in front of the real deal, especially when someone imitates others from head to toe. Plus, their names are so similar, Pei Sui and Sui-chen. If you don't call out clearly, the listeners won't know who you're talking about. The eldest brother of the Lu family pointed out that we need to see who Gu Hanzhou usually calls. Between Pei Sui and Sui-chen, Gu Hanzhou said, "What's the similarity between Pei Sui and Sui-chen? I've never been confused about them." The little brat spoke up again. "Oh, I get it now. You would never mistake someone in your heart, right? How dare you think of taking brother Gu away from Pei Sui like this?" Sui-chen looked completely flustered. It wasn't because the people at the table were talking about him, but because Pei Sui was squeezing the heroine's hand so hard that it was going numb. At that moment, the eldest brother of the Lu family looked at the heroine and thought her life was so pitiful, living with such disdain and having to cling to Gu Hanzhou. If anyone did this to her, he would silence those people forever. Right now, Pei Sui couldn't stand their words any longer. So, she cleared her throat. "Honestly, I think everyone has their own uniqueness, and no one can replace anyone else." The little brat praised her, saying she was clearly an angel with such a kind heart. Pei Sui pretended to smile and thought to herself, "If it weren't for Sui-chen being here, I would have dealt with you guys a long time ago." Sui-chen couldn't hold back his laughter. He found it funny that everyone praised Pei Sui for being kind-hearted. Really? This kind-hearted person can be talked about like this? When Pei Sui saw Sui-chen laughing like that, she quickly rubbed her leg against him, and he pinched her back. Pei Sui pretended not to notice. Then she poked some meat towards Sui-chen. "I heard that Sui-chen likes to eat meat." "Eat a lot, okay. You need to gain some weight. You're too skinny now, you know." Everyone at the table was stunned. Aren't these two supposed to be enemies? Why is she cutting meat for him? Just then, a cake was served, a mango cake. Everyone at the table knew that Pei Sui was allergic to mangoes and couldn't eat them. Gu Hanzhou asked, "Who prepared this? Why is there a mango cake like this?" The waiter replied, "Lady Gu prepared it. And Sui-chen took care of it." When Gu Hanzhou heard this, he turned to Sui-chen and asked, "Don't you know that Pei Sui is allergic to mangoes, or did you do this on purpose?" Sui-chen thought to himself, "I didn't even order it, and besides, I'm allergic to mangoes too. How could I have ordered it?" He replied, "No, it was Lady Gu who ordered it." Gu Hanzhou forced Sui-chen to eat the mango cake. "You eat it instead of him." Sui-chen didn't know what to say, because he couldn't eat it either. Besides, Sui-chen had already told Gu Hanzhou that he was allergic to mangoes. Sui-chen felt a bit disappointed that he didn't think Gu Hanzhou would be so careless, and at that moment, Pei Sui stepped in to resolve the situation. "Don't worry, I took allergy medicine already. I've wanted to eat mango cake for a long time. You wouldn't stop me from eating something I want, right?" Pei Sui turned to Sui-chen and said. It seemed like Sui-chen didn't really like mango cake. "You can give it to me," he thought to himself. Did Pei Sui really take allergy medicine? Why is he preparing so well? Pei Sui was eating and even got some on his cheek. When Sui-chen saw this, he was about to wipe it off for him, but Pei Sui licked it off first. He quickly grabbed a cloth from Sui-chen's hand and thanked him. Now the scene cuts to the photographer at the event. The photos he took featured Sui-chen prominently, and he was about to discard this photo when the pink-haired girl asked to see it. When she picked it up, she said, "Why would you throw away such a good photo?" and smiled widely. "This one turned out great, I want it." The pink-haired girl kept that photo for herself. At that moment, she was looking for Sui-chen. When she spotted him, she pointed him out to the photographer and instructed him, "If you see him, can you take some pictures of him with that person? Get lots of shots, and don't let him notice." The photographer was surprised by this request. Isn't that the assistant from the Gu family? Meanwhile, Sui-chen bumped into someone, and it was the youngest member of the Lu family, who secretly slipped a bracelet into Sui-chen's pocket. Sui-chen was confused. I didn't do anything to provoke them, why are they causing trouble for me again? But when he looked around the event, he couldn't see Pei Sui at all. Since finishing his meal, Pei Sui had disappeared. Why isn't he sticking close to me? This is so strange. The scene cuts to Pei Sui, who was calling his assistant, demanding that they bring him allergy medicine right away. Call me when you arrive. My condition is quite serious, and I can't meet anyone right now. Pei Sui was having an allergic reaction to mangoes, with red rashes all over his body. He was relieved that Sui-chen hadn't eaten mangoes because Sui-chen was allergic too. Pei Sui thought to himself. Will Sui-chen accept me? I'm not normal, and I love him so much. Can he accept someone like me? But I'll do it for the one I love, no matter what happens. Now the pink-haired girl was starting her operation to receive something. Sui-chen. Hey, you said you prepared a gift for me. Where's the gift? Aren't you going to bring it to me? Sui-chen replied that his gift was very ordinary. The pink-haired girl insisted that he bring it to her right now. If it was really bad, she would throw it in the trash herself. Sui-chen reached into his pocket but felt that he was holding two things. Why are there two? He took out his gift and told her, I made this myself. The pink-haired girl quickly took it, and it was indeed simple and ugly. She hurried to put it on, seeing that he had put in effort. I'll wear it for a bit. Suddenly, there was a commotion about a missing bracelet. It was a jade bracelet worth over 15 million baht, and there was only one in the world. Someone was trying to pin the blame on Sui-chen. I always kept it with me, how could it disappear? Unless someone stole it from me. Are you the one who stole it? That's right. Everyone, out of nowhere, this kid is just blaming Sui-chen. Everyone started to crowd around Sui-chen. The pink-haired girl stood in front of him, telling everyone to calm down. Sui-chen said he didn't steal anything, and the youngest member of the Lu family asked, if you didn't really steal it, can we search you? At that moment, Sui-chen was in a crisis because he didn't know how that emerald bracelet ended up in his pocket. If they searched him now, he would definitely be caught. Just then, Gu Honzhou and the eldest member of the Lu family arrived. He just pushed it all onto Sui-chen, so everyone surrounded Sui-chen. The pink-haired younger brother stood in front and said to everyone to calm down. Sui-chen said that he didn't steal anything, and then the younger brother of the Lu family asked if he could be searched if he really didn't steal. At that moment, Sui-chen was in a crisis because that emerald bracelet somehow ended up in his pocket. If they searched him now, he would definitely be caught. Then suddenly, Gu Honzhou and the older brother of the Lu family arrived. What's going on here? That little brother came to see his big brother. Big brother, this is my 18th birthday gift. His little brother started to cry, so big brother hurriedly patted his head and comforted him. While he was crying, he thought that he already knew. No matter what, big brother would always side with him. He always supported me without caring about anything else because he never forgot his deceased little brother. This is why I can use him as a tool. Big brother then went to talk to Gu Honzhou about what to do. If I remember correctly, this person is Gu Honzhou's assistant, right? How should we handle this? Gu Honzhou quickly grabbed Sui-chen's wrist and forced him to return the stolen items immediately. Sui-chen's eyes were filled with tears as he said that he didn't steal anything from him. Gu Honzhou asked if he wanted to be searched. If so, would he want to be searched in front of everyone? You don't trust me at all. For you, the past year has meant nothing, right? That little brother of the Lu family pointed and ordered Sui-chen to stop talking. Whether you stole it or not, just a search will tell. The big brother is already angry and said that searching someone without cause is illegal, do you know? Then I will call a lawyer. That little brother went to hide behind his big brother. The pink-haired little brother tried to help. Because right now there's no evidence to determine that Sui-chen is the thief. If it's a misunderstanding, what should we do? The pink-haired little brother called the security guard and told him to check the CCTV here. Upon hearing that, the little brother got angry. Why do you have to help him? The pink-haired little brother said that he wasn't helping anyone, but this is my birthday party. If there really needs to be a search, let's make it clear first. Then the security guard came to report that the CCTV had been broken since last week. So everyone decided to search Sui-chen. The security guard came to hold Sui-chen. Everyone at the party looked at Sui-chen disapprovingly. Being both a thief and a representative of others, that little brother of the Lu family stuck out his tongue at Sui-chen. But the one who came to help Sui-chen was the pink-haired little brother. He quickly pushed the guards away from Sui-chen. If Sui-chen is innocent, you are violating him and insulting his dignity. How will you take responsibility for that? When Gu Honshu heard his little brother say this, he told them to take the pink-haired little brother away because he was meddling. The little brother quickly scolded his big brother, asking if he had ever seen him as a person after being together for a year. Then they found a real pearl. Big brother of the Lu family picked it up and checked it. It was indeed the birthday gift he had given. When the situation escalated to this point, Gu Honshu quickly scolded Sui-chen, saying that he made me lose face. Do you know that? Sui-chen was extremely upset. This was a deliberate slander. Gu Honshu has been in business for so long. Can't you see this? When Gu Honshu heard that, it hurt him. Is he calling me stupid? Big brother of the Lu family said that the evidence is so clear now. Are you still going to say that someone is framing you? Sui-chen said what he thought, a bracelet of this value. He must have kept it on him. Do you think I could steal it from his wrist without him knowing? How could that be possible? Besides, he hates me so much that just standing close to me makes him uncomfortable. If I even try to walk near him, he runs away. Why would I steal it? Unless he put it in my pants pocket himself. That little brother started to get restless. Are you implying that I framed you? Are you implying that I'm framing you? It's ridiculous. Why would I frame you? Sui-chen said there are many reasons why you would want to frame me, like wanting me to leave here so you can take over. Before he could finish, the little brother shouted for Sui-chen to shut up. But right now, no one believes Sui-chen because there's no evidence at all. At that moment, Sui-chen started to feel anxious because he had no proof to show that he was innocent. Then Gu Honshu came to Sui-chen and said that this assistant would go back and teach him a lesson as an apology for that piece of land worth 1 million baht. I will give it to you, Lu. Then suddenly, the little brother spoke up. Big brother, the jade necklace is broken. Big brother looked upset because that jade necklace was made to remember the younger sibling who had passed away, and now it was broken. Teacher Han quickly came to comfort the little brother from the Lu family because he was crying. He said he would take him to buy a much more expensive one, okay. But big brother said no. He then asked his younger brother what to do about it. The little brother said he wanted Sui-chen to compensate the total price of this necklace, and then kneel and bow to him 3 times. I will record a video and post it online. If he can't compensate, then cut off the hand he stole with. After the little brother said that Sui-chen should bow to him 3 times, Gu Honshu asked if this request was too much. People at the event said it was like treating others as slaves. The little brother shouted that he didn't care who it was, but he dared to steal from him. Big brother stopped his younger brother, saying that was enough, you can't do this. He turned to his brother and reaffirmed that he wanted Sui-chen to kneel and bow to him 3 times. As for the money, he didn't need compensation. He thought to himself that he didn't want money. What he really wanted was for Sui-chen to be humiliated and to drive him out of this family. Once Big Brother heard that, he quickly went to talk to Gu Hongzhou that he wouldn't take the land Gu Hongzhou had found for him. And this bracelet is very important to our family. I want you to follow my younger brother's proposal. You have to take responsibility, right? Gu Hongzhou was confused, wondering if it was such a big deal. Why wouldn't they settle this? Sui Chen looked up and spoke to Big Brother. Mr. Lu, you are smart and probably know your younger brother's personality best. This is a clear decision to frame someone. Do you still choose to indulge him? Is a single stone more important than the dignity and innocence of others? Big Brother didn't listen and turned away. He said that this bracelet couldn't be repaired. And it was because Sui Chen was the one who did it. The little brother didn't hesitate and quickly pointed at Sui Chen, ordering him to bow. The security guard had to grab Sui Chen to make him kneel. Gu Hongzhou stood by to supervise. He told Sui Chen to hurry up and kneel and apologize so this could be over. Sui Chen refused, saying he wouldn't do it because he didn't do anything wrong. Sui Chen pushed the security guard away, insisting he wouldn't do it at all. Gu Hongzhou then went to grab Sui Chen to make him comply, but Sui Chen resisted. He slapped Gu Hongzhou in the face. At that moment, Gu Hongzhou was stunned. You dare to defy my orders? Gu Hongzhou raised his hand, ready to hit Sui Chen. But at that moment, Pei Sui came to stop him. Now I have evidence. I have a video from the camera that can clarify everything. The little brother from the Lu family looked embarrassed and quickly asked which camera the video came from. Pei Sui didn't care and quickly played the video for everyone to see. The source of the video didn't matter, what was important was that I found something interesting. He paused and zoomed in for everyone to see. It showed the younger brother from the Lu family secretly putting the bracelet into Sui Chen's pants pocket. Everyone at the event then realized the true nature of this younger brother from the Lu family. Pei Sui confronted Big Brother Lu, asking if they needed to enlarge the image or adjust it for clarity so everyone could see clearly. The big brother said it's fine, and now it's clear that Sui Chen knows that Pei Sui set up a camera to follow him. The camera moves with him everywhere. Pei Sui is eager to send the clip to everyone at the event. To take revenge for Sui Chen. Because he intended to post a clip of Sui Chen kneeling online. The little brother from the Lu family said that can't be done. Pei Sui was confused about how that couldn't be done. Why not? Just a moment ago, you said you would share the clip on the internet. Why the double standards? The big brother from the Lu family turned to his younger sibling and said, You meant to do that, right? Why do you have to slander him? Then he walked away from his younger brother, saying they would talk at home later. But Pei Sui didn't let that brat escape, he told him to stop. Are you planning to apologize to Sui Chen, or are you going to do the same thing you just said and kneel to him? That kid quickly turned to Sui Chen and said, That person crawled into someone else's bed, he doesn't even deserve an apology. Pei Sui suggested sending the clip to the news agency in order to headline that the young master of the Lu family has a corrupt character and falsely accuses others of being thieves. The little brother didn't know what to do, so he quickly turned to his older brother for help. His brother said that if this gets out, it will embarrass the whole family. The big brother from the Lu family told Pei Sui to keep fighting. If this matter gets out, the one who will be embarrassed is my Lu family. Taking care of and educating the people in the family is the responsibility of that family. Don't make this a big deal. When Pei Sui heard that, he got angry. It turns out that the gaze of the Lu family is one of dignity, while the dignity of ordinary people can be trampled on at will. At that moment, Sui Chen's face turned red because Pei Sui was protecting him. The big brother from the Lu family turned to Sui Chen and asked how much money he wanted to end this matter. Sui Chen replied that he didn't want money and didn't want that kid to apologize. He just wanted him to stay away from him and not bother him. The further away, the better. Then Sui Chen walked away from that conversation. Pei Sui came over to whisper to that brat, If you dare to get close to him again, I will make you lose everything in your life. Pei Sui walked away, thinking to himself why Pei Sui had to help the backup deal with him when the person he loved was Gu Hongzhou, right? This is too strange. Now Sui Chen is outside the event, walking down the street while checking messages. 4 people had messaged him. Pei Sui, his friend with pink hair, and Gu Hongzhou, the male lead, who messaged him because he couldn't find Sui Chen. His friend invited Sui Chen to go drink, and the pink-haired friend messaged him, saying, "Next time, don't get involved with that brat again. Do you know you're really stupid?" Gu Hongzhou also messaged him, saying that if he was no longer angry, he should hurry back to chat. The first message Sui Chen clicked on was from Pei Sui. Pei Sui sent a picture of himself with a rash and said he was in a lot of pain, asking if he could come over. When Sui Chen saw that, he was shocked and quickly ran to find Pei Sui. When Pei Sui saw him, he rushed to hug Sui Chen. "I'm in so much pain." Sui Chen quickly grabbed Pei Sui's arm to check how bad it was. "Is it that severe? You didn't take any allergy medicine before, right? Then why did you still eat that mango cake?" Pei Sui knew that the heroine was worried about him. He was really happy. The heroine is genuinely worried. So he invited Pei Sui to the hospital. Then the two of them got into the ambulance, and the scene cuts to the hospital. Now Pei Sui and Sui Chen are in the patient room. Sui Chen is about to walk away, but Pei Sui quickly grabs him, looking very pitiful while calling out to Sui Chen, not wanting him to go anywhere. But Sui Chen says he's going to the cafeteria to see if there's anything he can eat. Upon hearing that, Pei Sui reluctantly lets go of Sui Chen and sits on the bed like a sad puppy, waiting. Sui Chen comes back with food and quickly scolds Pei Sui. "From now on, don't do things like this again. Using self-harm to gain sympathy from others makes you look bad, you know?" Pei Sui then asks, "So, do you care about me at all?" When he hears that, Sui Chen turns back and says, "Not at all." Pei Sui's face falls at that response. "Is that so? You don't care?" Sui Chen quickly feeds Pei Sui and asks, "What's up with the surveillance cameras? Let's talk about that first. It can't be a coincidence, right? You've been keeping an eye on me the whole time, haven't you?" While Sui Chen was feeding him, he kept holding Sui Chen's hand the whole time. "This little sad puppy is really something." Pei Sui said, "Gu Hongzhou is with the eldest son of the Lu family. They really went too far." Luckily, the surveillance cameras confirm Sui Chen's innocence, but you know what? Whether there are cameras or not, I will always trust you, Sui Chen. Pei Sui said this to comfort Sui Chen, but Sui Chen saw right through it and said, "Can you stop changing the subject? Answer my question. You've been keeping an eye on me the whole time, haven't you?" Pei Sui admitted that he really did. But he just wanted to watch over Sui Chen. He didn't mean to keep an eye on him like that. And he didn't want to invade his privacy at all. Sui Chen said that this kind of behavior is no different from invading his life, it crosses the line. Pei Sui said, "Please don't be mad. I'm sorry for making you angry, but please don't ignore me. I'm begging you." Sui Chen said he felt very grateful to Pei Sui today. But he didn't want anyone following his life like this. "Your actions make me uncomfortable. I want you to get rid of all the cameras." Pei Sui said he just wanted to see Sui Chen all the time. "I just want to see you every second, that's all. I really have no other intentions." Upon hearing that, the heroine got up. "Then we have nothing more to talk about. I will find someone to handle the cameras myself, and as for my parents, don't get involved anymore. From now on, I won't bother you again. Starting today, we will have nothing to do with each other. I will cut ties with you completely because I don't want to be involved." Then Sui Chen turned to leave, but Pei Sui grabbed his wrist. Sui Chen shook off his grip and walked away, telling Pei Sui to take a break. "I'll take my leave now." Pei Sui wouldn't give up. He quickly ran to Sui Chen and hugged him, kneeling on the floor. "I'm begging you, don't go, Sui Chen. I'm sorry, I was wrong. If Sui-chan doesn't like the cameras, I will take care of everything myself. Don't leave me, please. Pei-sui cried while pleading with Sui-chan. When Sui-chan saw Pei-sui kneeling before him like that, he softened. Pei-sui said he didn't want to be alone. Please don't leave me alone, he said. Sui-chan thought that no one would be willing to lose their dignity by kneeling for someone else just to show their feelings. Now, he was starting to trust Pei-sui more. So, Sui-chan asked Pei-sui again, do you really like kneeling to be my dog that much? Sui-chan thought to himself, if he really liked him, why not just confess properly? Why act like this? When Pei-sui heard that, he asked Sui-chan if he could do it, if he could pursue Sui-chan without having to be a dog. Sui-chan would like that, right? He could stand by Sui-chan and say, I like you. He asked if he could do that, if he could approach him. The story goes back to when Pei-sui was receiving treatment. At that time, it was a very painful period. He didn't dare to easily confess his feelings to anyone. And he didn't dare to hope that the person would like him back. And the treatment place couldn't help him forget Sui-chan. He looked at Sui-chan and thought to himself that he loved Sui-chan. Only Sui-chan could make him feel alive and give him a reason to live. Sui-chan looked at Pei-sui and said, Pei-sui, you can tell me you like me. You don't have to keep it hidden. When Pei-sui heard that, he said, I like you, Sui-chan. Sui-chan smiled and said, yeah, I heard you. Then Pei-sui quickly stood up to his full height and said, I like you the most, Sui-chan. Sui-chan quickly reached out to pat Pei-sui's head and asked, so, what happens next? If you like me and want to be close to me, you have to do what I say, obey me, and don't hide anything from me. First, you need to deal with the camera you set up to follow me. Pei-sui replied, okay, I will listen to you, Sui-chan. The protagonist then took Pei-sui's hand to go to bed. Alright, let's go back to bed and get the 4-drip set up properly. Pei-sui followed Sui-chan closely. Sui-chan quickly called the nurse to set up the 4-drip for him. When the nurse came in, she scolded them, saying, how could the 4-drip come loose like this? Do you know how serious your allergy is? You need to take your medication on time and keep the 4-drip in place. You have to rest in the hospital for 2 to 3 days. Both of them knew they had made a mistake. So they sat quietly. After the nurse left, Pei-sui quickly took Sui-chan's hand and started to plead, Sui-chan, can you stay with me tonight? Sui-chan replied, I can only stay with Pei-sui for 1 night. If I stay longer, Gu-honsho will definitely throw a fit. Pei-sui felt down, because he wanted Sui-chan to stay with him. The heroine saw Pei-sui looking upset. So she quickly reached out to pat his head and said, I have good news to tell you, Sui-chan. Your dad has been falsely accused. In about 3 days, your uncle should be released. Sui-chan was very happy. Pei-sui showed him the evidence to prove that what he said was true, with a seal on it. He would definitely be released. At that moment, Pei-sui had a very pleading expression and said, you want a reward, right? Just ask for 3 things. First, Pei-sui asked to sleep in the same bed with Sui-chan every night. Sui-chan replied, okay, but you must not do anything to me. Then for the second request, he said he wanted to kiss Sui-chan right now. Pei-sui quickly leaned in closer to Sui-chan, who consented willingly, and they kissed. After kissing for a while, Sui-chan quickly pushed Pei-sui away, saying that if they kissed any longer, his lips would surely swell. When they got back to the Gu family home, Gu-honsho would definitely find out. Pei-sui quickly approached Sui-chan and told him, when you have red lips, it looks really good. Suddenly, Gu-honsho called, asking where they had disappeared to and why they weren't rushing home. I just misunderstood that you stole my stuff. Is this enough of an apology for you? Sui-chan was confused about why he was calling and making such a fuss. Pei-sui hurried over to Sui-chan and told him that when Sui-chan had red lips, he looked really good. Then suddenly, Gu-honsho called, asking where he had disappeared to and why he wasn't rushing home. I just misunderstood that you stole my stuff. Is this apology enough for you? Sui-chen was confused about what he was yelling about. Sui-chen said that he has something to do. He probably won't be going home tonight. Gu Honsho was complaining again, asking if Sui-chen was messing around with someone else. Why hasn't he come back yet? I must warn you. If you dare to betray me, I won't let you off easily. Then Sui-chen quickly hung up. Pei-sui looked sad and asked if Sui-chen didn't like Gu Honsho. Sui-chen replied that no, he didn't like him. I thought to myself that he never liked stupid, bad guys like that. Suddenly, his friend sent information about Pei-sui. Pei-sui was going to ask something important to Sui-chen. Have you and Gu Honsho ever slept together? Good question. I want to know too if the two of them ever had any relationship. Sui-chen turned to Pei-sui and asked why he was asking that. Do you care about that? Pei-sui quickly denied that he cared. I just want to know. If Sui-chen doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't have to. Sui-chen thought to himself that Gu Honsho had never touched him during their time together, but recently in the study, he started to feel something for him. He needed to escape from the Gu family as soon as possible. Sui-chen read the chat his friend sent about Pei-sui. His friend mentioned that Pei-sui's father was recovering in a psychiatric hospital because he had been injected with something. Now, Pei-sui's father's mistress and other children were in a bad situation. After that, Pei-sui became the heir of the family, which was quite extraordinary. You should be careful. When Sui-chen learned this, he turned to look at Pei-sui. Pei-sui looked sad because the heroine wasn't listening to him. The heroine thought that in front of him, Pei-sui seemed innocent and harmless, but she never expected he could be so ruthless. Pei-sui quickly raised 3 fingers and told him he was sorry. From now on, he wouldn't ask anything like that again. Nothing else mattered as long as Sui-chen agreed to be with him. Pei-sui hurriedly came to cuddle Sui-chen. The heroine thought that she heard that when a dog is in love, it will be loyal and won't harm its owner. Would Pei-sui be like that? Sui-chen kept taking care of Pei-sui closely, but he wasn't just taking care of him, he also picked up his phone to work, not paying much attention to Pei-sui. Sui-chen was sulking because he wanted Sui-chen to pay attention to him. Whenever someone called Sui-chen, he would hang up on everyone. By nightfall, Pei-sui quickly called Sui-chen to sleep with him on the bed. Sui-chen agreed to lie on the bed, and both of them lay on the hospital bed, snuggling together. Pei-sui hugged Sui-chen and whispered in his ear that Sui-chen's waist was very slim. At that moment, Pei-sui's little mushroom touched Sui-chen's back. Sui-chen thought to himself that this little mushroom never calmed down. Hey! Can you move away from me a bit? Pei-sui said he couldn't help himself. Sui-chen quickly interjected, saying that if he couldn't help himself, he should hurry up and take care of it. When Pei-sui heard that, he misunderstood. Ha, Sui-chen. Are you really going to handle it yourself, Sui-chen? Pei-sui didn't just say that, she quickly reached out to help Sui-chen, who scolded her, saying, You're getting too close, do you understand? Pei-sui replied that she promised to help calm Sui-chen down. Pei-sui told Sui-chen to look into her eyes because she was currently helping him, and she succeeded while saying that it tasted really good. Sui-chen blushed and told her to shut up. Pei-sui then casually hugged Sui-chen and kissed him, saying good night. The scene shifted to the Lu family home, where his parents were waiting, aware of the scandal their youngest son had caused. His father told his older brother to hurry and apologize to the Pei family right now, while his mother confined the youngest son and told him to work at the company to earn some points. Now, she was going to take away his credit card and the car he was driving. That kid thought to himself that his mother had never even seen him as her son. Why don't you just die along with your own child? This is still not realizing the gratitude for raising him. The scene shifted to the hospital. At that moment, Sui-chen was about to return to the Gu family home and quickly ordered Pei-sui not to go out for a walk and to stay and recover at the hospital first. When Pei-sui heard that, she quickly hugged Sui-chen and told him that if he ever wanted to leave the house, he could tell her immediately. She was ready to sacrifice her life to help Sui-chen anytime, you know. Sui-chen squeezed Pei-sui's cheeks and said, "Just don't say that where I can hear it again. I still want to live until I'm 99. And enjoy life." Pei-sui replied, all right. Then I will stay with Sui-chen until I'm 90. Sui-chen quickly reminded Pei-sui to take care of herself because he was afraid she would do something reckless again. Pei-sui was getting bold now, quickly going to support Sui-chen's cheeks and asking if she could kiss him. "Can I have a kiss before I go?" Sui-chen then offered a condition that Pei-sui must not go outside the hospital unless the doctor allows it. If she obeyed, he would allow her to kiss him. "Do you understand?" Pei-sui said she understood. "I will listen and stay in the hospital to recover properly. Next time we meet, Sui-chen must give me a kiss." Sui-chen replied that it depended on her mood. Pei-sui quickly sent Sui-chen off, waving goodbye like a little dog. The scene shifted to Pei-sui, who was now talking to her subordinate. The subordinate handed over the contract that Gu Hanzhou had made with Sui-chen. When Pei-sui saw it, she smiled sweetly. A 2-year contract, huh? The scene shifted to the Gu family home, where Sui-chen had come to see Gu Hanzhou. When Gu Hanzhou saw Sui-chen, he quickly asked where he had been messing around last night. Sui-chen replied that he hadn't gone anywhere. Gu Hanzhou grabbed Sui-chen's arm and asked what he meant by saying that. Sui-chen told him that he didn't mean anything to Gu Hanzhou in his eyes. "I'm just a thief, right?" Gu Hanzhou apologized, asking what else he wanted. Besides, he wasn't the one who started it. Sui-chen pretended to cry and said, "You don't believe me, do you?" When Gu Hanzhou saw that, he quickly grabbed Sui-chen's face and thought to himself that Sui-chen's gaze was very different from Pei-sui's because Sui-chen's eyes were filled with love for him. Gu Hanzhou then led Sui-chen to sit on the sofa, allowing him to sit on his lap. Sui-chen felt anxious because he didn't know what Gu Hanzhou was going to do next. Gu Hanzhou squeezed Sui-chen's cheeks and said he would take him out for a trip as an apology, to see the roses that he liked. Sui-chen was internally screaming, wondering if he had gone crazy. Was his brain functioning properly? "Aren't you going to do business anymore? Why do you have to take me out to play like that? I'm just a representative, remember that. I'm just a representative, remember that." Gu Hanzhou asked Sui-chen if he was still angry. Sui-chen replied that he wasn't angry anymore. "But if you reveal it, will he be upset?" Gu Hanzhou confidently said that Pei-sui wouldn't know, considering this a way to apologize. "For the next 2 days, I will be with you completely." Sui-chen forced a smile. But deep down, he already knew what Gu Hanzhou meant. Is he going to be eaten? Right now, the two of them were at the Rose Mountain, named so because it was filled with roses. When Sui-chen saw it, he looked extremely excited. Gu Hanzhou then asked if he liked it, and Sui-chen said he liked it very much. Gu Hanzhou thought to himself that he had missed his chance in the study last time, so he wouldn't miss it this time. He moved closer to Sui-chen and hugged him. Sui-chen felt uneasy and tried to find words to stop Gu Hanzhou. Sui-chen asked Gu Hanzhou, "The person you like is Pei-sui, right? Is this okay?" Gu Hanzhou replied, "What could happen? Right now, you belong to me." He quickly leaned in to kiss Sui-chen. Sui-chen resisted. But Gu Hanzhou didn't listen. Until a phone call came in. It was Pei-sui calling. Pei-sui always calls at the right time. When Gu Hanzhou saw that Pei-sui was calling, he jerked back. Damn it. After he answered Pei-sui, he looked upset. Because Pei-sui told him to hurry to the hospital. Because right now, Pei-sui was alone. And he had a terrible stomachache. The symptoms flared up while I was at work. "Brother, can you come see me? I'm in a lot of pain." When Gu Hanzhou heard that, He quickly stood up. Then he said he would go immediately. While Gu Honsho was walking away, the heroine called out to him. Gu, you said you would stay with me for these 2 days, right? Why are you leaving like this? Gu Honsho replied that Pei Sui was unwell, and he needed to see him right away. You should rest here for now. I'll take care of the payment. And then he hurriedly ran out. After Gu Honsho disappeared from sight, Sui-chen smirked. Pei Sui, you're helping me again, huh? Now I can finally relax alone. Sui-chen was really pleased with the view here, it was beautiful and peaceful. But after Sui-chen had rested for 10 minutes, suddenly someone hugged him. It was Pei Sui, who whispered in Sui-chen's ear, Su, my stomach is acting up. Aren't you worried about me? Why didn't you call me? Sui-chen sat comfortably and said, I guessed you would come. You pretended to be sick to trick him into going to see you. Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Sui-chen then lay down on Pei Sui's chest. The two of them were in a romantic mood right now. Pei Sui was so happy that his tail was wagging. He was thrilled that he would finally get to spend some quality time alone with Sui-chen. Sui-chen knew what Pei Sui was thinking and asked him how his allergy was doing. Was it getting any better? Pei Sui replied that it was getting better and he was very happy that Sui-chen cared about him. After looking at the beautiful view, he said, this place is really beautiful. Sui-chen responded, of course, Gu Honsho reserved it just for us. Just the two of us. Right now, if Gu Honsho found out you were tricking him, he would definitely be very angry. Pei Sui didn't care. He said he wanted everyone to know right away, to let everyone know how much of a perfect match we are. Sui-chen laughed because he was also curious about what would happen if Gu Honsho found out they were in love. He really wanted to see his reaction. But Sui-chen stopped Pei Sui, saying that they couldn't let Gu Honsho know yet because it wasn't the right time. Pei Sui accidentally mentioned the 2-year contract, and Sui-chen realized that Pei Sui had been snooping around about him again. Pei Sui looked sad and said, please don't be mad. I just want to help relieve your stress. He wanted Sui-chen to get out of that family as soon as possible. Also, Sui-chen couldn't leave him because he had adopted this little puppy. If the puppy didn't receive love from its owner, it would be very lonely and isolated. While he was speaking, Pei Sui kissed the heroine's hand. He was so charming. The heroine said she understood that Pei Sui liked him, but that didn't mean he could pry into her life. Pei Sui replied that Sui-chen was like this because he didn't trust him, right? From now on, I will make Sui-chen trust me. The only person Sui-chen will trust is me. Then Pei Sui leaned in to kiss the top of Sui-chen's head. Sui-chen quickly pushed him away and told Pei Sui not to be so confident, anything could happen. Pei Sui immediately retorted that things like this take time. Let's give it time to prove it. Then he quickly hugged Sui-chen. I want to kiss you. I want to kiss you because. Sui-chen quickly pushed him away and told Pei Sui not to be so confident, anything could happen. Pei Sui immediately retorted that things like this take time. Let's give it time to prove itself. Then he quickly hugged Sui-chen and said, I want to kiss you, I want to kiss you. Sui-chen heard him and said that there was no reason for him to give a kiss while also petting Pei Sui. Pei Sui then asked what he should do. Sui-chen wanted him to do what? Sui-chen then said, you said you're my dog, so why don't you try barking like a dog for me? Pei Sui immediately complied. Without feeling shy at all, Sui-chen raised both hands, stuck out his tongue, and barked like a dog. Sui-chen smiled in satisfaction, teasing Pei Sui that it sounded very cute. After Pei Sui finished, he quickly pounced on Sui-chen. I want a reward. Sui-chen replied that he could have one, wrapping his arms around Pei Sui's neck. Tonight, you can do whatever you want. When Pei Sui heard this, he became very eager, leaving Sui-chen unsure of how far he would go, so he told Pei Sui. If you really want to, you can't just do anything, let's keep it reasonable. Upon hearing this, Pei Sui looked sad and said okay. After that, Pei Sui helped Sui-chen, and once they were done, he didn't forget to taste the dessert that Sui-chen had given him while looking at Sui-chen's face. He then asked, Sui-chen, are you really that happy? After that, he carried Sui-chen to bed. Pei Sui quickly crawled into bed with Sui-chen. He complimented Sui-chen, saying that Sui-chen was very cute. From now on, if you need me, I will come right away. Sui-chen couldn't refuse because he was completely smitten with Pei Sui's looks. Am I really this in love with him? Sui-chen whispered that he couldn't sleep. Can you tell me a story from your childhood? I want to hear it. Sui-chen began to tell him. His first father was an alcoholic and even abused him and his mother. At that time, they lived in a very remote area, but after his mother broke up with that man, she met his current father, who treated him very well. However, happiness didn't last forever. After he started college, his father was falsely accused, leading to his father's imprisonment, while his mother fell ill and had to be hospitalized. Pei Sui asked Sui-chen if he hated his first father. Sui-chen replied that he did hate him, he was only 6 years old at that time. How could he dare to hurt a child? Pei Sui thought to himself that he needed to find out the first father's address. If he wanted to take revenge for Sui-chen. Pei Sui was only thinking about revenge, he didn't want anything else. He quickly hugged the heroine, Sui-chen, comforting her. You must have been in so much pain. Pei Sui felt a lump in his throat. Because no one had ever felt pain for him before. This was the first time. Sui-chen continued, saying that after his mother and father could no longer earn money, he begged his relatives for help, but no one extended a hand. He had to work alone to support the family at that time, and every time someone came to collect debts, he would often be harmed by them. But as time passed, after his younger sibling turned 18, he got a job as a server in a bar. However, because he was very good-looking, there were often customers who behaved badly towards him. Sui-chen couldn't stand being treated like that, so he smashed a bottle at one of them, leading the owner to cut Sui-chen's salary and fire him. Sui-chen was someone who never gave up on his fate. He knew he had to do well, he would control his life no matter what it took, even if it meant fighting hard. I'm not the perfect person you think I am. My life has been worse than a beggar. Now, I'm not even sure if I can love anyone. I might not be able to love you as much as you love me. Even so, are you sure you want to be with me? Pei Sui quickly stood up. Listen carefully, in my world, Sui-chen is the only one I respect and cherish. Everything I have belongs to you, including my heart. In my world, you can explore me as much as you want. One day, you must believe me that the only meaning of my life is you. I want to be by your side and remove all obstacles for you, you know. Then Pei Sui kissed Sui-chen, who blushed. He turned away and said, you must never betray me for the rest of your life, you know. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Pei Sui replied, understood, my king. Sui-chen patted Pei Sui's head and told him to go to sleep, you sly dog. The scene then cuts to the morning. Pei Sui and Sui-chen went to the police station to get Pei Sui's father out of jail. Pei Sui reminded Sui-chen not to tell anyone about their father's release. Sui-chen was confused, not because she couldn't tell others but because she was perplexed. Pei Sui and Sui-chen went to the police station to pick up Pei Sui's father from jail. Pei Sui instructed Sui-chen not to tell anyone about their father being released. Sui-chen was confused, not because he couldn't tell others, but just confused. Because our father is what? What does that mean? Pei Sui said with a cheerful smile. Your father is my father-in-law. Our father is right. At that moment, Sui-chen's father came out, and he rushed to his father. Sui-chen was also there. After our father asked about the children's well-being, he immediately asked about mother, saying, how is mom? So I told him that mom is recovering at the hospital. Sui-chen said, right now, I can't visit her. I found a place to stay and arranged for the housekeeper for that. As for mom, don't worry, because there are doctors and nurses taking care of her. I want dad to rest at home for a while. Su-ichen's father saw Pei Sui and immediately asked Su-ichen, "When did you get a friend like this? Tall, handsome, and rich." Pei Sui quickly opened the door for his father and gestured for him to sit in the car. The scene then cuts to Gu Honzhou, who was receiving a message that Su-ichen's father had been released. It seems someone helped. Gu Honzhou hurried into the house and walked straight to Su-ichen. He yanked Su-ichen's arm to make him stand up and slammed documents onto Su-ichen, saying, "Now you're brave enough to stand up, right? You found someone to help. Tell me, who did you crawl into bed with?" Su-ichen denied it, saying he wasn't that kind of person and he didn't do anything. Gu Honzhou yanked Su-ichen's shirt. "You don't see me as your superior anymore, do you? Do you think I would believe you? You are mine, don't even think about betraying me." Then he pushed Su-ichen down onto the sofa, while holding Su-ichen's arms tightly above his head. Su-ichen pleaded. He didn't want Gu Honzhou to touch him. Gu Honzhou told Su-ichen that today he would definitely finish him off. "You've been living in my house for so long. I haven't even touched you yet. You must be very upset, right? Today, I will make you satisfied." Gu Honzhou pressed Su-ichen down on the sofa. But luckily, the housekeeper suddenly knocked on the door. Because someone came to see Gu Honzhou. That person was the eldest brother of the Lu family, who came to apologize. When Gu Honzhou saw this, he told Su-ichen to go make tea. Su-ichen then walked to brew tea. When Su-ichen served the tea, Gu Honzhou quickly called Su-ichen to sit beside him. Gu Honzhou and the eldest brother had already finished talking, so he wanted to tell Su-ichen that he hoped Su-ichen would forgive him. Gu Honzhou caressed Su-ichen and told him to say that he forgot all about those things and wouldn't hold a grudge. Su-ichen thought to himself, how could he forget something like that? Gu Honzhou turned to threaten Su-ichen, "You're starting to be disobedient. You haven't tasted the bitterness in a long time, have you? That's why you're not listening." Su-ichen had to comply, but in his heart, he thought he really wanted to punch this guy. About that day, "I don't blame anyone, and I won't take it out on anyone." The younger brother had tears in his eyes. The eldest brother of the Lu family felt relieved and picked up the cup to drink. As he drank the tea, he praised the heroine, saying it was very good tea, clearly professional quality. However, he praised it in his heart. At that time, the eldest brother of the Lu family was about to leave, and before he went, he invited Pei Sui. "Tomorrow there's a party at the Yunjian Hotel. The Qin family and other noble families are bringing their children along. I wonder if Gu Honzhou is interested in joining. He said he would definitely bring his pet along." Su-ichen heard that and became worried because he heard that the Yunjian Hotel is a place where rich people like to have fun. It's a place where they like to mess around, so the eldest brother of the Lu family said, "All right, see you tomorrow, Gu Honzhou," and then walked out. Gu Honzhou immediately agreed to take Su-ichen with him. Su-ichen quickly refused, saying that he didn't want to go tomorrow. He really didn't want to go. But Gu Honzhou pushed Su-ichen down onto the sofa. "Whatever I tell you to do, you have to do it. Get ready for tomorrow. Don't make me lose face." Su-ichen quickly chatted with his friend. He told his friend everything he had experienced. He said that if anything happened, he would contact him immediately. Then suddenly, Pei Sui sent a message. Su-ichen clicked to see it. It was a clip of Pei Sui sending a video of himself to charm Su-ichen. In the clip, Pei Sui asked Su-ichen, "Su-su, do you miss me, my dear master?" And then he playfully licked his own finger. "Today, your little puppy misses you too," and he blew a kiss to the camera. Su-ichen saw that and blushed, quickly hitting the record button. Isn't that just too cute? Or should I say sexy? Pei Sui also sent a post he had made on social media. It was a picture of him holding his hand up to the moon with the caption, "My moon will never fall." Everyone commenting was very happy because Pei Sui hadn't posted in 4 years, and everyone thought he had forgotten about this account. Now the heroine and Pei Sui were video calling each other. Sui-chen told Pei-su to tone it down a bit. If he kept posting like that, others would dig into it. Pei-su replied, I can hardly contain myself. I just want to show off, but I won't reveal that it's Sui-chen, so you won't be bothered, I promise. Right now, I just want to kiss you. Sui-chen said. Alright, come closer. Just for tonight, okay. Then they kissed through the video call. It was so cute. The scene cut to the next night when Sui-chen and Gu Honsho arrived at the hotel. However, the outfit Sui-chen was wearing was quite revealing. It was a pair of shorts that showed off his midriff. Sui-chen thought to himself. This is ridiculous. What kind of clothes did they choose for me? It's so uncomfortable. Everyone at the event was staring at Sui-chen. After Gu Honsho walked over to the table, he asked, why didn't you bring Pei-su? Why did you bring this substitute? He replied, how could Pei-su come to a place like this? He's too noble and pure for that. People there understand that something pure like Pei-su shouldn't be mixed with this kind of thing. If you compare him to a substitute, it's easy to throw away when you're bored. At that moment, the eldest brother of the Lu family looked very displeased and was glaring at Sui-chen. Sui-chen was confused about why he was staring at him. He was extremely bored at that moment. He didn't want to listen to those people anymore, just hearing them made him feel nauseous. He needed to find a reason to get out of there. Just then, a beautiful woman walked over. She was Qin Feifei, the president of the Qin company. At that moment, the president raised her glass and extended it towards Sui-chen. Hello, old classmate. You must be confused about how I know you, she said without stopping. Gu Honsho doesn't take him out often. Can I take a moment to greet my classmate? We were classmates in high school, and he was very talented. Sui-chen was confused because he had never had a friend like this. While they were talking, Sui-chen eavesdropped because their conversation was about his company. They were discussing how they observed the behavior of the founder of this company and found him to be quite arrogant. He wouldn't sell his power to anyone. Let's see if Gu Honsho can buy that company or if I will have to collaborate with them. This was something the eldest brother of the Lu family said. Gu Honsho was very confident that although Sui-chen's company had a strong trend, its foundation was still not stable enough. Let's see if Gu Honsho can buy that company or if I will have to collaborate with that company. This was something the older brother of the Lu family said. Gu Honsho was very confident that Sui-chen's company, although it has a strong trend, still doesn't have a solid foundation yet. You think you can fight against my company? The beautiful older sister has been staring at Sui-chen the whole time, as if she's keenly observing his expressions. Sui-chen then stood up and told Gu Honsho that he was going to the bathroom first. The message in the group chat said to hurry back, so Sui-chen walked outside. As he stepped out, someone followed him, and that person was the older sister named Qin. She walked out, offered him a cigarette, and asked if he smoked. Sui-chen replied that he didn't smoke. Qin then remarked that he used to do everything before, didn't he? He was the troublemaker of the school. Sui-chen asked seriously if they really attended the same school. There's no way he wouldn't remember if he had a friend who was such a big businessman. Qin said it was no surprise that Sui-chen didn't remember because back in school, he was a chubby kid. At that time, the bullies in class liked to pick on him, and Sui-chen was the one who protected him. That's the reason why. Sui-chen couldn't recall. Back then, Qin was quite the studious kid. Sui-chen suddenly remembered and thought, oh, it's you. You've changed so much that I wouldn't recognize you. Qin said he hoped Sui-chen would listen to his advice and stop following Gu Honsho. He saw Sui-chen as just that, and Sui-chen already knew what Qin was going to say. Qin found it quite difficult to speak because Sui-chen was his benefactor. Sui-chen showed full understanding, saying, I know. But I love him. However, in Sui-chen's heart, it was really about loving his money. At that moment, Qin mentioned that if Hiao saw him now, he didn't know how he would feel. Sui-chen remembered that. Hiao was that kid, the one who looked a bit like Pei-sui. The protagonist said that during that time, something happened at his home, which forced him to change schools suddenly. He didn't even have time to say goodbye. He didn't know how Hiyao was doing now. Shin said, Hiyao has passed away. Suichen was surprised and asked how he could have died. He recalled Hiyao's face, who used to bring him lunch and always followed him around, the one who would bandage his wounds and tell Suichen to stop getting into fights with others. Suichen couldn't believe that he had died. How could that be? Before I left, I told my friends to take care of him for me. Shin said that after Suichen left, those bullies started to pick on Hiyao even more. Until they found a love letter that Hiyao wrote, addressed to Suichen. They posted it on the school board and teased Hiyao, causing him to jump off the building, and the whole incident was covered up by Hiyao's father. When Suichen heard this, he cried. Shin said that the He family was quite powerful, but he didn't understand why Hiyao didn't ask for help from his parents. What was certain was that all those who bullied Hiyao were punished. Don't cry, you did nothing wrong, and neither did he, Shin said. He assured Suichen that if he needed anything, he would definitely help before leaving. He left his business card with Suichen. The protagonist collapsed to the ground, feeling very sad. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Suddenly, he received a message from Peisui, the male lead, who texted him saying he missed him. Suichen smiled, thinking how lucky he was to have Peisui. He missed Peisui too. Suddenly, Gu Honjo came out looking for Suichen and asked why he was here and why he was crying. Suichen replied that it was nothing. Just some dust got in his eyes. Right now, he was very happy that Gu Honjo took him out like this. Gu Honjo quickly came over and patted Suichen's head, saying he would bring him out more often, but he had to be a good boy and listen to him. Gu Honjo thought to himself, does Suichen love me that much? He is so infatuated with me. I think he won't let me go when the contract ends. He's quite full of himself. Then he quickly wrapped his arms around Suichen's waist and led him into the event. The scene shifted to the event. Gu Honjo kept kissing Suichen's cheeks. Suichen was very disgusted. But what could he do? He had to endure it to get his money. The eldest son of the Lu family thought to himself that he wanted Peisui to see this scene for real. Everyone at the table urged Suichen to drink more. You came out all this way, so drink up. But Suichen refused until they came up with a game that if they spun the bottle and it stopped in front of someone, that person would have to follow the command given. The bottle then stopped right in front of Suichen. They made Suichen take on a punishment by doing a service job that Suichen was good at. The job I mentioned was to choose 3 guys from here to have a steamy night together. So, what does everyone think? How do you feel about this idea? Suichen, I'm still not over it. This is worse than he thought. I told him I couldn't find it. He said he couldn't do that, but someone at the table spoke up, saying that the reason he couldn't was because Gu Honjo liked him. Isn't it because he loves him? Why can't he just do this? It's just being a representative, right? So why won't you let us play too? Gu Honjo was silent. He thought to himself, how could he possibly regret Suichen? Because the one he truly loves is Peisui. He remembered the first time he met Peisui. He wanted to be the quiet person who just played the piano alone, but there was one time he went out to play with friends and fell into the water. Suddenly, someone came to save him, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Peisui watching over him. So he thought Peisui was the one who saved him from the water, and that was the moment he started to fall in love with Peisui. When will he realize that the one who really saved him wasn't Peisui at all? If you look at the picture, it was Suichen who saved him. The one sitting there was just provoking Gu Honjo. He's about to fall in love with Suichen, isn't he? That's why he doesn't want to share us with his friends. Provoking Gu Honjo, he couldn't control his temper. So he told them to shut up and let Suichen do what they said. Sui-chen turned to Gu Honzhou and said he didn't want to do it at all. After getting permission from Gu Honzhou, they grabbed Sui-chen right away. Sui-chen thought he had to find a way to get out of there, but then the opportunity was almost gone because they picked up the alcohol and made Sui-chen drink it all. They turned to ask the eldest brother of the Lu family if he wanted to join. The eldest brother said he was a clean person, and they dragged Sui-chen away, but Sui-chen quickly grabbed the eldest brother's pants. He said, "Help me, please." The eldest brother hesitated, but they pulled Sui-chen away first. He thought, even Gu Honzhou doesn't care, so what right do I have to stop this? The scene cuts to the room. After entering the room, Sui-chen quickly distanced himself from them and sent a message to his friend to have his friend come pick him up. The three of them came closer again and said that tonight would make him feel good. If anyone was to blame, it should be Gu Honzhou because he brought him to us. Be a good boy, or you'll get hurt, he thought to himself. He hadn't had fun with a handsome young man like this in a long time. He reached out to touch Sui-chen, and our protagonist threw him off, sending him flying. Sui-chen then stepped closer and threatened them. "You're someone with quite a reputation. If you don't want today to become a big deal, you know what to do." They said they would definitely report Gu Honzhou. "I'll have him teach you a lesson so you won't act like this again. You should know that if you report Gu Honzhou, remember well that this matter will definitely go to court," and then he walked out. But as he walked out the door, he felt dizzy, his whole body was burning. Was it that drink? Then Sui-chen collapsed onto someone's chest, and that person was Pei Sui. He rushed over to Sui-chen because he was very worried. Finally, he found Sui-chen, and after finding him, he hugged Sui-chen tightly. Pei Sui picked up Sui-chen and ordered his subordinates, "Don't let a single one of them escape." Pei Sui took Sui-chen to President Qin's car, and he hurriedly ran after Pei Sui, demanding that she let Sui-chen go right now. "Where do you think you're taking him? Let Sui-chen go right now." Pei Sui turned to face Qin. "It's been a long time, Qin Feifei. Even President Qin can't remember who Pei Sui is." Pei Sui told President Qin that he has the surname Pei, and President Qin remembered that, but Pei Sui asked him to be quiet for now. "Sui-chen is really drunk, so I'll take him back to rest first. Please help clear up the remaining matters, okay?" President Qin was stunned that Pei Sui was still alive, and President Qin's partner draped a suit jacket over him. "Honey, where did you sneak off to meet this young man behind my back?" President Qin was confused, asking what young man, as it was just two childhood friends of mine. The scene then cuts to the car, where Pei Sui didn't let Sui-chen sit alone in the passenger seat. He picked up Sui-chen and sat him on his lap. Sui-chen complained about the heat the whole way. Pei Sui didn't want the driver to see Sui-chen in that state, so he quickly closed the curtains in the car. Sui-chen was being very affectionate towards Pei Sui. "Pei Sui, why haven't you kissed me yet? Please kiss me." Pei Sui's cheeks turned red, he wanted to so badly, but since Sui-chen was drunk, he didn't want to take advantage of him. "Pei Sui, you're drunk. I don't want to take advantage of you." Sui-chen kept urging Pei Sui to kiss him, saying, "Kiss me, kiss me." Sui-chen wasn't just being affectionate, he quickly licked Pei Sui's face. When Pei Sui saw that, he couldn't hold back anymore and tried to sit stiffly, but Sui-chen wouldn't allow it. He grabbed Pei Sui's collar and pulled him closer. "Little puppy. Are you ignoring my orders? I said to kiss me, so you have to kiss me. You must not disobey your master, understand?" Pei Sui thought to himself that he couldn't take it anymore. Why Sui-chen like this? So he quickly grabbed Sui-chen's hand and kissed him, saying, "Understood, my master." Then he leaned down to kiss Sui-chen, but suddenly a car drove up behind them. It was Sui-chen's friend. He quickly called out to ask Sui-chen if he was okay and where he was. Sui-chen's friend thought to himself that Pei Sui wasn't the gentle person others said he was. He was trying to take Sui-chen somewhere, it couldn't be dangerous, right? If something happened, he would feel guilty for life. The scene cuts to the Pei family home. Pei carried Sui-chen out of the car and ordered the housekeeper to guard the door well and not let anyone in. Pei entered the Pei family home, and he didn't feel good at all because he hated everyone who lived there. This house didn't feel like home, walking in always made him uncomfortable. But now it was different because Sui-chen was here. This place belonged to me and Sui-chen. Pei thought to himself that this would be his and Sui-chen's place. Whether it was wealth, power, body, or soul, he would give everything to Sui-chen. Everything I have will belong to you alone. The scene cuts to Pei Sui's bedroom, where Sui-chen opened his eyes and asked, "Where is this?" Pei replied, "This is the Pei family home, this is my room." Pei thought to himself that this place would be his, and that Sui-chen, whether it be wealth, power, body, or soul, he would give everything to Sui-chen. Everything of mine will belong to you alone. The scene cuts to Pei Sui's bedroom, where Sui-chen wakes up and asks where this place is. Pei tells him that this is the Pei family home, and this is my room. Sui-chen is making such a cute face. And then he told Pei to come closer. When Pei crawled onto the bed, Sui-chen placed his foot right on his chest. "When we were in the car, we didn't finish what we started. Can we continue now? Please, Pei do it." Pei face turned very red, and he said he understood. After that, the two of them had a happy night together. But now, Sui-chen's friend is waiting outside the Pei family house but can't get in and can't contact Sui-chen either. He couldn't think of how to help his friend. What should I do? Then, at that moment, Sui-chen called back. "Sui-chen, are you okay? That jerk didn't do anything to you, right?" Pei replied that he was fine and suggested they talk tomorrow, telling him to go home. At that time, it wasn't Sui-chen's usual voice, it was the voice he used when they were doing activities together. His friend was very shocked because Pei voice came through too. "Can you focus, Sui-chen? Why are you talking to someone else like this?" His friend yelled, "Sui-chen, are you being forced? Answer me." Sui-chen said, "No, I'm not being forced. Don't worry." Then the call ended. Sui-chen's friend was stressed out. He hurriedly drove over as his friend told him to. But when he arrived, his friend had run off with someone else. If it were me, I'd be lost too. Why did I even drive out here? Sui-chen was clinging to the window, watching his friend's car. Pei was hugging Sui-chen. "Look. He listened to your orders and left right away. Does he like you?" "No, we're just friends and work together." Pei pressed his nose against the nape of Sui-chen's neck and said, "Remember, I'm the one who likes you the most in this world, okay?" The scene cuts to the morning. When Sui-chen woke up, he immediately messaged his friend to keep quiet about last night. "Don't let anyone see that I left the club last night, and don't tell anyone." His friend replied that he understood. "Are you okay now?" Sui-chen still hadn't replied. Pei quickly grabbed Sui-chen's face and kissed him. Sui-chen said, "Can you not be so naughty? I indulged you all night, it should be enough now." Pei obeyed. He hugged Sui-chen tightly, thinking to himself how great it was that Sui-chen had only his marks on him. Right now, Sui-chen was checking the company stocks, and Pei was being very clingy, asking him to turn his face towards him. "Why are you playing with your phone like that?" Sui-chen ignored him until Pei had to bite his neck. After that, Sui-chen hit Pei saying, "Can you not bother me?" Suddenly, Gu Honzhou called. Pei quickly moved closer to Sui-chen and said not to answer, but Sui-chen didn't listen. After answering, Gu Honzhou said, "Where have you been all night? Do you know I couldn't find you?" "Gu Honzhou, you took me to let them play with me, didn't you?" When Gu Honzhou heard that, he said, "Why didn't you resist? You could have asked me for help." Sui-chen was confused, thinking, what is this guy talking about? He was the one who brought me here and is now blaming me. Gu Honshu asked where they took him and where he was now. Sui-chen hung up. Pei Su looked upset. You? Why don't you resist? You could have asked me for help. Sui-chen was confused, thinking, what is wrong with this guy? Even though he was the one who handed me over, he's blaming me. The guy asked where those people took him and where he is now. Sui-chen just hung up the phone. Pei Su looked upset. Sui-chen, don't pay attention to him. Just hearing his voice for a second makes me want to get rid of him. Sui-chen rubbed Pei Su's head and said he wanted to get out of the Gu family. Even though there are still 6 months left on the contract, he doesn't want to stay anymore. The only thing I'm afraid of now is if I break the contract, what will Gu Honshu do to my mother? So I need to find the right opportunity and then come out. Pei Su smiled and said that no matter what Sui-chen does, he will always be by Sui-chen's side. He will help Sui-chen himself. Sui-chen then shared his plan with Gu Honshu, saying that he really likes you and needs to find a way to make him want to be with you alone, then let him go. Sui-chen will move his mother out of the hospital before the whole plan is complete, so that Gu Honshu won't suspect what we're doing. From now on, we need to be careful about everything we do. And don't even think about betraying me, okay? When Pei Su heard that, he quickly leaned down to kiss Sui-chen and swore on his life that he would never betray Sui-chen. Sui-chen then said that Pei Su is the only love of Gu Honshu. And I am just your representative. When Pei Su heard that, Pei Su said he could feel it. That Gu Honshu really loves Sui-chen. But he just doesn't realize it. Sui-chen then said that Pei Su doesn't know anything. That day when I broke your vase, do you know he almost killed me? When Pei Su heard that, he stood up. Sui-chen was confused about where Pei Su was going, and then Pei Su returned with a vase from his home. This is one of my father's antiques. I still have many priceless items at home. If it makes Sui-chen feel better, he can break as many as he wants, you know. Sui-chen took it and asked if this was a souvenir. If I break it, won't you be sad? Pei Su said that these things belonged to his father, a person he hated very much. So if it breaks, that's even better. Sui-chen returned the vase to Pei Su, but Pei Su let go of it, causing the vase to fall and shatter on the floor. When Pei Su saw that, he quickly hugged Sui-chen with a joyful expression, feeling really happy. Then he hurriedly brought the vase to Sui-chen. Sui-chen thought to himself, does Pei Su have to go this far just to make him happy? This house feels so lonely before I met him. What kind of life does Pei Su lead? After Pei Su brought everything from the house to Sui-chen, Sui-chen said, why are you bringing this to me? You can just put it away, why throw it around? Sui-chen felt sorry for it. Now Sui-chen was sitting on the bed with a regal demeanor. And then called Pei Su to come closer. Pei Su knelt down and moved closer to Sui-chen. Sui-chen asked if he liked it like this. Sui-chen lifted Pei Su's chin with his foot, and the hero said he liked it and wanted Sui-chen to love him. Sui-chen then lifted his foot to touch Pei Su's chest and asked, if those people knew that you were kneeling in front of me and begging for my love like this, what would they think? Pei Su took Sui-chen's foot and pressed it against his face, saying that whatever they think doesn't matter, in my eyes, there's only Sui-chen, and he kissed Sui-chen's foot once. Sui-chen's face turned red, saying what are you doing? Pei Su replied that this is still not enough, and then he kissed Sui-chen, telling him that he wanted to eat Sui-chen again after they finished. After that, Sui-chen just lay down and worked. Pei Su brought him some fruit and said, take a break, okay? Don't just work all the time. Sui-chen replied that his company is currently making a big investment, so he has to keep an eye on the results. Pei Su then said that Gu Honshu never expected that the boss of the Yunsen company is you. I really want to see what their faces will look like when they find out the truth. Sui-chen said that this secret must not be revealed to anyone unless I give permission. Pei Su looked at Sui-chen with a very satisfied expression. Everything on Sui-chen is my work, and just now he even allowed me. When Sui-chen saw Pei Su looking at him like that, he said, Turn around right now. Suddenly, someone came to see Sui-chen, and that person was Sui-chen's friend. Pei Sui then asked Sui-chen if he wanted to meet him. Sui-chen agreed, and the housekeeper thought to himself that this is truly Master Pei's house, but he still asks for others' opinions, which means this person is very important to the young master. Then Pei Sui supported Sui-chen down the stairs. The friend said he came to pick up Sui-chen, thanking him for helping and taking care of Sui-chen. Now I'm here to take him back. Pei Sui thought to himself. Not as tall as me. Not as handsome as me. And not Sui-chen's type either. It seems he really has some feelings for Sui-chen. Pei Sui couldn't help but feel suspicious. He reached out to hold Sui-chen's friend's hand. Hello, Mr. Shen. I've heard your name for a long time. From now on, the Pei and Yun families will be working together. I'm really glad we can collaborate. When my friend Sui-chen heard this, she turned to Sui-chen. Sui-chen said she would summarize the details of our collaboration tomorrow. Sui-chen's friend was confused, asking, what? We just met today, and we're already co-workers. Pei Sui quickly came over and patted Sui-chen on the shoulder. Why wouldn't we trust each other? Sui-chen and I trust one another, and I'm willing to give him everything I have. But Sui-chen doesn't want it, so I had no choice but to work together. We've already agreed on this, Mr. Shen. As you are Sui-chen's subordinate, shouldn't you follow Sui-chen's decisions? Sui-chen's friend was puzzled, wondering why Pei Sui's words sounded so jealous. Sui-chen told his friend, Pei Sui. Yeah, you can trust him. Sui-chen's friend said that if he spoke like this, he must be trusted. They thought to themselves that they had to wish these two happiness. But Pei Sui and his poor representative are in love. This is truly amazing. After that, they sat down to discuss business. Sui-chen received news that there would soon be an auction, which was an opportunity for him to connect with big business figures. Sui-chen thought to himself that it was great that this auction required masks, so he wouldn't have to reveal his identity. Then Pei Sui rushed over to hug Sui-chen and said, I received an invitation to this event too. Let's go together. Sui-chen replied, okay. Sui-chen's friend saw how sweet those two were and quickly decided to walk away. Sui-chen told Pei Sui that he would visit his mother at the hospital. Pei Sui said he would send someone to take him. Pei Sui watched Sui-chen closely but eventually let him go. The scene then shifted to the hospital where Sui-chen was visiting his mother. Upon arrival, he fed her and told her he had a girlfriend. His mother was very happy and said, don't forget to bring that young man to meet me next time. Sui-chen agreed and shared the good news that his father was out of prison. His mother was so delighted that tears streamed down her face. She said she knew it wasn't easy for Sui-chen. Don't pressure yourself too much, dear. I don't want you to struggle. Save the money you've earned for your future, okay? Sui-chen replied, what are you talking about? How can I ignore you? His mother had something to warn Sui-chen about. There's someone who has returned to the city, and that is Chen Chang. Sui-chen felt upset, thinking, how dare he show his face. Sui-chen's mother cried and said she received threatening messages from Chen Chang. She was afraid he would harm her son. Chen Chang was Sui-chen's biological father. In the past, Sui-chen's mother was harmed because she couldn't have children, so she had to buy a baby from someone. The woman who brought the baby said one thing to Sui-chen's father, this child comes from a very wealthy family, 10 times more expensive than other children. Do you want him? His father immediately agreed. That was the beginning of Sui-chen being adopted. Sui-chen's mother thought, why would such a lovely child be abandoned by cruel rich people? Even though he was bought, he is still my child. She was afraid he would come to do something bad to Sui-chen. The protagonist reassured his mother not to worry and helped her to bed, promising to visit again. After Sui-chen left the hospital, he quickly messaged a friend to check where his biological father was now. Suddenly, Gu Honjo approached Sui-chen and grabbed his wrist. I've called you so many times, why didn't you answer? Sui-chen replied, why should I? Let me go. Gu Hanzhou noticed something unusual under Sui-chen's shirt and quickly opened it. Sui-chen asked, what are you doing? Gu Hanzhou was very angry. Those guys touched you last night, didn't they? Sui-chen replied, yes, you were the one who handed me over to them. Why are you questioning me? This is what you wanted, Gu Hanzhou. Can you cancel the contract with me? He quickly grabbed Sui-chen and shook him. Sui-chen asked, why didn't you resist last night? Why didn't you ask for my help? If you dare to speak like this, I will take you in front of your mother. Get in the car now. He shoved Sui-chen into the car, and someone was secretly watching, Sui-chen's guardian, named Chen Chang, who had grown up a lot and managed to cling to a wealthy person. How could he forget this father? The scene shifted to the Lu family home, where they were discussing plans for the birthday party of the young master of the Lu family. They were planning something and transferred 1 million baht to Sui-chen's guardian. The young master of the Lu family said, if these two are really father and son, they are truly money hungry. Let's see how interesting this story will be. This time, I will make Sui-chen have no place in society. The scene shifted to the Gu family home. Gu Hanzhou dragged Sui-chen out of the car. Gu Hanzhou thought to himself that what happened last night made him realize he was more possessive of Sui-chen than he thought. He must belong to me alone, no matter what the status is, it must only be me who sees him. Just then, Gu Hanzhou's younger brother walked by. What are you doing, brother? Gu Hanzhou dismissed his younger brother. Gu Hanzhou is chasing after my little sister. And I said, wherever you want to go, just go. Sui-chen noticed that his younger brother was still wearing the bracelet he gave him. Maybe he could help me. Sui-chen quickly grabbed his younger brother to ask for help. When the younger brother saw that, he rushed to block his older brother. Which brother said he loved Pei Sui, but why hasn't he let Sui-chen go yet? Are you going to chase after Pei Sui and play with his feelings? Doing this is no different from a bad guy who toys with other people's feelings. If you really like Pei Sui, then cut ties with Sui-chen. If you like Sui-chen, then be clear about it. Don't make both of them sad because of you. Gu Hanzhou didn't listen and pushed his younger brother away. At that moment, the younger brother didn't know what to do. So he thought the only way was to call Pei Sui. He quickly called Pei Sui and said he needed to talk. He then explained that Sui-chen wasn't just an assistant, but a child he raised and also a representative for him. Pei Sui said he had known for a long time. The truth is, I came back because I wanted to be sure about my relationship with Hanzhou, but now I'm not sure if he still feels the same way about me. Can you help me? Sui-chen is quite easy to deceive, so you can rest assured. I won't let this go, for sure. I will help you. So how can I help? Pei Sui said thank you very much. Then he asked what the situation was like right now. The younger brother then explained everything. Pei Sui told him to keep an eye on the situation. If it's really necessary, rush in to stop them. The younger brother agreed, saying he would help. The scene cut to Sui-chen and Gu Hanzhou. Gu Hanzhou was tearing Sui-chen's shirt and asked what they were doing. Sui-chen slapped Gu Hanzhou and asked if he was crazy. Gu Hanzhou took off his belt and said, yes, I'm crazy, and used the belt to tie Sui-chen's wrist. I'll let you slap me as much as you want, but today you have to be mine. Sui-chen, you are mine, and you have no other choice. Except to obey me. Sui-chen struggled as much as he could. Gu Hanzhou, you don't love me. You love Pei Sui, so why won't you let me go? He said he loved Pei Sui. You can't compare to him at all. But you took my money. What do I want you to do? You have to do it. You can't stand it anymore, can you? Because he really didn't want anything to do with this guy, he said he would pay the breach of contract himself, but Gu Hanzhou wouldn't agree. Sui-chen, who do you think you are? A breach of contract worth 50 million? Do you think you can pay that? It's better not to resist. Just obey my orders. If you resist, I can't guarantee your mother's safety. After I marry Pei Sui, you will be my child forever. Because he really doesn't want anything to do with this guy, he said he would pay the breach of contract himself, but Gu Honshu refused. Sui-chen, who do you think you are? A breach of contract worth 50 million? Do you think you can afford that? It's better if you don't resist. Just follow my orders. If you resist, I can't guarantee your mother's safety. After I marry Pei Sui, you will be my child forever. Don't think you can escape from me. You shouldn't think that, okay? Gu Honshu asked that bad guy Sui-chen what he would say if Pei Sui found out about this. Gu Honshu replied that he would wait for him to find out first, then he would think about it. He then started to touch Sui-chen. Suddenly, Pei Sui walked in. Pei Sui, you're really good at acting. You look so sad. Gu Honshu quickly grabbed something to cover the heroine's face and told Pei Sui to wait for him first. Listen to what he has to explain first. Explain what? About how you brought a kid to be my representative. Pei Sui, Sui-chen is just my personal assistant. It's not what you think. Pei Sui said, did I just imagine that? If so, I thought you would be happy that I'm back to being myself. I thought you would be glad. Sui-chen was trying to hold back laughter under the blanket. Help, this is so funny. He couldn't hold back his laughter anymore. Pei Sui pretended to cry and ran away. Gu Honshu had to hurry and chase after him. Sui-chen quickly pulled the blanket off because he was about to suffocate. Gu Honshu's younger brother saw that Sui-chen was crying, not because he was sad, but because he was trying to hold back laughter. He rushed over to comfort Sui-chen. Sui-chen, you saw it, right? The person my brother has loved all along is Pei Sui. He's just playing with you, do you understand? Sui-chen said, why wouldn't I understand? He thought to himself that his acting was no less than Pei Sui's. Let's start the performance. He blushed and told his brother that if he needed help, he could just let him know. Sui-chen quickly reached out to grab his brother's hand and said that he knew Gu Honshu had no feelings for him. He didn't want to stay here any longer, he wanted to cut ties with him. I don't want it to be like this, but Gu Honshu always uses my mom to threaten me, so I have no other choice. His brother blushed even more. If you think of something, tell me. I'll help for sure. Sui-chen quickly got up and thanked him. The scene then cuts to Pei Sui and Gu Honshu. Gu Honshu rushed over to Pei Sui and grabbed his arm. Pei Sui, listen to me first. Pei Sui replied, let's find a place to sit and talk. Then the two of them went to sit and talk in front of the house. Brother Honshu, you like Sui-chen, right? Gu Honshu said that he didn't like him. Pei Sui then responded. If you don't like him, then why don't you let him leave the Gu family? I saw him at the Gu family and I felt uneasy. That guy. Gu Honshu thought to himself that at first, he saw Sui-chen as Pei Sui's representative, but over time, he realized that he just wanted to admire Pei Sui from a distance. However, he wanted to possess Sui-chen, the hero, so he provoked Gu Honshu again by pulling his shirt and saying, Brother Honshu, I came back this time for you. You once said you would wait for me, your words. Just a lie to me. Gu Honshu replied that he was definitely not lying. Sui-chen was just his assistant, nothing more, really. Pei Sui quickly moved closer to Gu Honshu, saying, since the person you like is me, let's hurry and get Sui-chen out of here. When you were drowning, I was the one who saved you. Later, you promised me that you would always like me and choose only me. Gu Honshu said that yes, that was a special feeling he had for him. Gu Honshu couldn't deny anything. Pei Sui smiled happily while thinking, Gu Honshu, if you knew that the one who saved you back then was Sui-chen, how heartbroken would you be? But I will never reveal this secret. Then Pei Sui put on a smiling face, saying, as long as you agree to chase Sui-chen away, I will agree to be engaged to you. I will handle everything for the engagement myself, and at that time, I will announce to everyone who my fiancé is, and the inheritance of the Pei family will go entirely to my fiancé. When Gu Hongzhou heard this, he was very happy and quickly reached out to hold Pei Sui's hand. You thought this through, right? The big business of the Pei family, are you really willing to use it as a betrothal gift? Pei Sui replied that yes, he was serious. And then Gu Hongzhou jumped into the trap. Pei Sui hugged Gu Hongzhou and thought to himself that he was really looking forward to the engagement. He would receive the gift that I prepared for him very well. Pei Sui showed his kindness. Brother Gu Hongzhou, I will wait for you to let go of Sui Chen. I understand that you have been with him for a long time. It must be hard, but I believe you won't disappoint me. Gu Hongzhou said that the engagement was not a small matter for the two big families. Pei Sui replied that he already knew, and that was why he wanted him to decide. He couldn't stand the thought of his future partner being involved with another man, so he urged. Please cut ties with Sui Chen. It's a good choice for the three of us. Gu Hongzhou was deep in thought because he originally thought he loved Pei Sui. Sui Chen was just a representative, but why was he feeling so uneasy and frustrated? Pei Sui quickly hugged Gu Hongzhou's shoulder, saying, Brother Hongzhou, cut ties with Sui Chen and choose me. I will give you everything you want. Gu Hongzhou then told Pei Sui that he would quickly handle his relationship with Sui Chen. Pei Sui smiled widely. Yes, I believe you can do it. The scene then cuts to Sui Chen. Right now, he was sitting on the sofa. Pei Sui smiled widely. Yes, I believe you can do it. The scene cuts to Sui Chen. Right now, he is sitting on the sofa, while hugging the pillow. Pei Sui and Gu Hongzhou entered the house. Sui Chen rushed in with a sad expression. Gu Hongzhou. So you and young Master Pei are officially dating now. The teacher confirmed that yes, they are dating, while reaching out to hold Pei Sui's hand. Sui Chen squeezed out tears and cried, What about me? What am I to you? Has Gu Hongzhou never had me in your heart at all? I will terminate our contract. Within a few days after signing the confirmation, I will clear your salary, and then you can prepare to pack your things and leave. Gu Hongzhou asked if you didn't want to go, but you had previously asked me to let you go. Sui Chen's true feelings were that he wanted to leave so badly. I don't want to stay in this family at all. I finally want to be free. Pei Sui covered her mouth with her hand. Sui Chen's performance was excellent. He could win an Oscar with that. Gu Hongzhou was still not done. He thought Sui Chen loved him so much that he reminded Sui Chen that he only loved Pei Sui, while on the other hand, he would take care of you temporarily since you had no money. Sui Chen thought to himself, this bad guy. Who do you think you're looking down on? Who said I have no money? Gu Hongzhou told Pei Sui that she could go rest now since it was getting late. The scene cut to Pei Sui arriving at the room and locking the door, which was not her own room. But it was Sui Chen's room. Sui Chen was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Pei Sui hurriedly knelt down and acted cute towards Sui Chen. Today you held hands with the Gu family, right? Which side did you touch him? Tell me. Pei Sui reached out her hand to Sui Chen and said, Both sides, I touched both sides. Sui Chen quickly grabbed the alcohol and squeezed it into his hands. Since he touched something dirty, he had to wash it clean, otherwise, don't even think about getting into my bed, got it? Pei Sui replied that if she washed it, she could touch Sui Chen, right? Sui Chen quickly kissed Pei Sui's head and said, That's right, little puppy. As long as you keep clean, you can touch your owner. Alright, get up now. Pei Sui burrowed under the blanket and was very happy. Yay! Sui Chen, I'm so glad you're finally leaving the Gu family. If you leave the Gu family, where will you go? Will you stay with the Pei family? The Pei family always welcomes you. Sui Chen replied that he had his own house, so why would he need to stay at someone else's? Pei Sui felt a bit down. Where will you go? Can I come with you? No matter where you go, I want to follow you. He replied that he had 3 condos and 5 houses. Choose whichever one you like. Choose wherever you like. Pei Sui chose a house with a great view. Because the two of them would be able to play together. Sui-chen is just going along with Pei Sui. Now, Pei Sui isn't acting like a little puppy anymore. He quickly grabbed Sui-chen's iPad. Then he climbed on top of Sui-chen. It's late, we should go to sleep, but before we do, how about we do something fun at night? Sui-chen thought to himself that Pei Sui is really pushing his luck. I need to quickly find a collar to engrave his name on, I can't let a little puppy like this go without a collar. He thought that he had spoiled Pei Sui too much. The scene cuts to the morning where Pei Sui has taken a shower, changed clothes, and went to kiss Sui-chen as he was leaving the room when suddenly Gu Hanzhou came to greet him. Why are you coming out of Sui-chen's bedroom? Pei Sui replied that he was afraid Sui-chen would be sad. So he wanted to comfort him a bit. But right now, he's still not awake. Pei Sui quickly went to grab Gu Hanzhou's shoulder. Let's go, brother Hanzhou. We shouldn't disturb him any further. He's already pitiful enough, and then the butler came to say that someone from the Lu family wanted to meet, which was the butler of the Lu family, inviting Sui-chen to a birthday party because they felt very sorry for Sui-chen. Gu Hanzhou was confused about why they were inviting him but didn't say anything. The butler then said that the young master wanted to express his apology to Sui-chen. The scene cuts to Sui-chen, who is currently packing his clothes when Gu Hanzhou comes to him and says that the Lu family has invited Sui-chen to the birthday party and that the agreement will be cancelled after the birthday party, and then you can continue packing. Sui-chen thought to himself, what's going on? I'm already about to pack up, and now they want to delay me. So Sui-chen told him, fine, I'll listen to you. Gu Hanzhou was angry for some unknown reason, having been at the Gu family home for so long. Even the clothes you wear have no taste. If you leave here, don't tell anyone that you followed me. He thought to himself that someone like this would only embarrass me wherever I go. I really don't understand why he's so interested in me. Why did I think he was like Pei Sui? Sui-chen then switched to his acting mode and tears started flowing. I understand now. Gu Hanzhou, after the birthday party, will you really let me go? Gu Hanzhou turned around and said that this time he would really let him go because he and Pei Sui were about to get engaged, and he didn't want to make him sad. Sui-chen told him, so that's how it is. I understand now, and he smiled widely. Great. I just need to hold on until that kid's birthday, and then we can say goodbye. After that, I can finally escape from this dark house. 3 days later, Sui-chen talked about the engagement of Gu Hanzhou and Pei Sui. The news about your engagement with Gu Hanzhou has been trending for 3 days now. It seems like everyone is really interested. Finally, Gu Hanzhou has found happiness. They really suit each other well. Look at each of the comments. Pei Sui, I'm covering my ears too. That's enough, Sui-chen. Stop reading, okay. I will never get engaged to Gu Hanzhou. It's all just a lie. Sui-chen gently patted Pei Sui's head and said, I believe in you. Pei Sui then leaned in to kiss Sui-chen. Sui-chen thought to himself that Sui-chen was the sweetest creature in the world. To possess Sui-chen was the greatest blessing of his life. Right now, the Gu house was empty, so why not play on Gu Hanzhou's bed? That little pup is getting bold. Sui-chen wondered why it was so mischievous, but I like it. Both the daughter and the son are getting along so well now. Pei Sui picked up Sui-chen and took him to Gu Hanzhou's room. Sui-chen lay on the bed while Pei Sui held his face and said, I'm going to start eating without holding back. The scene shifted to the birthday party of the youngest member of the Lu family. Sui-chen wore a cream suit with a bow tie. While Sui-chen was getting dressed, someone called him. It was his stepfather. Chen-chen barely finished speaking when Sui-chen hung up. Sui-chen felt stressed because he didn't know how he got his number. If he could get my number, he could come to see me next time. Just stay calm, there's nothing to fear anymore. Sui-chen tried to control his breathing, but he seemed really worried. Then the phone rang again. Sui-chen answered, "Chen-chen, are you deaf or something? Why did you hang up on me? You and your stepmother really can't be tamed. Let me tell you something. No matter what, your father is still me." Sui-chen asked what he really wanted. So he told him what he wanted. That he owed someone 30 million. He wanted Chen-chen to send him 50 million. Don't tell me you don't have it. I know you're a rich kid now, so you can probably ask him for it. Sui-chen replied that they weren't legally father and son. So why should I give you money? The stepfather then said, I still have the golden key you used to wear when you were a child. I asked an expert, and it's worth millions. You give me 50 million, and I'll return it to you. Then you can find your real parents. Sui-chen said he didn't want it. You can throw it away however you want. And I warn you, don't mess with my mother, or don't blame me for being cold-hearted. Sui-chen thought to himself that he had no desire to find the family that abandoned him. Sui-chen hung up and thought that this would be the last time he would attend a party in Gu Hanzhou's name because next time he would introduce himself to everyone. The scene shifted to the Lu family home, where the youngest son thought to himself that everyone at this party believed that his parents favored him, but he was the only one who knew that the birthday celebration was for that short-lived son who had already passed away. It wasn't a celebration for him at all. They never loved or cared for me sincerely. Why should that short-lived kid take away my favor? He got angry at the servant who was putting on his belt, pushed the servant away, and grabbed a vase to throw it, but the butler stopped him just in time. Young master, if this is about something else, the lady will definitely be very angry. So he had to stop and kick the woman with his foot. Young master, if it's about this again, the lady will definitely be very angry. So it had to be stopped for now, while kicking that woman away. Get out of here, I don't want to see your face. It's really frustrating. The butler thinks that the eldest young master spoils the youngest too much, to the point where he doesn't care about anyone else. Plus, he keeps getting into trouble with others. The butler warns that today is the youngest young master's birthday, so don't get into any fights, okay? He just says, I know already. While opening the window to look at the view below, just wait, Sui-chen, because I've found someone who will make you embarrassed today. I'm going to trample your dignity under my feet. Just wait and see. While Sui-chen is sitting in the garden, he thinks to himself that he has only met the eldest of the Lu family and his younger brother, but he has never met the lady or the master. He wonders what they look like when suddenly the eldest brother of the Lu family approaches him, asking why he is sitting there. Aren't you going to look for your master? Sui-chen replies, right now, Gu Hanzhou is no longer my master. After today, I will leave the Gu family. The eldest brother of the Lu family recalls the day at the hotel and thinks that it must have been that day that Gu Hanzhou abandoned him. Excuse me, I need to go. However, the eldest brother of the Lu family holds him back because he wants to ask about the bar, but when Sui-chen turns around, he can't find the words to ask. The eldest brother thinks to himself that it's been a long time since that incident, so what is there to ask now? You go ahead, and Sui-chen walks over to pay Sui. The eldest brother of the Lu family remembers the face of his younger brother that day, trying to hold onto his pants for help. He wonders why he feels so guilty. When Sui-chen approaches Pei Sui, Gu Hanzhou is there too, glaring at Sui-chen. Where have you been? Sui-chen can only apologize, unable to do anything else. Alright, follow me. I'm going to introduce you to some social circles. The person Gu Hanzhou introduces is the master. He is the father of the eldest brother and the younger brother. Gu Hanzhou greets the uncle, apologizing for the trouble his son caused that day. Gu Hanzhou replies that it's fine because we have been good friends for a long time. The Gu family always welcomes you. They discuss the engagement ceremony. Uncle Lu says not to forget to invite him to the engagement. Pei-su replies, "Of course. My engagement with my fiancé. I hope you, Lu, won't mind." Suddenly, Mr. Lu notices Sui-chen. He thinks to himself that Sui-chen looks thin and very clean. Looking at him makes him feel a bit pitiful. Sui-chen greets Mr. Lu and introduces himself. When Gu Hanzhou sees the situation, he quickly intervenes. "Uncle, please don't mind him. He is my assistant and doesn't know much." Mr. Lu says that Sui-chen seems like a good kid, so he won't interfere. Suddenly, the younger brother walks in and pushes Sui-chen out of the way, causing Sui-chen to bump into a table. Pei-su rushes over to see if he's okay. When Mr. Lu sees the younger brother bumping into others, he scolds him, asking if he has forgotten everything his mother taught him. "Why are you acting like this?" When the younger brother hears this, he turns to apologize to Sui-chen. Our protagonist stays quiet, but Gu Hanzhou turns to him and says, "Why are you embarrassing me again? Just go wherever you want." Sui-chen clenches his fists, thinking, "Just endure today, and then I will cut ties with him." The scene shifts to the matriarch of the Lu family, who is sitting and watching something. She doesn't seem very cheerful. The master of the Lu family covers her with a coat and tells her to go inside because it's cold outside. "You might catch a cold." The lady says she will go organize Chen Chen's room. The master of the Lu family thinks to himself that it has been many years, yet he still can't forget that child. No matter if it's a birthday or the anniversary of his death, she always sits absent-mindedly like this, clutching the golden key in her hand. As the lady is about to walk into the house, she sees Sui-chen. Upon seeing him, she greets him, and the master has to introduce him, saying that this person is Sui-chen. He is from Gu Hanzhou. The lady sighs. He is a well-mannered and clean child. Why would he choose to be Gu Hanzhou's subordinate? And even represent others? Sui-chen looks at the Lu family's house and thinks that his 3 houses can't compare to the Lu family's house, especially this one. He needs to quickly earn a lot of money, determined to become a world-class CEO so that his parents can live a good life. Suddenly, someone calls his name Sui-chen. It's those 3 bullies who like to cause trouble for him. Sui-chen thinks to himself, "Those 3 again," and quickly tries to walk away, but they call out to him. Sui-chen asks, "What do you want?" They say that the young master wants to apologize, so he came to find him. "Didn't you hear? 3 guys at the bar. Can I say this? Sui-chen, do you still have the face to attend the birthday party? Is there anyone in the city who doesn't know that your father is a fugitive criminal and that you're working in such a degrading way? It's because your mother didn't teach you well, right? Is your mother in the hospital now because she caught a disease from selling herself?" Sui-chen clenched her fists and asked if he was done talking, as he wouldn't stop rambling. Sui-chen had to slap him, and he fell down to sit. Sui-chen then said that if it happens again, it won't just end with a slap. He thought to himself that he had endured all this just to protect his family. He could tolerate insults directed at him, but if they insulted his family, he wouldn't stand for it. Next time, it wouldn't just be a slap. Seeing Sui-chen resist like that made him furious, thinking to himself that Sui-chen used to be submissive but now dared to stand up against him. He thought about how he couldn't afford to have a conflict with Sui-chen right now because he had other plans in place. If a fight broke out now, it would ruin everything, so they had to back off for now. The younger brother of the Lu family rushed in, grabbed Sui-chen's hand, and apologized. "Please don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson for you." Pei-su said he called Sui-chen because he genuinely wanted to apologize. "I was very young last time. I hope you can forgive me. Now we are friends." "What do you mean we are friends? This just happened a few weeks ago. How can we be friends so quickly?" Sui-chen shook off his hand and said he wouldn't forget. "I am someone who has a grudge to settle, and I will never forgive you or be your friend." Sui-chen turned his back, and the younger brother thought to himself that he had to teach Su-ichen a lesson today. Suddenly, he fell backward into the pool. No one did anything to him, he just fell in by himself. Everyone rushed over to see what was wrong with him and called for a doctor. Everyone was in a frenzy, but they managed to pull him out. It was his friends who helped him. The older brother of the Lu family rushed over to check on him, and he quickly squeezed out some tears, telling his brother that Su-ichen wouldn't forgive him. He thought about how he would get revenge. "Hey, can I get a haircut, brother?" The older brother quickly hugged the younger one. Then he glared at Su-ichen. The older brother rushed over and yanked Su-ichen's shirt. "Su-ichen, do you dare to lay a hand on him?" Then he punched Su-ichen without listening to him, and as if that wasn't enough, he punched him in the stomach. Peisui rushed in to stop it, but it was too late. When Peisui saw Su-ichen's condition, he hurried over, tears welling up in his eyes, and asked Su-ichen if he was hurt. Peisui was about to rush over to attack the older brother, but Su-ichen stopped him, saying not to act rashly. Su-ichen thought to himself that he never imagined the older brother of the Lu family would protect his younger brother like this. Su-ichen and Peisui took care of each other sweetly, leaving Gu Hanzhou confused. Grab her arm and slap her back. Then use your foot to kick her down. The little one from the Lu family thought that today he had to teach Su-ichen a lesson, and suddenly he fell backward into the pool. No one did anything to him, he just fell in by himself. Everyone rushed over to see what was wrong with him, quickly calling for a doctor. Everyone was in a big fuss, but then they managed to help him out. It was his friend who helped him. The older brother from the Lu family rushed over, and he quickly squeezed out tears and told his brother that Su-ichen wouldn't forgive him. He thought about my hair, brother. The older brother quickly hugged the younger one. Then he glared at you. The older brother rushed to grab your shirt. Su-ichen, do you dare to lay a hand on him? And then he punched Su-ichen without listening to him. Not only that, but he also punched him in the stomach until Peisui rushed in to stop it, but it was too late. When Peisui saw Su-ichen's condition, he rushed over with tears in his eyes and asked Su-ichen, "Does it hurt?" Peisui was about to rush to hurt the older brother, but Su-ichen stopped him, saying not to act rashly. Su-ichen thought to himself that he never expected the older brother from the Lu family would protect his younger brother this much. Su-ichen and Peisui were taking care of each other sweetly, which confused Gu Hanzhou. He wondered what kind of relationship this was, but he didn't question it too much, he was just puzzled as to why these two seemed so close. The master of the Lu family quickly scolded his son, saying, "Older brother, who did this? Why didn't you check to be sure before acting rashly? Do you know if something happens to Gu Hanzhou's people, how will you take responsibility?" Then a doctor from the Lu family came to check on Su-ichen. He quickly came to stop the bleeding and asked if it hurt. Su-ichen had a stomachache, so he was advised to get an X-ray at the hospital. Peisui helped support Su-ichen as he got up, but his shirt at the waist opened up, revealing a birthmark. Everyone in the Lu family was shocked. The eldest brother of the Lu family thought that the birthmark on Su-ichen's waist looked just like that of his deceased younger brother. How can two people in this world have the exact same birthmark? The eldest brother of the Lu family was about to walk over to Su-ichen when Peisui quickly intervened. The head of the Lu family said, "That's enough. You've already punched him twice. Are you planning to strike again?" The father and son exchanged glances, as they saw the birthmark that resembled his younger brother's. The scene cut to the mother, who was very shocked, as if she realized that Su-ichen might be her own child. The youngest brother of the Lu family rushed to his elder brother, urging him to deal with Su-ichen. The youngest brother thought to himself that he would signal their adoptive father to make a scene. Let's see where Su-ichen will hide his face. Suddenly, Su-ichen's adoptive father shouted, "Chen Chen. I've been looking for you for so long, and finally, I've found you." He ran in, yelling about something incomprehensible. Sui-chen smiled because he realized that this was the purpose of that kid. I'm already sick and on the verge of death. Asking for money for treatment, and he won't give it to me. He made up stories to make Sui-chen look bad in the eyes of others. People at the event began to whisper about him, saying, "Is that his father? Sui-chen's father. He looks like a thug, and he smells terrible. His teeth are so black, it's disgusting. How could the bodyguards let someone like this into the event?" The adoptive father rushed to Sui-chen, but thankfully, Pei-sui was there to intervene. "Now that you're doing well, you have a rich benefactor who doesn't care about you anymore, and you've even blocked my number. You don't care if I live or die, do you?" Sui-chen replied, "You are not my father. I don't know you." Right now, Sui-chen was in a lot of pain and didn't expect to deal with this situation again. Upon hearing that, Sui-chen's adoptive father went wild. "Everyone, look at what he's saying. I'm his real father. This ungrateful child has done well and now ignores me." Everyone at the event thought it wasn't surprising, given what his father was like. It was truly embarrassing. "I knew it all along, Sui-chen isn't a good person. This is clearly an ungrateful child." Sui-chen couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "He drinks and beats me and my mother every day, using me as an emotional punching bag. And he even thought of selling me. Why should I consider someone like this my father?" Upon hearing this, everyone at the event felt pity for Sui-chen and couldn't tell who was really speaking the truth. At that moment, Sui-chen's adoptive father was flustered, and the little brat kicked his knee to make him kneel down. "Gu Honshou, my son will belong to you if you give me 50 million. I'll sell my son to you for 50 million, take it. Then you can do whatever you want with him." It's unbelievable that Sui-chen has a father like this. The lady of the house quickly ordered to have this man removed. How could he come and cause a scene in their home? The story with the heroine isn't over yet. 50 million? Take my son. You can use him as a horse or a cow, just take him. He accidentally reached out to grab Gu Honzhou, who shook off his arm. Sui-chen's adoptive father was dragged away, but he still hadn't finished his insults towards Sui-chen. He then declared that he would never let Sui-chen go. Gu Honzhou thought to himself that it was good that he let Sui-chen go like this. Making a scene in public was truly shameful. While Sui-chen's adoptive father was being dragged away, a keychain suddenly fell. It was Sui-chen's keychain that he had carried since childhood. The lady of the Lu family picked it up, and upon seeing it, she recognized the engraving. The golden key that had been missing for years was in her hands again. The lady cried. She ordered someone to investigate the background of that man. The lady turned to look at Sui-chen, now believing that Sui-chen might truly be her child. Sui-chen played the audio clip of when he was bullied. Everyone at the event realized that they had plotted to harm Sui-chen. "You've heard the audio, so I don't need to explain anything." The head of the Lu family ordered to check the surveillance cameras. Meanwhile, the youngest brother of the Lu family was still unrepentant, thinking to himself that even if the cameras didn't capture Sui-chen, they would still see that he was truly harmed. The head of the Lu family felt guilty about what had happened and sincerely apologized to Sui-chen, hoping that Sui-chen would forgive his family. Sui-chen then said, "Whether I forgive or not, what does it matter to your family? Your apology feels like you're forcing me to forgive." The lady of the house told the butler to take everyone out of there so they could talk privately. She approached Sui-chen and asked, "I want to know, was that man your father?" Sui-chen replied, "No. The Lu family invited me today to apologize, didn't they? But now it's not just that you didn't apologize, you're still hurting me. Is this how you apologize?" Sui-chen continued, "I'm sorry, but I have to take my leave now." Sui-chen then walked out. He looked uncomfortable and was sweating profusely. It seemed he needed to hurry to the hospital, but before he could finish his sentence, Sui-chen collapsed. Everyone was shocked when Sui-chen suddenly fell. The scene cut to the hospital, where there were 4 people, Gu Honzhou, the protagonist, the eldest brother of the Lu family, and Sui-chen, who was lying there receiving 4 fluids and still unconscious. The eldest brother of the Lu family asked the nurse how Su-ichen was doing. Is he seriously hurt? When will he wake up? The nurse replied, not so soon, he just started the 4. We need to wait. The eldest brother of the Lu family walked over to Su-ichen and gently stroked his head. It seemed he realized that this child was truly his younger brother. Pei-sui saw this and quickly held his hand. Gu Honzhou said, isn't it because of you that Su-ichen is lying here? Why do you have to come to the hospital? Now Gu Honzhou and Pei-sui were working together to drive the eldest brother of the Lu family away. Su-ichen spoke up, you're not welcome here, and urged the eldest brother to leave. When Gu Honzhou saw Pei-sui like that, he quickly patted Pei-sui on the shoulder and said, Su-ichen will be fine. You should go rest. If he wakes up, I'll quickly sign the cancellation with him. Pei-sui thought to himself that he wanted to stay by Su-ichen's side, but he also wanted Gu Honzhou to hurry up and sign the cancellation with Su-ichen. Pei-sui had no choice but to leave. 2 days later, Su-ichen woke up, but upon waking, he found himself with Gu Honzhou. The first question Gu Honzhou asked was, what is your relationship with the eldest brother of the Lu family? Su-ichen replied. Confused, Su-ichen was also confused. Gu Honzhou thought to himself that when Su-ichen was sent over, the older brother from the Lu family looked very flustered. I wondered if those two were secretly having something going on behind the scenes, but whatever, I was going to cancel the contract with him anyway, anything else was none of my business. Gu Honzhou hurriedly threw the contract at Su-ichen, asking him to sign it so they could cancel it. When Su-ichen saw it, he squeezed out tears and cried. Everyone, for the entire year, I truly loved you. I gave you all my love, and you really will let me go. Su-ichen read the contract carefully because he needed to check it thoroughly in case there was some trickery involved. Gu Honzhou then said, right now, Su-ichen looks worthless. What do I want from you? Su-ichen cried and tried to hold Gu Honzhou back, but Gu Honzhou told him to stop. He said that Su-ichen's love meant nothing to him, but as soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned sad. He thought to himself that letting Su-ichen go was a very good thing, but why, when he saw him crying, did he feel uncomfortable and irritated? Su-ichen asked, if I sign, you won't regret it, right? Gu Honzhou said he wouldn't regret it, so Su-ichen wished Gu Honzhou happiness and smiled at him. Su-ichen was extremely happy because he had gained his freedom. At that moment, Gu Honzhou felt a bit sad and spoke with a very flustered expression, I'm happy to end the contractual relationship with you and let's have a normal relationship instead. Su-ichen heard this and quickly signed the contract without waiting for Gu Honzhou to say anything. It was done because he wanted to end the relationship with her. Su-ichen thought to herself, what does a normal relationship even mean? Is he crazy? I have to sign quickly, so she hurriedly signed. After finishing the signing, Su-ichen asked, what did you just say? Gu Honzhou replied that it was nothing. Gu Honzhou thought to himself, what was she talking about just now? Then Gu Honzhou took the documents, and both of them ended their relationship. Su-ichen told Gu Honzhou that she would go pick up her mother from the hospital. Gu Honzhou replied that it was fine and that he would transfer one house to Su-ichen along with 30 million baht. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other, so don't disturb me again. Su-ichen thought to herself. In reality, he didn't lose anything from this relationship, but he tried his best to show how much he loved Gu Honzhou. Honestly, he didn't really want to end the relationship. Su-ichen grabbed Gu Honzhou's shirt and said, Sir, I don't want this money at all. Gu Honzhou quickly brushed Su-ichen's hand away. He told her to hurry up and get lost and not to show her face again. Su-ichen replied that she understood and thought to herself that she might as well accept the money. Forcing this on me like this. Gu Honzhou told Su-ichen that she didn't need to go back home anymore because he had his assistant pack her things and would bring them here. Su-ichen tried to act as natural as possible and held onto Gu Honzhou before he walked out. After Gu Honzhou left, she looked at the contract she had signed. Then she smiled. At that moment, Gu Hanzhou's assistant walked in, dragging a bag of clothes for Su Yichen. The assistant had to rub his eyes because he thought he saw Su Yichen smiling. Did I just imagine that? How could she love Gu Hanzhou so much and not be sad? What is wrong with my eyes? He came in with the things for Su Yichen, and after handing them over, he walked out. As Gu Hanzhou's assistant left the room, he muttered that Su Yichen really looked pitiful. Being abandoned by Gu Hanzhou like that must have left her at a loss. Suddenly, he bumped into someone, and that person was the eldest brother of the Lu family. The assistant was confused about how Mr. Lu ended up here. The eldest brother asked what he meant by what he just said, and the assistant replied that it was a family matter. He really couldn't get out of it, but the eldest brother didn't listen. He grabbed the assistant by the collar and forced him to explain everything. The assistant had to tell him everything he knew. Once the eldest brother learned the truth, his expression immediately turned sad. She was abandoned, huh? Then the eldest brother let the assistant go. He thought to himself that since he started investigating Su Yichen, he hadn't slept for 2 nights. They sat down to discuss the golden key that fell from Su Yichen's foster father's shirt. They all wondered if Su Yichen might be the youngest child they had lost. The mother believed wholeheartedly that Su Yichen was her child, but the father tried to stop her, saying that they had already seen the corpse. How could someone who was dead come back to life? It was impossible. Su Yichen's mother said, "Don't you see the birthmark on that child's waist? It looks just like our child. I believe Su Yichen is our Chen." While the father and mother were arguing, the eldest brother said that the birthmark or the golden key could be forged, but DNA testing to determine blood relations couldn't be faked. The eldest brother took out a strand of hair from the hospital, and after the DNA test, they would find out the truth. The scene then cut to the present. Now Mr. Lu was standing in front of the patient room. He had sent his assistant to buy a fruit basket and thought to himself that the DNA test results would be out tomorrow, and soon everything would be clear. Mr. Lu saw Pei Sui walking over and was puzzled about why Pei Sui was here. Mr. Lu walked over to greet Pei Sui. "Pei Sui, I'm going to visit Su Yichen. Are you coming with me?" Pei Sui smiled and asked why he seemed so concerned about Su Yichen lately. Pei Sui showed an unhappy expression. Pei Sui wondered if Mr. Lu was trying to pursue Su Yichen after Gu Hanzhou disappeared. "Don't tell me Mr. Lu is going to take his place." The eldest brother said that he felt very guilty during the birthday party and wanted to apologize. The eldest brother was confused about why Pei Sui had to visit as well, so he asked. Pei Sui replied that he was visiting on behalf of Hanzhou. The eldest brother thought to himself that Pei Sui and Su Yichen weren't enemies of the heart, so why did they seem to get along so well? It was really strange. Pei Sui opened the door to find Su Yichen with a cheerful expression. "Su Yichen, I'm here to visit you." When Su Yichen saw him, she smiled, but suddenly her smile faded when she saw the eldest brother of the Lu family. Su Yichen asked why he was here. The eldest brother brought a fruit basket for Su Yichen and apologized for what happened that day. Pei Sui said that he came to visit instead of Hanzhou. The big brother thought to himself that Pei Sui and Su Yichen aren't heart enemies, right? Why do they seem to get along so well? It's really strange. Pei Sui opened the door to find Su Yichen with a cheerful expression. "Su Yichen, I came to visit you." When Su Yichen saw him, he smiled, but suddenly his smile faded when he saw the big brother from the Lu family. Su Yichen asked why he was here. The big brother from the Lu family brought a gift basket for Su Yichen and apologized for what happened that day. Su Yichen said that it wasn't necessary, he didn't want any apologies. He just asked that you and your beloved younger brother stay away from him and not cause him any trouble. The eldest brother bowed his head and apologized, looking genuinely remorseful, but Su Yichen did not accept any apologies. When Pei Sui saw Su Yichen acting like that, he thought to himself that Su Yichen hated him this much. It seems I don't need to do anything after all. He then sat down to peel fruit for Su Yichen. The eldest brother of the Lu family thought to himself that if Sui-chen were really his younger sibling, everything he had said and done to Sui-chen meant he had been hurting his own brother all along. As he thought this, he felt even more guilty. He kept bowing his head and apologizing to Sui-chen without stopping. Sui-chen was quite shocked, thinking this was very strange, like he had taken the wrong medicine. "Are you in pain?" he asked Sui-chen, inquiring about his well-being, asking if he had a headache or a stomachache. When Sui-chen saw this, he replied, "If you're going to act like this, I think it's unnecessary." Suddenly, someone sent a message to that eldest brother, which was from his father, saying that they had caught Sui-chen's stepfather. He had to leave immediately, so he excused himself. Sui-chen was confused, wondering why he was coming and going like this. Pei peeled an apple for Sui-chen, shaping it into a rabbit, which was very cute, and fed it to Sui-chen. The scene then shifted to the Lu family, who were now at an abandoned warehouse. Sui-chen's stepfather asked, "Why are you capturing me? I remember you, you are from the Lu family, right?" Sui-chen's mother pulled out a golden key and asked, "Where did you get this?" When Sui-chen's stepfather saw it, he shouted that it was stolen from him and asked where it had gone. Sui-chen's mother threatened him, saying that if he didn't tell her, she would send him to the creditors, and by then, would your body still be whole? I think it would depend on their mood. The eldest brother of the Lu family couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and yanked him by the collar. "I told you to speak up. If you don't want to be punished, just say it." He then confessed that at that time, his wife couldn't give birth. So, he bought a baby boy from a woman named Chen Haiyan for quite a hefty price, and this golden key was attached to that baby. When the father and mother heard the name Chen Haiyan, they were shocked. The eldest brother then asked who that person was. In summary, Chen Haiyan was Sui-chen's nanny. When the mother heard this, she rushed in, grabbed him by the collar, and asked, "Where is that child?" When Sui-chen's stepfather saw this, he asked, "Isn't that little brat your child?" When the mother heard him call the child a brat, she slapped him. "What right do you have to say that?" Then Sui-chen's stepfather revealed, "Isn't this too funny? Your youngest son hired me to cause a scene at the event to embarrass Sui-chen, and yes, your eldest son even harmed Sui-chen for his younger brother. And Sui-chen was that baby I bought." The Lu family was very shocked. The child they thought was lost was still alive. Mom started crying. "Yes, it's him. Yes, it's really him. Sui-chen is our child, he is our Chen-chen." When Big Brother found out, he nearly collapsed because he had hurt his own little brother so much. Then suddenly, the hospital called, "Hello, Mr. Lee, the DNA test results are out. The results show that both parties share the same bloodline. 99.99%. At that moment, Dad and Mom were overjoyed, but only Big Brother felt guilty inside. He thought to himself, not only did he not celebrate his little brother's birthday, but he also hurt him on his own birthday, even though that person is the one he wanted to protect the most. Big Brother slapped himself hard. He really wasn't fit to be his brother. Dad stepped in and told him to calm down, asking if he realized what he had done. "Shouldn't we handle the situation at hand first?" Big Brother was losing his mind, yelling that he was the one who hurt his own little brother. Sui-chen's stepfather recounted Sui-chen's story from childhood to adulthood, mentioning that when Sui-chen was little, he once pushed him into the water. And after pulling him out, he was sick for a whole month. At that time, he couldn't take it anymore and had to sell Sui-chen to get money for food. But who would have known that after selling Sui-chen, he suddenly returned home, protected by his adoptive mother. After that, time passed, and Sui-chen and his adoptive mother moved out to live on their own. Not long after, Sui-chen's adoptive mother fell ill, and Sui-chen had no money to treat her. Plus, his new stepfather was accused and imprisoned. It was so unfair that in the end, Sui-chen had to go live with the Gu family to have money to treat his adoptive mother. This is everything that Sui-chen's stepfather knew. After spilling everything, he asked if he could be let go, but they didn't let him go and took him to the police station. The scene cuts to the Gu family home. The woman of the house was holding a stick, glaring at her son. The butler rushed in to stop her, saying that doing this could seriously injure him. The mother struck her son while tears welled up in her eyes, wondering why he didn't think about how Chen would get hurt when he harmed him. The butler intervened, saying that the lady was hitting flesh and blood, the young master would feel pain too. Then Big Brother just found out that the person he hurt was the little young master. After the mother finished hitting him, she spoke up, "Consider this my forgiveness. Whether Chen forgives you or not is up to you." Mom is so fierce. I thought she would be calm. The butler hurried to support Big Brother, who thought to himself, would Chen forgive someone like me? Suddenly, the youngest brother of the Gu family called, the one who liked to bully Sui-chen, asking Big Brother about the incident where Sui-chen pushed him into the water. Is that really all there is to it? I'm in so much pain right now. Big Brother hung up the phone, thinking to himself that he couldn't even help himself, let alone anyone else. The scene cuts to the youngest brother, who was furious, wondering what was wrong with Big Brother for not answering his calls. When he called again, it went straight to voicemail. His friend comforted him, saying that Big Brother might be busy, perhaps in a meeting. He replied, "But he always answered my calls before, no matter what he was doing." Now, because of Sui-chen, he told his friend that he would stay at his friend's house until Big Brother finished teaching Sui-chen a lesson. The whole situation had become clear. Sui-chen's caretaker was fleeing from arrest and had come to work in the Gu family with bad intentions towards Sui-chen. After he kidnapped Sui-chen, he quickly sold him out of fear of being caught. But during that time, there was a co-conspirator with the body of a deceased infant. So they planned to create an accident to make it seem like Sui-chen was truly lost. In reality, both of them fled with the money from selling Sui-chen. The butler provided the address of a nursing home where Sui-chen's adoptive mother was receiving treatment. The scene cuts to the nursing home where Sui-chen's mother came to visit his adoptive mother. She arrived with pink flowers and told Sui-chen's adoptive mother that she felt a connection with this child and that he seemed to be looking for a job. She wanted to help him and get to know him better. Sui-chen's adoptive mother smiled and welcomed her warmly. Sui-chen's mother went to meet Sui-chen's adoptive mother to get acquainted and offered Sui-chen a job. The scene cuts to the present, where the Gu family is visiting Sui-chen at the hospital. Big Brother said, "Sui-chen is resting in this room. Go on in." Big Brother still looked guilty. When they opened the door, they found Sui-chen was not in the room, only a nurse cleaning up. When they asked the nurse, they learned that the patient had been moved. Big Brother asked if she knew where he had been moved to. The nurse didn't know where he had gone. Big Brother thought to himself that the heroine had been kicked out of the Gu family, so where could she go? There was nowhere left for her. Mom said that Sui-chen must have gone to visit his adoptive mother, and she goes there often. Don't worry, she might even run into Chen. Everyone seemed very worried about Big Brother. Because right now, he was completely out of it. Big Brother thought to himself that Gu Honjo didn't appreciate Chen-chan's love and even took Chen to represent someone else, trampling on his little brother's dignity, letting those around him gossip and slander him. Now, he had abandoned Chen and was going to get engaged to his first love. My little brother should live like a young master of the Gu family. He should be pampered and shouldn't be a stand-in for anyone. Sui-chen's brother was quite resentful towards Gu Honjo. The scene cuts to Sui-chen and Pei Su's home. Sui-chen was sitting on the bed while Pei Su fed him fruit, casually working. Who would have thought that the little brother they were worried about was living so comfortably? Sui-chen quickly put down his iPad. He reached out to Pei Su and asked Pei Su to carry him to take a bath. Pei Su agreed to do it willingly. I'm more than happy to do it. He picked up Sui-chen to take a shower. The two of them took a shower together. And they didn't just take a shower. Pei Sui asked Sui-chan how he felt right now. Sui-chan looked very happy and said, "So I can do whatever I want, right?" Sui-chan replied, "Yes, I'm very happy. This is my reward," and then he gave Pei Sui a quick kiss. But Pei Sui was still not satisfied. Sui-chan suggested, "How about we don't call each other by our names anymore? Our names are too similar." Sui-chan agreed to whatever Pei Sui wanted to call him. Pei Sui then said he would call Sui-chan a big brother. Hearing that made Sui-chan think of someone he used to know who called him that and followed him around. Sui-chan looked at Pei Sui and nodded in agreement. When Pei Sui saw Sui-chan's teasing face, he quickly pulled him in for a kiss. After their shower, Pei Sui dried Sui-chan's hair and complimented him. "You look so beautiful just now." Sui-chan blushed and turned to Pei Sui, saying, "Next time, don't do that again. It's too much." Pei Sui quickly cuddled him and apologized for making him tired. "But you're just too cute. How can I control myself?" Sui-chan thought, with Pei Sui being this good at flirting and so sweet, how can I resist? Suddenly, Sui-chan said he had ordered a gift for Pei Sui and went to get the gift box. When Pei Sui opened it, he smiled widely. It was a black choker necklace. Pei Sui picked it up and thanked Sui-chan. Sui-chan said, "Do you know what it means? This necklace means I own you. I have the right to possess you completely." When Pei Sui heard that, he leaned down and kissed Sui-chan, saying, "Please, my owner. Put it on me yourself." Sui-chan asked again. "You won't regret it, right?" Pei Sui replied, "No." Pei Sui assured him that he would never regret it. Then Sui-chan put the necklace on Pei Sui. Once it was on, Sui-chan immediately felt a rush of emotions. He pulled Pei Sui's necklace closer to himself. Pei Sui then fell on top of Sui-chan, but it wasn't Sui-chan who initiated the activity. He told Pei Sui that he allowed him to do whatever he wanted, even though he was the one who truly wanted it. Pei Sui said he would do his best to please his big brother. The scene cuts to Gu Hanzhou, who is currently drinking coffee, but the coffee he made doesn't taste good at all. He has sent the staff back several times to make it again, but the staff insists that they are following the recipe given by Sui-chan. No matter how they make it, it just doesn't taste right. He then picked up the phone to call Sui-chan, but the number was not in service. He called his subordinate and asked him to find out Sui-chan's current phone number. He thought to himself, Sui-chan can't be on his own because his mother needs care. Soon, she'll come running back to him like before. His subordinate sent him Sui-chan's phone number, and as soon as he got it, he called right away. The voice he heard was Sui-chan calling him Gu Hanzhou, and he smiled. He thought to himself, Sui-chan really loves me, he even remembers my phone number. Gu Hanzhou then spoke to Sui-chan. Sui-chan, do you need money? I can hire you to come back as the housekeeper for the Gu family. I'll offer you a high price. Right now, Sui-chan and Pei Sui are having a heated argument. Sui-chan is thinking to himself, did Gu Hanzhou take the wrong medicine again? Why are you bringing this up with me, Gu Hanzhou? We're done, and there won't be any more agreements between us. It's such a waste of time. I'm just trying to be nice to you. Then Sui-chan hung up the phone. Gu Hanzhou was stunned. He never expected Sui-chan would dare to hang up on him like that. He had never done this before, and then he just threw the phone away. This was the only chance I was giving you. If you don't want it, then don't think you can come begging me later. Now the scene shifts to the eldest brother of the Lu family. He arrived at the hotel on the day of their gathering. He came to ask about the CCTV footage from that day. The staff said that it was under repair at that time. So, there was no recording at all. However, that man. He went into the room for less than half an hour and then came out. After that, a man carried him out. At that moment, the eldest brother thought that in just 30 minutes, those guys could have done something to Chen Chen, and he blamed himself for not helping Chen Chen back then. The scene shifts to Gu Hanzhou, who who is now hanging out with a group of friends and drinking heavily. Everyone around him is wondering what's wrong since he was supposed to be engaged. Why is he drinking so much? Everyone keeps saying that maybe Gu Honjo is actually sad about Sui-chen leaving him. When he hears this, he slams the table and says, Sui-chen is just trash, someone I used to take care of who sold his body. Does he really think he's worthy of me? Look at himself. Everyone chimed in to support him. Yeah, that's right. That's how it is. They were curious if Gu Honjo and Sui-chen had ever been together. Gu Honjo kept bragging non-stop about his experiences in bed with Sui-chen. Even though he had never actually been with him. He just paid him to do whatever he wanted, and that was it. The eldest brother of the Lu family couldn't take it anymore and poured a drink over Gu Honjo's head, leaving everyone stunned. They were all shocked at what the eldest brother of the Lu family was doing. Then the eldest brother punched Gu Honjo once. He then grabbed Gu Honjo by the collar. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so disrespectfully about Chen? What right do you have to trample on his dignity? Is it worthless that he likes you? Gu Honjo was confused about what was wrong with Lu. Have you gone crazy? Everyone rushed in to stop them because they didn't want any conflict between the families. Everyone stepped in to stop them because they didn't want any conflicts between the families. The eldest brother of the Lu family pushed Gu Honjo down to the ground. To him, you were just a toy. Suddenly, someone spoke up, saying, I've never seen you protect Sui-chen like this before. How did it come to this? If you want him. I don't think it's hard at all. Right now, he must be looking for a new caretaker. He's a family-oriented person, and since his mother is sick, just threatening him with her will definitely make him obey. When the eldest brother of the Lu family heard this, he punched him so hard that he flew. Before the eldest brother of the Lu family left, he turned to Gu Honjo and said, You'll find out soon enough. The scene cuts to several days later, where Sui-chen and Pei Sui are sitting outside having a meal. Sui-chen tells Pei Sui that a few days ago, Gu Honjo and Lu Mingfo, they had a conflict because of you. I really regret not being able to watch it live. Pei Sui replied that he didn't care about any of that, he was only interested in Sui-chen. Sui-chen praised Pei Sui, saying that his boyfriend was incredibly charming, and so many people liked him. Pei Sui then touched Sui-chen's face, saying, It's only you that people like. When Sui-chen heard this, he blushed and glanced at the necklace he had given Pei Sui. He thought about how, after spending several days together, they had become quite familiar with each other's bodies. Sui-chen reached out his foot to touch Pei Sui's leg. But what can I do? Right now, I only like you. When Pei Sui heard this, he blushed. His expression was completely unable to hide his feelings. Sui-chen thought that Pei Sui, he liked to look at him with that loving expression, making him feel very safe. Finally, he pouted and said, You woke me up, and now you don't think about taking responsibility for me. Sui-chen replied that he wanted to see Pei Sui's true nature when they got home first. Suddenly, President Qin came in to challenge the person Sui-chen had met at the store. He was an old classmate of Sui-chen. President Qin introduced his boyfriend, named Huan and Yao, who was also a company president and quite influential politically. Sui-chen introduced Pei Sui to both of them after the introductions. Sui-chen then invited both of them to sit down. The four of them sat down in the restaurant. Qin teased Sui-chen, asking if they were on a date. Sui-chen confirmed that they were. Qin and his boyfriend were also on a date. It took them ages to finally get out because his boyfriend was always so busy. Qin asked for Sui-chen's contact information in case they might work together in the future. Qin thought to himself that Sui-chen had once wanted to start his own business, and now he could help Sui-chen. He would introduce good clients to him. They exchanged contact information, and Sui-chen thanked Qin for not forgetting him and still wanting to be friends. Qin replied that there was no need to thank him for something like this, he had helped him a lot, and it was only right for him to help Sui-chen since Sui-chen had helped him before. Sui-chen said that he hadn't helped that much. Upon hearing this, Pei-sui thought to himself that for Sui-chen, it was no big deal, but for him, it felt like a light shining into his life. Suddenly, Chin spoke up. "Hey, Sui-chen, are you guys doing well lately?" Sui-chen was confused, wondering if the two knew each other. Why were they so familiar? Pei-sui replied that they were doing fine. Then Chin excused himself to get back to work, and they all parted ways. Sui-chen asked Pei-sui if they knew each other before. Pei-sui said he didn't know him. When Sui-chen heard this, he was a bit skeptical and warned Pei-sui not to hide anything. Sui-chen was flustered, thinking that he really didn't know him at all. Sui-chen drank some water and thought that Pei-sui was lying. Why would he lie about not knowing each other? What was he hiding? When he got home, Sui-chen messaged Chin, asking if Chin and Pei-sui had known each other before. Chin didn't respond because he was afraid Pei-sui hadn't told Sui-chen. Sui-chen then told him that he already knew everything, and Chin typed back to Sui-chen with a sigh. "I'm sorry, Sui-chen. I didn't mean to hide it. I thought you already knew. When I found out that Pei-sui was Huan and Yao, I was really shocked. Everyone said he had died, and I thought so too, but I never imagined he was still alive and came back to you like this. I see your relationship is still good. I'm really happy for you." When Sui-chen found out, he was shocked. Pei-sui was Huan and Yao. When Sui-chen thought about Pei-sui as a child, he understood why he had asked him if he remembered him when they first met. Suddenly, Pei-sui covered Sui-chen's eyes and said, "Let's go to the bedroom. There's a surprise." But Pei-sui felt that his hands were wet. Was Sui-chen crying? Pei-sui asked, "What's wrong? Are you crying?" Sui-chen replied, "No, just dust got in my eyes." Pei-sui felt guilty and asked Sui-chen if he was angry with him about today. "I'm sorry." Sui-chen replied that he wasn't angry. "Why would I be angry?" Then Pei-sui took Sui-chen to the bedroom. After Sui-chen opened his eyes, he saw that the room was filled with balloons and pictures of him and Pei-sui all over the walls. "Please allow me to love you, brother. You are the only one I will love and the one I want to protect the most. I want to ask you to love me back. I want to live with you forever. If you agree, please accept this ring from me." Sui-chen replied without thinking that he agreed. Pei-sui then put the ring on Sui-chen. Pei-sui thought to himself that just having Sui-chen in his hands was like possessing the entire world. They hugged, and Sui-chen cried, feeling deeply moved, and then they kissed. When Pei-sui saw Sui-chen crying, he asked, "What's wrong, Sui-chen? Why are you crying?" Sui-chen then asked Pei-sui about his engagement with Gu Honsho. "What are you going to do? Are you really going to get engaged to him?" Pei-sui thought to himself, wondering why Sui-chen was so adorable. He reached out to hold Sui-chen's face and said, "I never said I would get engaged to Gu Honsho. He just assumed that. My future wife is only you, Sui-chen. What does my engagement with Gu Honsho have to do with you?" Sui-chen asked about the engagement preparations since Pei-sui had already arranged the venue. Pei-sui replied, "This engagement is between me and you, not related to Gu Honsho." Sui-chen said, "If you do this, Gu Honsho will definitely be really angry and will hate you a lot." Pei-sui told him, "Why should I care? I'm just getting back at him a little, it's not a big deal. He bullied you so much, he needs to feel sorry for what he did." The memories flashed back to when Sui-chen first met Pei-sui. When Pei-sui was being bullied in the bathroom, Sui-chen went in to help Pei-sui, and after rescuing him, Sui-chen reported it to the police. However, one of the thugs was a big shot who harassed Sui-chen and ruined his father's company, leading to its bankruptcy and falsely accusing Sui-chen's father, which resulted in his imprisonment. At that time, Sui-chen was forced to transfer schools, and he felt very sad. He wondered why he had to leave quietly like that. Why didn't he tell Pei-sui? Thinking about this made Sui-chen cry even more. When Pei Sui saw Sui-chen crying, he felt completely at a loss. He had no idea why Sui-chen was crying. Sui-chen held Pei Sui's face and thought to himself that he shouldn't have let this happen. Why did this happen to Pei Sui? Then Sui-chen kissed Pei Sui and asked if he was still in pain. I won't go anywhere anymore, I won't leave you alone again. I will be your son. My flower. Upon hearing this, Pei Sui picked up Sui-chen and carried him to the bed. Sui-chen held onto Pei Sui's necklace and told him to go ahead and do what he wanted with her. When Pei Sui heard this permission, his eyes lit up. Yes, online, the buzz about Pei Sui's engagement was huge. Everyone was gathering and commenting extensively. Pei Sui didn't let the netizens speak alone, he posted to thank everyone for their interest and support. He said that the person he was getting engaged to was the one he loved the most in his life. I look forward to all the changes in my life with him, and I am ready to protect him always. He is my son. When everyone saw Pei Sui say this, they became even more envious. The scene shifted to half a month later, where now the prominent families were attending Pei Sui's engagement. The Lu family also came. While entering the engagement venue, his mother said she had no idea how to contact Chen Chen. She visited Chen Chen's adoptive mother but found no trace of Chen Chen. She didn't expect to see Sui-chen at this engagement because Gu Hongzhou had taken Chen Chen as a representative. Pei Sui's mother was very furious. What right does he have to treat our Chen Chen like this? But his father stopped her because this involved the prominent families of the Pei and Gu families, so they had to stay calm. His mother was not calm, though. Our eldest brother had already torn Gu Hongzhou's face apart long ago. What was there to fear? Just reclaim justice for Chen Chen. I don't care about being enemies with the Gu and Pei families. His father told her to stay calm, and suddenly Gu Hongzhou and his younger brother walked in to greet them. The younger brother was the one who initiated the greeting, and they walked into the engagement together. They asked Gu Hongzhou if he had gone on a date with Pei Sui. Gu Hongzhou thought to himself that the eldest brother of the Lu family had been so harsh on him these past few days that he had to recuperate in the hospital and had no time to date. Right now, Gu Hongzhou didn't know anything about the wedding. Neither the engagement ring nor the event plans because Pei Sui had said he would do a surprise, so he didn't tell Gu Hongzhou anything. Now everyone had entered the engagement, and it was a very beautiful event, and everyone was talking. Pei Sui is going all out, he must really love Gu Hongzhou. When Gu Hongzhou heard this, he felt happy and smiled to himself, but Sui-chen's parents were glaring at Gu Hongzhou without taking their eyes off him, feeling resentful for their son. The butler came to invite Gu Hongzhou to the special reception room. Before Gu Hongzhou walked away, the eldest brother of the Lu family spoke up. Gu Hongzhou, don't you feel guilty about being engaged to Pei Sui while ignoring Sui-chen? Gu Hongzhou replied, should I feel guilty? Does he deserve it? Besides, I'm willing to be Pei Sui's representative. He boldly approached me. Do you really think someone like him deserves to be in the Gu family? When Sui-chen's parents heard that, they were furious. But they had to hold back their anger, or else the event would definitely fall apart. The eldest brother then asked if they still saw Sui-chen as human. It was a question that was thrown back at him, saying he had never seen him as human either, he was just a time-filling toy, valuable only in bed. Why? Or do you want to give it a try? When the eldest brother heard that, he was ready to punch him, but everyone at the event stopped him. At that moment, Gu Hongzhou entered the VIP lounge and saw Pei Sui wearing a white outfit along with the necklace that Sui-chen had given him. Upon seeing it, he asked, why does the outfit we ordered look so different? Is this really our matching outfit? The outfit you sent me doesn't look like a matching outfit with yours at all. Pei Sui replied that there was no need to rush. This isn't formal wear. I just came to see my brother first, I'll go change soon. After this, our relationship will never be the same again. Pei Sui and Gu Hongzhou sat sipping tea, and Gu Hongzhou glanced at Pei Sui's necklace. The hero then asked if it looked good. Gu Hongzhou replied that it looked very nice, and the person who chose it had great taste. Pei Sui thought to himself that some dogs have owners, but some dogs sitting dumbly here have become strays. Pei Sui then walked out, saying he would go change outfits and couldn't keep the guests waiting. That's right, you wait here for a bit. Once I'm ready, I'll call you. I hope today's engagement will be the most memorable event of your life. Pei Sui then walked out, and the scene shifted to Sui-chen, who was getting his makeup and outfit done. The makeup artist said everything was ready, and he already looked good. There's no need for too much makeup, you look great as is. Just then, Pei Sui walked in, and we got to see Sui-chen's outfit, which was stunning. We rarely see Sui-chen in a suit, but he looked really good in it. Pei Sui was amazed. How can he look this good? I don't want to share him with anyone. He quickly rushed to hug Sui-chen. Sui-chen asked if he was that possessive. And then they kissed. Sui-chen leaned closer and bent down to put on shoes for Sui-chen, and the two of them walked out to their engagement ceremony. Inside the event, Gu Hongzhou was boasting about his engagement and how he would soon be getting married. Everyone was congratulating him, except for the Lu family, who were furious and glaring at Gu Hongzhou. Gu Hongzhou's younger brother quickly asked why his brother was out alone and where Pei Sui was. He told his brother that Pei Sui went to change clothes. At that moment, the younger brother looked very sad but still congratulated his brother. The younger brother thought to himself that the news of Gu Hongzhou's engagement with Pei Sui was so loud that Sui-chen must have seen it. He was really worried about Sui-chen's feelings because he knew Sui-chen loved Gu Hongzhou so much. Seeing this would surely break his heart. Then the host announced the start of the event. The atmosphere at the event was very joyful. Now, we would like to invite one of today's hosts, Mr. Pei Sui, to the stage. Pei Sui then went up on stage and thanked all the distinguished guests for attending today. After returning to China, I felt very grateful for how well everyone took care of me. When Gu Hongzhou saw that Pei Sui hadn't changed outfits, he thought to himself, didn't he say he would go change? Why hasn't he? When Sui-chen's parents saw Pei Sui on stage, they didn't like him at all because he was the one who stole their child's love, but they had to suppress their feelings. After Pei Sui expressed his true feelings, he was about to announce his fiancée's name. Gu Hongzhou was already adjusting his scarf, probably thinking it was for him. Then Pei Sui announced, "My fiancé is Sui-chen." Everyone at the event, who had been quiet, suddenly exclaimed in unison, "Did we hear that right? His fiancé isn't Gu Hongzhou. Why did he say Sui-chen?" Pei Sui then walked back to the curtain and took the heroine's hand. Gu Hongzhou was stunned, while the parents were overjoyed to see their son again after such a long time. Now the noise in the event became chaotic, and Sui-chen had to pick up the microphone and say, "Everyone, please calm down. I believe everyone is already familiar with me, so I won't introduce myself much today. I would like to welcome both old and new friends. And all the elders who came to my engagement with Pei Sui today." The Gu family shouted to ask Sui-chen what was going on. Sui-chen smiled and replied, "As you can see, Pei Sui and I are in love. I know there are many misunderstandings about this engagement, but it's okay. I will clear up the rumors myself. The rumors that are not true, this engagement is between Pei Sui and me, which has nothing to do with anyone else. And Pei Sui is mine alone." When Gu Hongzhou heard that, he was furious, not understanding how it could turn out this way. Everyone at the event shouted loudly, "Sui-chen, what are you talking about? It has nothing to do with anyone else, and Pei Sui is only mine." When Gu Hongzhou heard this, he got extremely angry, not understanding how it could come to this. Everyone at the event shouted loudly, "Sui-chen, what are you talking about? Who would believe that Pei Sui's fiancé is Gu Hongzhou? How could he possibly be the one?" Sui-chen didn't even show any expression and just replied softly, "Oh, when did Pei Sui ever say that Gu Hongzhou is his fiancé? You guys are just assuming things. right? Pei Sui, why don't you tell them? Then Sui Chen handed the microphone to Pei Sui. Pei Sui put on a sad face and said that he and Gu Hanzhou have always been friends. He didn't know why suddenly Hanzhou thought he would be serious with him. I truly don't know, I'm sorry for making everyone misunderstand, but the person I've always loved is Sui Chen. And I never thought of changing my mind. I've been waiting for him for many years, and the reason I returned to China this time was to wait for Sui Chen to be single, and finally, I got the chance to pursue him. And he accepted my love. Sui Chen is not a representative of anyone. And he's not my rival either. He is my one and only. He is the moon that I've always followed, and he will be the only love of my life. After pouring out his heart, Pei Sui and the heroine exchanged glances and kissed. Everyone pulled out their phones and cameras to take pictures and gossip about how they never thought Gu Hanzhou would be the one misunderstanding everything. If I were him, I wouldn't have the face to stand here at this event. When Gu Hanzhou heard Pei Sui say that, he thought to himself, just friends, huh? Am I really the one who misunderstood? What kind of misunderstanding would make me change my fiancé to someone else like this? Now Pei Sui and Sui Chen are walking down to greet the guests, and the first table they approach is the Lu family. When the parents saw Sui Chen, they rushed over to congratulate him. Sui Chen was confused as to why these two acted like they knew him so well. The parents thought to themselves that they still hadn't compensated for the love they lacked for the past 20 years. It's like her daughter is getting married. His mother said that if there's a wedding, don't forget to invite her. His mother thought to herself that she really wanted to tell her son that she is his real mother, but now might not be the right time. His mother stared intently at Pei Sui and asked, "Young man, do you truly love him from the bottom of your heart?" It seems like she is screening her son-in-law right now. He was confused as to why this aunt was asking like this. He replied, "I love him very much, aunt." Next up is the eldest brother who has to come and give his blessings. He thought to himself what he should say. He couldn't figure out what to say first. He should give his blessings first, then ask how he was doing, and apologize for what happened on that birthday. Would he look at me favorably? The eldest brother of the Lu family was trying to talk to Sui Chen. But Sui Chen turned his face away. He probably realized just how angry he was. The eldest brother of the Lu family called out to Sui Chen. Sui Chen turned back with a very calm expression and asked, "Is there something you want with me?" The eldest brother was stunned because Sui Chen is usually not someone who would ignore others like this. He looked very cold, and the eldest brother didn't know what to say next. He asked Sui Chen, "Then why didn't you wait for me to give my blessings first?" Sui Chen replied that he didn't want to receive blessings from someone who repeatedly embarrassed him. "You even hit me until..." Sui Chen turned back. With a very calm expression, he asked, "What do you want with me?" The eldest brother was stunned because Sui Chen was usually not someone who would ignore others like this. He looked very cold. The eldest brother didn't know what to say next, so he asked Sui Chen, "Why didn't you wait for me to congratulate you first?" Sui Chen replied that he didn't want to receive congratulations from someone who repeatedly embarrassed him. "You even hit me until... I have to go to the hospital. I don't think your blessing is sincere." What Sui Chen said is completely true. Who would want a blessing from someone who put them in the hospital? Sui Chen also said, "Why not think about what you did?" The eldest brother of the family. The child looked upset and apologized to Sui Chen again for what happened. Sui Chen said that he probably couldn't accept that apology and turned away, thinking to himself why the Lu family was so strange today, stranger than ever. Then Sui-chen called Pei Sui over and walked to greet the next table. Pei Sui turned to look at the eldest brother of the Lu family with a face that seemed to mock him. Pei Sui thought to himself that the expression on the eldest brother of the Lu family looked like he hated him. He must think that I'm a rival. Is this really Pei Sui, the gentle person I used to know? Right now, everyone is expressing their congratulations. But there is one person who is not happy at all. That person is Gu Honzhou. Suddenly, he slammed the table and stood up. The younger brother tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Pei Sui walked in holding a glass of wine. Thank you so much for making me engaged to Sui-chen today. Then Pei Sui drank the wine. Gu Honzhou asked Pei Sui if he had intended to deceive him from the start. Pei Sui replied, "What do you mean by that? Have I ever deceived you or lied to you?" Gu Honzhou was speechless when he saw Pei Sui. He is not the kind-hearted person he thought. Pei Sui said, "This is a public place, please be mindful of your image." The reason for saying to be mindful of his image is that Gu Honzhou refused to drink wine to celebrate. After Pei Sui finished speaking, he downed his glass and filled it again, then downed another glass. Sui-chen wanted to go to the bathroom. Pei Sui looked sad because he didn't want to part with Sui-chen. When Sui-chen saw that, he quickly went over to Pei Sui and told him to be a good boy. Just wait a little bit, he will be back soon. He came back and gave Pei Sui a kiss on the cheek. When Pei Sui received encouragement from the kiss, his face lit up. The scene then cuts to the bathroom where Sui-chen had just finished, but when he looked in the mirror, he saw Gu Honzhou staring at him. And then he said to be a good kid. After waiting just a moment, he came back. He gave Pei Sui a kiss on the cheek. When Pei Sui received encouragement from the kiss, her face lit up with joy. The scene cuts to the bathroom where Sui-chen has just finished and, looking in the mirror, he sees Gu Honzhou staring at him. Sui-chen didn't care much, but he was a bit confused about why Gu Honzhou was staring at him like that. When Sui-chen was about to walk out of the bathroom, he ignored it completely until Gu Honzhou couldn't take it anymore and grabbed Sui-chen's arm. What does this mean? On the day of the engagement, Sui-chen was indifferent. Gu Honzhou thought that the way Sui-chen looked at him was like looking at a stranger. Sui-chen replied, "Just like you see, I'm with Pei Sui because we love each other. Oh, and I have to thank Gu Honzhou for bringing us together." Gu Honzhou felt a rush of emotions and suddenly yanked Sui-chen's shirt, shouting, "Sui-chen, don't think that I don't know you're planning to get back at me. You're using dirty tricks to flirt with Pei Sui. Why have you turned into this kind of person? Have some shame. You love me, right? So you want to get back at me by pretending to ignore me while secretly wanting my attention. Very good, your plan has succeeded," Gu Honzhou said, leaning closer to Sui-chen, intending to kiss him fully. Sui-chen thought to himself, "This bad guy still thinks he can kiss me." Seeing this, Sui-chen raised his knee and hit him in the groin, then punched him in the face. Gu Honzhou was shocked and asked why Sui-chen dared to strike him. Sui-chen replied, "Why wouldn't I dare? If you go crazy like this again, I'll punch you so hard that your parents won't recognize you." When Gu Honzhou heard this, he was shocked, wondering why Sui-chen dared to speak to him like that. "How did you turn into this kind of person?" Sui-chen adjusted his glasses and said, "I've always been like this." Right now, Gu Honzhou still had hope that Sui-chen liked him. He took Sui-chen's hand and expressed his feelings. "Tell me, are you doing this to make me feel sad? You're just pretending to ignore me and act cold, but deep down you want to start over with me, right? Because you want to get back at me, right?" Sui-chen replied that his engagement with Pei Sui was because they loved each other. "It had nothing to do with you at all." Gu Honzhou didn't believe it because in his memories, Sui-chen had always loved him. How could there be a chance for him to love Pei Sui? He was just fooling himself into thinking that Sui-chen was pretending not to love him. "He's just pretending not to love me, right?" Gu Honzhou couldn't accept the truth. Sui Chen replied, I don't care if you believe me or not, but right now, Pei Sui is my fiancé. I hope you'll stay away from him. Sui Chen turned and walked away. Gu Honzhou wasn't done yet. He rushed to grab Sui Chen, saying, Sui Chen, stop right now. Come back and clarify. But then someone blocked his way, and that person was Pei Sui. Gu Honzhou said, Su, he has nothing to say to you, brother. Why did you take so long in the bathroom? Sui Chen quickly grabbed Pei Sui's hand, and they were about to leave when suddenly Gu Honzhou asked, Is this engagement a fake engagement? Pei Sui replied, Why would I fake an engagement? Didn't I already say that I was waiting for you and Sui Chen to break up? I also mentioned that I would introduce my fiancé at the event for everyone to know who he is, but I never said that person was you from the start. You just thought that on your own. When Gu Honzhou heard this, he shouted, Pei Sui, you're two-faced. I thought you would always be gentle and polite. I took good care of you, but I never expected you to play with my feelings all along. When Pei Sui heard this, he felt even more emboldened. Then let me tell you another thing. The reason I came back is really for Sui Chen. In truth, every night when I was at the Gu family home, I secretly snuck out to be with Sui Chen to sleep together. Thank you so much for letting us open up like this. Upon hearing this, Gu Honzhou broke out in a sweat. They were together right under my nose. They teamed up to trick me, making me look like a fool. Now Gu Honzhou knew the truth and could barely handle it, but Pei Sui wasn't done. He added, Oh, that's right. We've even done it on your bed before. When Sui Chen cried, it was so cute. Gu Honzhou had never seen it, and Sui Chen's face turned completely red. What are you saying? If Sui Chen didn't stop him, Pei Sui would have gone on describing everything. Pei Sui apologized to Sui Chen for saying that. Are you mad? Sui Chen replied, I'm not mad. Then Pei Sui took Sui Chen outside. After the two turned their backs, Gu Honzhou thought of some hurtful words and said, Pei Sui, don't think you're any different. You just changed beds, that's all. You're still the same. You're still just someone else's toy. Sui Chen was furious now. But the one who punched Gu Honzhou was Sui Chen's brother. You? Do you still dare to talk back to my brother? But the one who punched Gu Honzhou was Sui Chen's older brother. Hey you! Do you still have the guts to talk back to my little brother? I won't let you go for sure. As soon as I heard the word, younger brother. Then Sui Chen walked away with Pei Sui. The eldest of the Lu family tried to arrange a meeting with Sui Chen because he had something to tell him. Sui Chen asked what he wanted, and he said it was something very important. He wanted to meet with just him. Sui Chen agreed, and Pei Sui stared at him intently, thinking to himself, is this really Sui Chen's older brother? Meanwhile, Sui Chen's parents came over just in time and hurriedly called for their son, using very familiar terms, calling Sui Chen, Chen. The mother said that they didn't know each other that well and walked away. The mother was in tears. At that moment, Gu Honzhou's younger brother came to find him. When he entered, he saw that his brother's face was in a terrible state. So he asked what happened. Right now, Gu Honzhou was thinking to himself that he couldn't accept that Sui Chen had betrayed him like this. During the contract cancellation, he was still crying and begging, and now he was going to get engaged to someone else. Gu Honzhou said that the reason his face looked like this was because Sui Chen was the one who did it, and he couldn't believe that Sui Chen was the one responsible. Gu Honzhou cried, and when his younger brother saw this, he was surprised and wondered what was happening, why his brother was crying like this. The eldest brother said that there must have been some misunderstanding about today. Should we wait until the event is over and talk to Pei Sui? Gu Honzhou washed his face and laughed like a madman, then invited his younger brother back, but his younger brother said that the event wasn't over yet, and it wouldn't look good to rush back. Gu Honshu yelled at him, asking if he was going to stay and let them laugh at him, and then walked out. On social media, there was a lot of talk about today's engagement, with many attacking Sui-chen, saying he was just a toy for Gu Honshu, shamelessly clinging to Pei Sui. There was only talk like this everywhere. Right now, he was sitting and reading comments online. Sui-chen said he would have the public relations team handle the online comments. This matter will definitely not affect you, brother. Sui-chen said that it's fine to let it go. Even if you silence them, you can't change their minds. Sui-chen admired his brother a lot, saying, "Brother, you're so capable, you must have a way to handle this, right?" Sui-chen then asked Pei Sui if he trusted him that much. Pei Sui immediately replied, "Of course, I trust you." Then he went in and kissed Sui-chen on the cheek. Right now, Pei Sui was being affectionate with Sui-chen, but Sui-chen didn't wait for Pei Sui to be affectionate. He pulled Pei Sui's necklace and leaned down to kiss his neck. They both expressed their love for each other, but before doing so, Pei Sui picked up a toy and said, "Brother, let's play with this." It was a claw machine in the shape of a heart. Sui-chen immediately asked, "Who are you going to use it with?" Pei Sui replied, "Of course, it has to be with you. Today's our engagement day, please indulge me." "But we are already engaged now, right? I can do what I want now, right?" After that, Pei Sui started to use it on the heroine. Sui-chen pleaded, "Please don't torment me like this," but Pei Sui didn't listen and gently teased Sui-chen. "Brother, why are you such a good boy?" The scene cuts to the morning after, where Pei Sui took good care of Sui-chen, serving him milk in the morning. Before serving the milk, he gave him a kiss. After drinking the milk, he told his brother to rest, and Sui-chen said, "Come sleep with me, I want to hold you." Pei Sui replied, "Sure, my dear." Sui-chen blushed and asked, "What did you just call me?" Pei Sui got closer to Sui-chen and said, "I called you my wife. Can't I? We are engaged now." Sui-chen told him, "Yes, I love you no matter what you call me, I'm happy either way." Then they went to bed together. The scene cuts to the cafe where Sui-chen's brother had arranged to meet. Now the Lu family was sitting and waiting for Sui-chen. Sui-chen arrived, but he came with Pei Sui. When the eldest brother saw this, his face fell. Sui-chen wanted to talk to him alone. Sui-chen quickly took Pei Sui's hand and said that Pei Sui was his fiancé, and there was nothing about him that Pei Sui didn't know. If the family wasn't okay with Pei Sui being there, then he had nothing to discuss. His parents agreed, so they sat down to talk with all five of them. Sui-chen immediately asked, "Why did the Lu family call me here today?" His father picked up a document and handed it to Sui-chen. It was a DNA test document. His father said that in truth, their real son was Sui-chen himself, 20 years ago. Right now, the Lu family is sitting and waiting for Sui-chen. Our Sui-chen has arrived, but he came with Pei Sui. Upon seeing this, the eldest brother's face fell. "Sui-chen wants to talk to you alone." Sui-chen quickly took Pei Sui's hand and said that Pei Sui is his fiancé. "Whatever concerns you have about me, there's nothing she doesn't know. If you're not okay with Pei Sui being here, then I have nothing to discuss." So their parents agreed, and they sat down to talk together, the five of them. Sui-chen immediately asked, "Why did the Lu family call me here today?" His father picked up a document to show Sui-chen, which was a DNA test. His father said that, in truth, our real son is Sui-chen himself from 20 years ago. The caretaker kidnapped her while searching for us, and we were all tricked into thinking she had died. But in reality, she was sold to Chenchong. We only learned the truth recently. We still have her birth certificate and childhood photos. We kept every toy of hers. The caretaker responsible is now in prison. When Sui-chen heard this, he asked, "So what does that mean?" Everyone in the family was confused because they didn't understand what the heroine was trying to convey. His mother then spoke up, "Chen Chen, you are our lost son. I'm so happy to know that you are still alive. We just want to take you back home. Upon hearing this, Sui-chen's expression turned grim, prompting Pei Sui to quickly hold his hand and rush to comfort him. But Sui-chen turned to Pei Sui and signaled that he was fine. Sui-chen placed the documents on the table and asked, "You guys didn't make this up to trick me, did you?" His mother looked upset upon hearing that, and she assured him, "These are definitely not fake. Look at the seal, this information is legally valid. If you don't believe us, we can verify it again." Sui-chen then asked, "Where would you get my DNA sample?" The elder brother confessed that during the birthday party, when Sui-chen was in the hospital, he secretly took a sample. Sui-chen was confused, wondering why he was suspected. What reason was there to doubt that he was the son? His father then spoke. That day, when the elder brother punched Sui-chen, he noticed a birthmark on Sui-chen's stomach, which is the same as Chen-chen's. "This is a photo of you as a child with that same birthmark. It's a birthmark that I've had since I was a kid." When Sui-chen saw it, he realized that the Lu family wasn't lying to him. Because the position and shape of the birthmark were exactly the same. Am I really their child? His mother then took out 2 golden keys. She said, "This golden key was designed by me when you were just born. I put it on you myself." Sui-chen remembered it looking like the one he used to wear as a child, but his mother had once tricked his adoptive father. She told him that the one Sui-chen was wearing was worthless, so his adoptive father didn't take it from him. But one day, when Sui-chen was punished by his adoptive father, he noticed the key around Sui-chen's neck and took it away. At that time, Sui-chen cried and begged his adoptive father to give it back, but his mother stopped him and said to take care of himself and stay safe. That golden key wasn't important, and she told Sui-chen not to risk his life with someone like that. Since then, Sui-chen had never seen that golden key again, and he understood something about life. Without strong fists, confronting someone stronger would only lead to self-destruction. He needed to make himself stronger to fight against enemies. Sui-chen reached out to grab the key to look at it. His mother smiled happily, thinking that her son might believe her now. "If you still don't believe, I can show you more things." Sui-chen replied that he believed her and asked about the youngest son of the family. His father then explained that at that time, the whole family couldn't accept that Sui-chen had died, so they adopted another child. That adopted child has the same birthday as Sui-chen, and upon learning that they shared a birthday, he smiled. "We share the same birthday, huh? But I was harmed by my own brother and ended up in the hospital. It's really funny." Sui-chen's brother then spoke up. "Honestly, it's his fault. I'm sorry for what I did. If you hate me and want to take revenge, you can do whatever you want. Just come home." Sui-chen asked, "You want me to go home?" His brother replied, "Yes, I hope we can go home together. Chen-chen, let's go home." Sui-chen thought about how his brother had treated him, belittling him when he asked for help, and even hurting him. Now he was back, acting like that, claiming to be his real brother, and saying he would take him home. "The Lu family is not my home, and my name is not Lu Chen, I am Sui-chen." The protagonist said that he only had one set of parents, the ones who raised him until now. The debt of birth and the debt of upbringing are not the same. No matter what, he couldn't abandon the parents who raised him. Since the Lu family already has another younger brother, they don't need me. "Thank you, Lu family, for welcoming me so well, but I have business to attend to, so I must take my leave." Pei Sui and the heroine stood up and walked out. His mother shouted, asking, "Even if we are blood-related, you still don't want to come home?" Sui-chen replied, "I'm sorry, Mom." His mother cried, and his father came to hug her. "Chen-chen, your father and I know what you have lacked all these years, and we know we can't compete with the adoptive parents who raised you. We won't force or ask anything from you, we just want you to come back to visit us occasionally, to have dinner at our house often, so we can see your face. That's enough for us." His mother asked Sui-chen if he could think it over again, not to rush. His father then asked, is it because of the elder brother that you don't want to come back? Sui-chan smiled and teased, asking back, why do you think it's because of the elder brother? Don't you think it's because of you guys? The elder brother then came in and said that he was wrong. His mother told Sui-chan to think it over again and not to rush. His father then asked if it was because of the eldest brother that he didn't want to return. Sui-chan smiled and replied, why do you think it's because of the eldest brother? Don't you think it's because of you guys? The eldest brother then came in and said that he was wrong. No matter how angry or hateful I feel, I don't want to consider him my brother, and that's fine. But our parents just want to bring him back home because they miss Sui-chan a lot. Sui-chan said, yes, that's true. I hate you. I don't understand why it has to be you as my brother. Every time I think of you, I only remember the time you framed me. You forced me to kneel and apologize and hurt me for your younger brother. I will never forget these things. I'm sorry again for everything. I'm sorry. You can beat me until you're satisfied, just as long as you forgive me. I won't resist at all. At that moment, my brother rushed in to grab my hand, but Sui-chan shook it off. Beat me? Do you think I'm like you? I hate your tone, it looks down on others. Your attitude. It makes me feel like I'm a dirty, shameless thing. When my brother heard this, he said he didn't mean to do that. If he had known Sui-chan was his younger brother, he would never have acted that way. Sui-chan shouted, if he wasn't my brother, then he would deserve those words, right? All the accusations you made, if I weren't your brother, would I deserve that? And you wouldn't come to apologize or feel guilty about this with me, would you? My brother felt dejected. He then said there was no way because you are my younger brother. Sui-chan still received an unsatisfactory answer. So he asked again. Just answer yes or no. My brother was starting to feel overwhelmed and answered yes because he was selfish and only cared about himself and his own family. He only looked at the people he was worried about and cared only for those who were useful to him. Chen, whether you hate me or not, I will accept it all because you are my true younger brother. See, he said he felt really good growing up like this. If he had grown up in this family, he would have been spoiled and ill-tempered. It's good that he has been in the dark since childhood. Before he became this kind of person, he had to hide in trash bins to escape from those who came to collect debts. He was always oppressed and taken advantage of. Living each day was a struggle that required so much effort that you can't even imagine. So I understand how someone in my position feels. I can't sympathize with you, you noble child. Just being the younger brother of the Lu family doesn't erase the suffering I've endured for years. It's not that easy. If you want me to go back to being the young master of the Lu family, that's impossible. I don't want your love and care because I can live on my own. Then he took Pei Sui's hand and walked out. Their mother hurried to follow her child, causing her ankle to twist. Their father and older brother rushed to support her, and their mother slapped the older brother once. Lu Mingfeng, you are a really good brother. Chen said he hates you and refuses to come home. Did you hear that? The older brother apologized, and their mother made it clear that the older brother must bring the younger brother home. Their father added his voice. If you can't bring your brother home, then you don't need to come back. The older brother hurried to chase after the younger brother, standing there holding onto the car door. Chen, can you come down and talk to your older brother? Pei Sui rolled down the window. The older brother asked why they wouldn't let Chen come out to talk. Pei Sui replied. Do you think just wanting to see him means you can see him? Pei Sui then walked down to talk to the older brother. Pei Sui saw the bond of our friendship. I won't hold your offensive words against you. But Chen is my little brother. You can't stop me from meeting him. Pei Sui also said that Sui-chan hates the eldest brother. He doesn't want to see you. But why are you still shamelessly bothering him? The eldest brother said that if Pei Sui doesn't back off, he will take action. Pei said this with a very amused expression. Take action. Where? On the face or the stomach? I could hit you hard enough that you wouldn't be able to get up, and then the eldest brother would hate you even more, and you'd push him away even further. When the eldest brother heard this, he was stunned by the words. What are you talking about? He never thought that Pei, who seemed gentle, would have this side to him. When the eldest brother heard that, he shot back at Pei, saying he is the true brother of Chen, while Pei is just a fiancé. No matter what, he counts as Pei-sui's brother too. Even if Chen doesn't acknowledge him as a brother, we still share the same blood. The one who is closer to Sui-chen is him, not Pei-sui. When Pei-sui heard this, he smiled. But the eldest brother will never forgive you. I am the one he loves the most and the only one in his life. And his gaze will only be on me. No one can take his attention away from me, not even his family. When the eldest brother heard this, he realized that Pei-sui had been pretending to be weak all along. Pei-sui said that he wasn't pretending, just wearing a gentle mask, and it has become a part of his life. Pei-sui then said he doesn't care who the eldest brother is, but if someone tries to take the eldest brother away from him, that person is his enemy. The eldest brother then said, Does Sui-chen know what your true identity is? Do you know how crazy you are? Pei-sui confidently replied, I know he doesn't. You are the most beautiful thing in this world. I didn't think I would let him know. The eldest brother then asked, Aren't you afraid that he will tell Sui-chen about this? Pei-sui said confidently, He won't believe you. You, Lu Mingfeng. He hates you that much. Do you think he will believe your words? The eldest brother told Pei-sui to step aside because he wanted to talk to his little brother for just a few words. Pei-sui said he wouldn't step aside with me right here. Don't think you can talk to him. The eldest brother then grabbed Pei-sui's shirt, and when Sui-chen saw this, he rolled down the window. Are you going to punch Pei-sui? When the eldest brother heard this, he quickly let go and denied that he was going to punch him. I just stopped him from meeting you. Sui-chen said, but he asked me to do that. Mr. Lu, I have made myself clear. You don't need to come and explain anything else. Chen, I just want to talk to you for a few words. You got so angry. I already told you that my name is not Lu Chen anymore. Don't call me that again. He turned to mock the eldest brother, see. Sui-chen only likes me. He likes me the most. The eldest brother tried to knock on the glass to talk to Sui-chen, but Pei-sui drove away. The eldest brother quickly called his subordinate to check the car's license plate. After getting in the car, Pei-sui tried to talk to Sui-chen. There are many things to discuss, but our Sui-chen was staring blankly at the road, not paying attention to what Pei-sui was saying. Pei-sui called out to Sui-chen, and he startled, apologizing to Pei-sui for not listening the whole way and just zoning out. Now Sui-chen looked like he was about to cry. Pei-sui then kissed Sui-chen. Sui-chen quickly hugged Pei-sui. Pei-sui said, You don't need to apologize. Whatever you do is right for me. Sui-chen asked Pei-sui if what he did today seemed cold and cruel. Pei-sui reassured Sui-chen that whatever he did was fine because Sui-chen had his own reasons, and if he truly wanted to leave, he would support him. Pei-sui thought to himself. He must hide his feelings. How could he get jealous of Sui-chen in front of him? When Sui-chen heard Pei-sui say that, he smiled, saying that his feelings were very important to him. Then he leaned in and kissed Pei-sui on the cheek. The protagonist thought to himself that he had known this for a long time. Pei-sui was very possessive, but he didn't feel any dislike, on the contrary, he liked that Pei-sui was like this. It was just that Pei-sui always prioritized his feelings and rarely thought of himself, leading to self-destructive behavior and self-hatred. Sui-chen thought to himself that since Pei-sui didn't know how to love himself, he would love Pei-sui for him. Pei-sui hugged Sui-chen tightly and praised him, saying he was truly a good person. Sui-chen reached out to touch Pei-sui's necklace and told him he could take it off. He then took the key to unlock it for Pei Sui and removed the necklace. Once Pei Sui saw that Su Ichen had taken off his necklace, he adjusted his seat and immediately climbed on top of him, saying, "Brother, it's still a long way until lunch. Shall we have dessert before lunch?" The two of them made love in the car. The scene shifted to Su Ichen's older brother, who was driving behind them, looking for his brother's car, but when he saw it, he felt it was very strange. The car was shaking so much that he had to look away. He didn't want to interfere in their personal matters, but he had to talk to Chen Chen, so he decided to wait until they were done. Time passed, and Pei Sui helped Su Ichen out of the car. His brother watched his younger sibling and saw him smiling brightly. He thought to himself. He had never seen Chen Chen smile like that before. Initially, he was going to go down to find Su Ichen, but now he just sat quietly in the car. Never mind, if he went now, would Chen Chen get upset? Just then, the youngest member of the Lu family called his older brother, saying that today was the day he was discharged from the hospital and asking why he wasn't picked up. "Did you forget about me?" The older brother replied that he should go home by himself. The younger brother was shocked that his older brother was acting this way, not answering his calls lately. "And you didn't come to visit me either. What are you busy with?" The older brother said he was very busy and asked him to be a good boy and go home by himself. The younger brother yelled, "You don't love me anymore. If it were before, you would have rushed to the hospital to take care of me." He was so angry that he even threw a vase. "You really don't care about me, do you? If you don't even worry about me, I'll just stay in the hospital without anyone caring." The older brother thought to himself that he was being unreasonable and spoiled, but that was because he had indulged him too much. However, the older brother insisted that the younger brother go home by himself and would not pick him up. The younger brother then asked, "What about Su Ichen? What do you plan to do about him?" Upon hearing the name Su Ichen, the older brother's expression turned serious. "What do you plan to do? I hate Su Ichen so much. He pushed me into the water because he was jealous of me. He really wants to take me down. And his father is in jail. And his mother sells herself. I want their whole family to disappear from this city and never see their faces again." The older brother asked again. "You hate him that much?" The younger brother replied that he hated him very much. He just got out of the Gu family and is already flirting with Pei Sui, and Pei Sui even agreed to get engaged to someone like him. The older brother shouted his younger brother's name, and the younger brother was shocked because his brother had never called him by his full name like this. "What's going on with you today?" The older brother warned him not to let him hear any insults towards Su Ichen from his mouth again. He warned the younger brother not to do anything he disliked again. "He doesn't like you, so don't show up in front of him." The younger brother was confused as to why his older brother had to protect him so much. "Did you get enchanted or something? I'm the younger brother here." The older brother hung up without waiting to hear his younger brother finish. Now, his younger brother's friends had arrived. "Who made our little prince so angry?" The younger brother yelled, "It's that Su Ichen. I don't know how he did it to get my brother to defend him so much and even warned me not to mess with him." His friends said that his brother might have fallen under Su Ichen's spell, and he shouldn't worry. "No matter what, you are his younger brother, your older brother will always be on your side. But Su Ichen is really something else, he has managed to charm your brother. Even your brother has fallen for him. You should find a way to get rid of him so he has no place in society. Make him disappear completely, that would be even better." The younger brother didn't know what to do. So he asked his friend what to do. His friend suggested that he could trust him, it wasn't illegal. The older brother loved and spoiled him so much that it didn't matter if he did something wrong. "They never punished you, and your friend said to post the video where your adoptive father accused Su Ichen online so everyone knows he's willing to sell his body to wealthy people for money. He's a rich person who forgot about his own parents and the fact that he stole your bracelet. Posting it online would let people attack him like this, and Sui-chen would have no place in society anymore. Let's see if he dares to act tough in front of you. Little brother's face looks better immediately, it should work. But the video from the surveillance camera with evidence is in Pei Sui's hands. If we post it, he will definitely help Sui-chen. His friend said not to worry, he'll hack Pei Sui's computer. Then he'll delete the surveillance video himself. His friend patted him on the head and said that Sui-chen has no power. Just by spreading this news, he wouldn't dare show his face at social events anymore. Sui-chen likes to show off, doesn't he? But in reality, he's a coward. By then, he might even think of ending it all. Little brother didn't expect his friend to think this way because he didn't want Sui-chen to die, he just wanted him to have no place in society. His friend persuaded him that right now, Sui-chen and you have a conflict, and sooner or later, he'll come looking for trouble with you again. Or do you want him to find trouble with you first? When little brother heard that, he asked his friend, "So how will we start the plan? Should we start now? Where do we get the video?" His friend said not to rush, just listen to me and don't use your own foolish methods. This is true friendship, right? He used this moment to secretly call his friend dumb again. The scene cut to their house. Now little brother and his friend are sitting in the house. He asked the housekeeper where his parents went. The housekeeper said that the lord and lady left since morning and haven't returned yet. Then his parents walked into the house, and he rushed to them and asked where they had been. "Why didn't you pick me up from the hospital?" Both his father and mother, as well as his brother, were busy, so they couldn't pick him up. Little brother then tried to charm his mother, asking if he could skip working at his uncle's company. Not everyone can work with him, he's too strict. His mother dismissed him, saying yes, and walked away upstairs. He asked his father what was wrong with his mother. His father said nothing was wrong, he should go rest. Then the father thought to himself that he would wait for a more suitable opportunity before telling him. Little brother was really upset, he didn't know what was wrong with the whole family. Why were they so cold to him? What did he do wrong? His friend told him not to think too much. He might have encountered something bad outside. That's true. Do you know where the secret room of the Lu family is hidden? Don't forget that we need to get those videos. Little brother said to wait until his parents are not home, then we'll talk. The scene cut to Sui-chen and Pei Sui, they were sitting together. Sui-chen was being fed by Pei Sui, and suddenly, the eldest brother of the Lu family walked in with a gift. Sui-chen was shocked and said, "Mr. Lu, if you came to see me because you want me to return to the Lu family, I think you shouldn't waste your time." He said that since he was a child, Sui-chen had struggled a lot, and he had never given him anything. Sui-chen quickly refused, saying he didn't want anything. "I've already told you. Don't call me Chen-chen, I am Sui-chen." The brother said, "Then can I call you Sui-chen like everyone else?" Sui-chen replied, "No need, just call me by my name." Sui-chen accepted it. "Can you give your brother a chance to redeem himself?" "Mr. Lu, don't you think it's funny? Also, don't let me see your face again today, you're interrupting my date with Pei Sui." Sui-chen said it was fine, but inside he was really angry. "It's not fine, it's crazy. Why does my world have to be destroyed by this guy?" He was so mad. The eldest brother placed the gift down and walked away, thinking that since Sui-chen didn't want him to disturb him, he would watch from a distance and protect him quietly. The eldest brother sat at his dining table, thinking that at that time, he looked at Sui-chen as a lowly toy and looked down on him, but in the end, he turned out to be the little brother he should protect. Chen-chen has grown up well. He has a face resembling his mother, but he's too thin and should eat more. When Pei Sui and Sui-chen were about to leave the table, the eldest brother hurried to check the bill and walked out just as Pei Sui and Sui-chen were coming to settle the bill. Someone had already paid for it. Sui-chen was furious, asking why they paid for him. Pei Sui said it was fine. "I have his account number, I'll transfer it back." Sui-chen said, I don't want to owe anyone, especially him." As Sui-chen and Pei-sui walked in the parking lot, he felt someone was watching him, and that person was the eldest brother. He thought to himself that he just wanted to protect his little brother but could only do it secretly. Suddenly, Sui-chen spoke up. "Come out, I see you." At that moment, the eldest brother was flustered, but the one who came out was Gu Honsho. He walked out, and Sui-chen said, "You have good eyes." "It's been a long time." Sui-chen asked if he came to see them. Gu Honsho said, "How could that be? Don't think too highly of yourself." He thought to himself that he couldn't accept that his life and work had been chaotic since Sui-chen left home, and he couldn't stop thinking about him all day, almost unable to wait to see him. This is to this extent. Everyone likes Sui-chen that much. Sui-chen asked, "Is it really nothing?" But deep down, Sui-chen already knew. Because his face looked like it was about to break from stress. Gu Honsho was stressed and thought to himself that how could someone change their mind so easily. Sui-chen was pretending to be cold to get his attention. If I just beckoned him with my finger, he would probably come back to me. "Sui-chen, I want to talk to you privately." When Pei-sui heard this, she got really upset. Pei-sui thought to herself that even though she already knew Sui-chen was just acting while being in the Gu family, she still felt jealous of Gu Honsho. "I don't want Gu Honsho to disappear from this world." Pei-sui went to cuddle up to Sui-chen and said that she was okay with everything. "If you want to talk to Gu Honsho, I don't mind." At that moment, the eldest brother was secretly watching. He thought to himself that Pei-sui was definitely not going to give in easily. He wasn't that gentle or kind. He was just pretending to be gentle and considerate, but in reality, he was dark and twisted. Sui-chen told Gu Honsho that there was no need to talk privately because Pei-sui wasn't an outsider, there was nothing she couldn't hear. Gu Honsho got really angry at Sui-chen. "This is a personal matter between you and me. It has nothing to do with Pei-sui. I don't want her to hear about our personal matters." He said that he didn't have any personal matters to discuss with Gu Honsho. "Gu Honsho, just say it already. If you're not going to speak, then just step aside. Don't waste my precious time." Pei-sui smiled at that moment. She challenged Gu Honsho. "All right, then I'll tell you my purpose for coming to see you today, Sui-chen. I want you to cancel your engagement with Pei-sui and come back to the Gu family with me. As long as you're willing to return to me, I won't hold your engagement against you. I can give you everything you want, whether it's love, money, or fame." Gu Honsho thought to himself that this condition was really good, and he would definitely agree because Sui-chen loved him. Sooner or later, he would have to beg him. Sui-chen covered his mouth and spoke up. "Gu Honsho, are you joking? We signed a contract to cancel it, and our relationship has been over for a long time. Now you're telling me to go back. What does that mean?" He thought to himself that Gu Honsho must be seriously ill. Gu Honsho still couldn't accept the truth and thought to himself that Sui-chen was definitely using a strategy to let go in order to catch him. He let it go today to get a better offer. Gu Honsho said that this was the last chance. "As long as you're willing to return, I will give you everything you want. I can support you and marry you. I will treat you well enough." When Pei-sui heard that, she couldn't stay still anymore. She stepped in front of Sui-chen. "Gu Honsho, don't you think it's immoral to entice my fiancé to run away with you right in front of me?" Gu Honsho was so angry that his face changed and thought to himself. He used to think that Pei-sui was gentle, pure-hearted, and kind. Now he realized how wicked and cunning her heart was. Even though he already knew about the relationship between her and Sui-chen, she pretended not to know and still did that on his bed. Pei-sui asked herself how deceptive that engagement was. Was he really her fiancé? Pei-sui said that their engagement was announced to the whole world. "We love each other openly, so why wouldn't it be true?" Gu Honsho asked if he thought Sui-chen loved her for real. Pei-sui replied that he loved her and only her. Then Sui-chen and Pei-sui stood hugging in front of Gu Honsho, and the hero thought to himself. That he practiced making his favorite dish with great care and even prepared a romantic surprise gift for him. The way he looked at him was always gentle and full of love. Whenever he took control of him in bed, it made him surrender completely. What was this last reason? It felt strange to him. You are the best gift. Of course, he loves me, and the important thing is that love comes from his true heart. Pei-sui responded to Gu Hongzhou, saying that he himself said he loved her. Gu Hongzhou thought to himself that Pei-sui called Sui-chen a brother. That's so disgusting. Pei-sui, you're really full of yourself, aren't you? The one Sui-chen loves is not you. He could never love you. Pei-sui just went silent. And got even angrier. If he doesn't love me, then does he love you, Gu Hongzhou? Everyone can testify that Sui-chen loves me so much. He loves me with all his heart. He can wait for me to come back until 2 in the morning every night and even makes soup for me. He orders takeout to the company for me because he's afraid I'll be hungry and prepares coffee for me every day. Sui-chen takes care of me well and manages the Gu family home systematically. He listens to me and cries because of my words all the time. You should know how much he loves me. You could never understand. When Pei-sui heard that, he almost lost it and thought to himself. When he found out that his brother was with Gu Hongzhou, he almost went crazy and wanted to go back to Gu Hongzhou. But at that time, he couldn't go back. The scene cuts to when Pei-sui was studying abroad, feeling so pressured he could barely breathe. Plus, he had to fight for a position in the family and manage his mental health so he wouldn't hurt anyone at any moment. After leaving that place, it took a lot of his time and energy. I'm afraid I won't see Sui-chen again, afraid I won't be able to control myself and hurt him. Luckily, he was patient and got through it. Pei-sui thought to himself that he envied Gu Hongzhou so much. How hard did he have to try to meet Sui-chen, but Gu Hongzhou could possess Sui-chen so easily. And he still enjoys all the love that Sui-chen gives him. Originally, Sui-chen should belong to me, just to me. Everything about Sui-chen should be mine alone. Pei-sui had his time to speak back now. Gu Hongzhou, you're the one who's been thinking all along that he loves you. The truth is, he never loved you at all. The one he loves is only me. Gu Hongzhou asked why, if he didn't love him, he would deceive him about the engagement. Pei-sui smirked and said, well, I intended to deceive you. I meant to cheat on you. One side is preparing for the engagement with me, while the other side is taking care of Sui-chen. Don't you think you're being greedy wanting both at the same time, Gu Hongzhou? You're so foolish not to see it. Between the two of us, who do you really want? You keep going back and forth between us, thinking that either of us would choose you. In the end, what happened? No one chose you at all. Isn't it better to end like this? Gu Hongzhou lunged forward and grabbed Pei-sui's shirt. The protagonist held Gu Hongzhou's hand and kicked him in the knee, then asked, who allowed you to hurt him? Gu Hongzhou was furious. Why does Sui-chen dare to do this to him? Gu Hongzhou, do you think you can act against my fiancé right in front of me? Are you not going to let me fight back? Sui-chen, who do you think you are? Sui-chen, who do you think you are? You're just someone who used to rely on the Gu family. You're just a toy in my hands. How dare you act so arrogant in front of me? Sui-chen said you can just get lost already. Don't disturb his date with Pei-sui. Gu Hongzhou still hasn't stopped talking. He said that Sui-chen should stop showing off. How far do you want to go to get attention? You've succeeded, you know. This is the last chance I'm giving you. I don't have enough patience if you keep playing hard to get like this. From now on, no matter how much you beg, I won't pay attention to you anymore. And how many times has Gu Hongzhou said last chance already? It never seems to be the last. You might be thinking if Gu Hongzhou has a problem with his brain. Gu Hongzhou moved closer to you and said he doesn't care about how Pei-sui and you are related, but right now he wants you back at the Gu family home. I admit I treated you badly before, and I'm ready to apologize. Pei just needs you to be a good boy and come back to me. I promise I'll take good care of you. Sui-chen smiled upon hearing that. Gu Honjo changed his mind about someone else so quickly. Gu Honjo said that everything that happened made him realize who he really liked. And he didn't like Pei at all. Sui-chen was confused. Isn't Pei your moonlight? How could you change your mind so quickly? Gu Honjo then talked about something that had been on his mind since childhood when he fell into a pool at the high school they both attended. At that time, Pei was the one who saved him, so he had special feelings for Pei, but now all of that is gone. Sui-chen thought about how someone fell into the pool. He quickly took off his shirt, left it with Pei and jumped in to help. Was that Gu Honjo? When Sui-chen found out, he frowned. Was that you? When Gu Honjo heard this, he frowned too. What do you mean? Were you there? Pei said that not only Sui-chen was there. Sui-chen was an excellent swimmer, jumping in to help you was very easy. The one who helped was not Pei but Sui-chen. The hero apologized to Sui-chen for lying. Pei was very happy that Sui-chen wasn't mad. Now Gu Honjo realized that Pei had been deceiving him all along. This is the true identity of Pei. I've been good to you all this time, why do you keep lying to me? Pei quickly clung to Sui-chen and complained. Brother, look. Gu Honjo is so angry. I'm sorry, it's my fault for making Gu Honjo so upset. You should say that what happened back then doesn't matter anymore because we both love each other. I hope Gu Honjo can let it go now. Gu Honjo couldn't accept that at all. How can he let it go? How can I just let it go? Sui-chen, don't you think this is really important to me? If it weren't for him deceiving me and pretending to be you, I wouldn't have misunderstood. When Sui-chen heard this, he glared. Are you saying that all of this is Sui-chen's fault? And we should blame only Pei Gu Honjo, don't just throw all the blame on others. Of course, Pei is at fault, but so what? He is my fiancé, and the one he impersonated is me, so you have no right to criticize him. Gu Honjo, seeing the heroine like this is quite confusing. Are you really doing this just to provoke Yi? He looks gentle on the outside, but in reality, he's cunning and much more ruthless than you think. He lied to me, and of course, in the future, he can lie to you too. Then Sui-chen spoke up, what does this have to do with me? Gu Honjo was left speechless. Pei put on a sad face and apologized, saying it was his fault. If Gu Honjo had treated my brother well, he might not have left like this, unlike me. I only treat my brother well because my whole world revolves around him. Gu Honjo was furious. Pei was saying crazy things. Sui-chen, this is just love for a husband that can't be helped. Gu Honjo cursed, and whatever he said, Sui-chen would retort back. Pei pretended to be weak in front of Sui-chen. Brother, Gu Honjo said, he's not saying nice things, but it's okay. If cursing makes him feel better, let him curse me some more. Then Sui-chen went back to curse Gu Honjo. Gu Honjo warned Sui-chen that if he stayed with him, he would definitely regret it. Stop being angry with me. I want to plant roses in the backyard. Just let me know how many you want to plant. Sui-chen said, you're really forgetful. Didn't you say that isn't my house and I'm just a worthless representative? Gu Honjo thought to himself that Sui-chen was like this because he was still angry. If he could persuade Sui-chen a bit more, Sui-chen would definitely come back to him. Gu Honjo spoke again. Sui-chen, this is the last chance I'm giving you. If you go back with Pei today, you will never have the chance to come back to my house again. Are you sure? Then Sui-chen took Pei hand and walked out. Gu Honjo was in tears. He almost thought that Sui-chen was just pretending not to love him. But in reality, he loved him with all his heart. Gu Honsho realized this when they drove past him, and he hurriedly ran to knock on the window. Sui-chen, don't act like you're playing hard to get. If you come back to beg me, I will tell you that there's no chance. Sui-chen, who do you think you are to reject me like this? Gu Honsho was running after the car when suddenly the eldest brother of the Lu family came out. Gu Honsho, even though I sympathize with you, you shouldn't disturb Sui-chen like this. Then the eldest brother of the Lu family punched Gu Honsho. What is this? What kind of chaotic war is this? The story is starting to get tense. Don't forget to keep following along, everyone. For today, I will take my leave. See you next time. Bye bye.